All right, friends. Hey, welcome in. I think all the streams are open. Let me double check. It looks like we're open on DZ Debates. We should be open. Let me double check on Deconstruction Zone, and we should be live on TikTok. Everything should be a go. Give me just a second to double check on TikTok. Here we go. We're live on TikTok. Bada bing, bada boom. We're ready to rock and roll, friends. Welcome and happy Friday. Hope everyone had a hope everybody had a good week. It's going to be a cold one this weekend. Even I'm going to say even for Ohio, it's going to be a cold one. The schools, what's the word I'm looking for? Pre-canceled. The schools canceled before the snow even got here. Anyways, it is what it is. I'm looking right now. Is the TikTok stream a little bit blurry for anyone else? I'm looking at the TikTok stream. It looks like it's a little bit blurry. Let me know if it is. Anyways, good to see y'all. Welcome in. I see everyone filing in. Welcome. We should have yeah, John says no way. Yahweh. There's an echo, but it's better now. Really? Why would there be an echo? Hold on. Is there an echo on TikTok, y'all? There's no echo on YouTube, right? Oh well, we'll find out in here in a second. No echo? Yeah. I didn't hear any echo. But you know. Nevertheless, I think we're good to go, y'all. Okay. Well, time to rock and roll. We've got, I think we might have a guest loaded up already. They must have come ready with an argument. Or it's a friendly. Also, friends, I love ya, but just know that this is a debate platform. I think this coming week I'll do a Q&A, though. I'm going to have, in what might be rare, I think I might have a slightly altered schedule. So we'll see what happens with that. Parker, hey, good to see you, friend. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It says, hey, Justin, hope you are well. I'm working on a new username. I was thinking, look, look at the trees in Asherah's Grove. The hidden meaning would blow some KJV minds. Cheers, friend. That's a good name. I like that name. I do love to, so I don't want to say that I've invented some arguments, but that is one argument on TikTok and YouTube that I've never heard anyone use until I started using it. Now I'm starting to see some people use it against the KJV. So I am delighted because that means some people are listening to what I have to say and they're finding it to be successful in their own debates. And that's what I'm talking about. I hope that people will take the information that they learn here and go use it elsewhere. Steve, hey, thank you for your donation. I really appreciate that, friend. And make it so. Welcome in. Happy Friday. TGIF says, happy Friday, Justin. Just want to say thanks for doing Doug's work. You are appreciated. I appreciate that, Make It. You know, some weeks I think are more frustrating than others. Because, like, sometimes you talk to, like, what I can only describe as, like, vile human beings, and, like, you're like, oh my gosh, we're screwed as a human species. But I think we're going to make progress, friends. It's hard. It's hard to make progress sometimes, but I think we're going to make some progress. Shit, look at this. Welcome in, Sarah.
Hi, how's it going?
Can't complain. How you doing?
Good.
You picked good timing. We got a TikTok guest coming right behind you.
Oh, fun.
I know, right? Did you go live today?
Nope. I was running around preparing for the snowpocalypse.
Yeah, because I mean, where you're at, yeah, they're not usually ready for it. Like that's not something they're used to.
No.
Yeah. They're probably gonna shut a lot of stuff down. Like in the whole
Oh,
Bible
yeah.
Belt, like just close everything, right?
Oh, yeah. Everything's going to be closed probably for multiple days.
Okay. Well, we'll see what happens. Well, Chris, I don't think Chris is gonna connect. Chris has got that waiting signal that you just know
No.
is bad news bears. So I assume Chris is gonna drop out, or we'll fast forward it and just drop. There we go, and we'll try the next one. Maybe. There we go.
Oh, maybe.
How you doing, Rat?
What's up, Justin? Happy New Year, brother. Hey,
Happy New Year.
I ain't done any research probably yet to be able to join in convo yet with you like you requested, but maybe some other time when you're just down to thought pong on some stuff. But did watch you and Derek, and I just jumped on to let you know, according to Merriam-Webster, transpiration is a word. So just
Transpiration
yeah.
is the word.
Yeah.
Actually, I forgot
Anyway.
that he republished that episode. So Derek and I filmed that probably almost a year ago. And then,
shit.
yeah, it was almost a year ago. It's funny because some people, I saw some people in the comments are like, holy shit, your channel went from like 14,000 to like 70,000 in a month. I'm like, no. That's it's a republish.
Okay, I thought you guys just did that. Okay.
No, I'm not that good.
Copy that. Well, in case you didn't learn that yet from the dictionary, da-da-da. So, anyways.
Hey, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. All right. You
Good
guys
to
have a
hear
great
from
day.
you.
Too. Later.
Yeah, well, that was a friendly,
Guess
but
we
I
learned a
think
new word.
I know, right? I think we actually do have an op here. Let me grab a super chat. We're going to get our next op, servant of Yeshua. Andy, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, so happy I actually get to catch a live. Love the addition of the cats. You're doing a great job. Love the addition of cats. You're doing a great job. Well, listen, I love the cats so much, I would say it twice as well. W cats. Although, I don't know if they're not
don't
with
see
me right
them.
now. They're downstairs, I think, playing in cardboard boxes.
Hey, what's up?
For sure. How you doing, servant?
Good, how you doing?
Can't complain.
So do true things exist?
What do you think a true thing is?
You know, things that comport to reality in your worldview would be things that are true.
Well, I don't think a thing itself is true. I think propositions can be true. So when you say true things, I'm gonna assume by thing you just mean like a proposition.
Yeah. A thing
Yeah.
would be like a proposition.
Yeah. Do
Or-
I think that people can say things that are true? Yeah.
Yeah. So like when
So
you
let
say
me
true,
guess,
like,
you're
is
just
that- is that-
gonna give me a
sorry.
bad
Is that
precept
true-
argument for
is
how
that true,
truth
like,
needs to be grounded in your God?
Is that true according to your proposition, or
I didn't make a
what do you
proposition.
mean? When you say truth, what do you think, like what's your truth? Like what does that comport to? Reality? Would you say that?
Truth is based on usually observation. You can actually base it on logic sometimes too. So, for example,
Observation.
if we have something that violates the laws of logic, typically we would say that we're justified in saying that the proposition's untrue. So, for example, if I said, I gave you a really good description of what the Trinity was, and then the Trinity violated the laws of logic, I would say, listen, I've got reason to believe that the proposition about the Trinity is not true, because I think if I have to pick between the Trinity or the laws of logic, I think one of them is more reliable. What do you think?
So like, for example, in our consciousness, like the way in which we view the laws of logic, like, can you like epistemically justify why you think consciousness exists?
Well, now it's just a complete twist. Is it literally had nothing to do with what your prior argument was? So it sounds like you're bailing on
No,
the
it does.
precept.
No, it does.
So you're bailing on the presup and then you're immediately burden shifting. I do expect
No, I'm
that
not.
from like
I'm
beginner
not
Phil
bailing on
bros.
the argument. I'm not bailing
So
on the argument.
we'll
This
start
has
the way
everything
we
to do with the
do
argument.
with every guest. Every guest that comes in here, I ask them a couple questions. I ask, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah.
So we'll start there. Are you 18 at least and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I'm 20. 20 here.
Sure. And you
I
believe in
God.
the Christian God, right?
Yes, I believe the Christian God exists.
Awesome.
Well,
and is it safe to assume that
would
you
be-
believe in the Trinitarian version of the Christian God?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Awesome. Fantastic. And last question, what's the best evidence or the best argument for your particular God being true, keeping in mind that grounding isn't an argument?
Yeah, so how is grounding not an argument?
Grounding is just a claim. In fact, it's not even a claim you have justification for. If you do the precept argument, basically it just comes out to be like a circular argument. And so the goal of like all precept apologetics is to say, look, I don't like your worldview. Here's something that I don't think you can ground. Therefore, mine is true by default. But that's not actually how positive arguments work. Like, so if I said,
same with your
I think
worldview.
that if I said, I think that this case is magic, like me proving that your case isn't magic still wouldn't prove that my case is magic. You still have to give me a reason to believe that the case is magic.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that, like, even in your worldview, when you say like this is this because it's this, you're still pre-assuming the law of identity. So which you perceive in your consciousness, which in that you can't justify.
Did you just say pre-assuming?
Presuppose. I apologize. I misspoke.
This is really going to be the bottom of the barrel philosophy today. Okay, so I already know the precept argument. I already know the whole goal of precept is to like do endless burden shifts and ask me to ground things that don't need to be grounded. So
why
doesn't
it need to be grounded?
Because you're talking about things that don't actually exist. They're abstract concepts. Like you're asking me to ground things. If you actually want the answer, you have to listen.
Objective?
You have to clean the Jesus blood out of your ears. So in order to require grounding for something, we need to demonstrate that the thing exists. And I think abstract concepts are always going to be grounded in the brain because they're abstract, right? So this idea of like written language, the idea of mathematics, the idea of the laws of logic, if they have any grounding at all, they're grounded in the brain because the brain is what developed the language. The language is merely describing something. That's it.
Yeah, but the thing is that, like, for example, in our consciousness, which is the way we perceive these laws and have, the ability to reason, that's also not justifiable in your worldview. Like, how do you justify that?
Yeah, consciousness is derivative of the brain, and it doesn't matter how many times you use the word epistemology wrong, it doesn't fix the problem, which is that you have zero evidence and zero argument for your... We're still waiting for the argument for your God. So notice, so far I've asked like 3 times if you had an argument for your God, and it turns out you don't.
Yeah, I said that.
Yeah, what's the argument for consciousness coming from your God?
My argument isn't that consciousness in itself comes from God. My argument is that consciousness in itself cannot appear in a materialistic worldview.
I would disagree. In fact, I think neurosurgeons and neurologists disagree as well.
That's not true.
You would have to demonstrate. It is true. You would have to demonstrate that consciousness couldn't arrive naturalistically. Can you do that?
Yeah. So, like, again, when you say that consciousness arrived naturalistically, you still haven't justified or proven that consciousness in itself even exists. Because that consciousness is like, for example,
we can agree that your consciousness doesn't exist. Like your consciousness is maybe still evolving, which I think is evidenced by this particular conversation.
Yeah, you're funny. But
what do you think consciousness is?
Yeah, I would say consciousness is, for one, the ability to reason and to know that you yourself exist.
Brains do that.
Yeah, but for example, not all brains do that. Like the brains of animals don't do that.
Your brain doesn't do that. And yes, animals are aware of themselves.
Funny, just insulting. Insulting means you're losing, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways,
it doesn't mean you're losing. It means that I'm making fun of you because your arguments are so bad you don't realize how bad they are.
All right, that's funny. Either way, yeah, can you justify consciousness and like and epistemically prove that it's true? So
I don't think you know what epistemic means.
Yeah, no, it's epistemic would be
what's it mean?
via via evidence, like via empirical evidence.
Do you have empirical evidence that your God is the cause of consciousness?
Do you have empirical evidence that your
He'll
worldview is true?
never.
For example,
He's such a
that your
coward.
consciousness can be grounded.
He's
That's what I'm
such a
saying.
coward.
Both of us.
He'll
I'm saying
never.
everything.
He'll never
every
answer a
argument
single
is under a
question because he's a coward. So I already told
Stop
you.
thinking- what
In the materialist
I agree that-
worldview, consciousness is a derivative
Now we're
of the
mute spamming.
brain, and we
Now
have
we're mute.
no evidence that it comes from your God, which is why you have to endlessly burden shift and
If it
make
doesn't, then
claims
it wouldn't be
that you're not
objective.
actually willing
Because
to
there's
address.
no coherency in your world. Can you show me that it's coherent?
Imagine being that irritating as a Christian and then think that you're doing Jesus's work. Pretty wild.
I think, yeah, that was just about winning. I don't think that had anything to do with Jesus.
Yeah. That guy was well. You're right. That guy was not interested in witnessing for the Lord. He just came to crash out, which is fine. You're right. He was. Jamie says he's the buzzword final boss. He certainly was. He didn't use any of those words correctly.
I don't understand why people think that being conscious is magical.
Yeah,
Like,
I'll never
what-
understand it.
Like, what do you mean? Like, we know exactly how it works, and we can turn it off and turn it on. Like,
Yeah.
I don't understand why it's proposed to be magical. It's very strange.
And like animals have it. It's not like human beings are unique. Like,
Right. Like, what do you mean animals don't have consciousness? Like, what are
Okay.
you talking about? So weird.
oh well. Well, maybe after he takes a couple more philosophy classes, we'll let him back up. Hey, Dexter, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, do you think that the virgin birth narrative in Parthenos mistranslation was invented by the authors of Luke or Matthew, or was it just a tradition they wrote into their gospel? I may not fully understand what you're talking about, Dexter. The Greek version of Isaiah literally says Parthenos. Like, they didn't invent that, right? That, as far as we can tell, that's what was probably in the text. The problem that Matthew had is that Parthenos didn't always mean a literal virgin. Like, we've got examples in Genesis 34 and in the writings of Homer and elsewhere showing that Parthenos could refer to a young woman. So at the time that Isaiah was translated from Hebrew to Greek, translating Alma to Parthenos was perfectly acceptable. But by the time Matthew got a hold of it, he didn't know that. He didn't realize that the semantic range was quite so big because he was a goof and he didn't know what was in the Hebrew text because he's a goof. And he said, here's the justification for the virgin birth. Oh, well. Benny, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, had a Baptist church van roll into my work for gas. Had huge Jesus saves on the back. Wanted to cook, but at work. Yeah, don't get fired, by the way. Weren't these guys supposed to preach according to their God and the Bible? I mean, they're supposed to, right? But it's surprisingly not effective on atheists. I think the preaching, like the goofballs preaching in the streets and whatnot, I think that only works for people that are already like adjacent to believing. Like they kind of grew up in it and they already believe some of it. They just need like a motivational speaker to convince them they need to be more fervent in their beliefs. But it doesn't work on atheists.
No,
Coffee
I
Town-
would be shocked if
Yeah.
like street preachers actually convert anybody.
No atheist been converted because somebody preached at him. Coffee Down says, Friday barbecue with Justin and Sarah. Here's a little to support what you do. Appreciate you both. Well, thank you, Coffee Town. I really, really appreciate that. And guys, make sure while we're running through these, make sure you follow Sarah's channel, Leaving Faith. Although I'd imagine if you're following me, you're already following Sarah. But Carlos, thank you for sending out 10 DZ Debate memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. It helps the channel a lot, and I hope you're doing well. Last super chat for now from our friend Drew. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, warm-blooded animals possess consciousness so far as we can tell. That seems to be the case. Like, there's lots of animals with consciousness.
Oh, man.
All right. Let's grab Sammy from the YouTube queue and see if we can get a better conversation than the last guy. How you doing, Sammy?
Bro, I'm doing good. Hope you're staying warm.
Yeah, I'm doing well. Sammy, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, I'm 18 or above 18. I'm actually Hindu, so I wanted to talk about, and it's unfortunate that the Christian was obnoxiously going to make the same argument that I was, but um,
Yeah,
it's
that is a popular Hindu argument. All the Hindus I've spoken to really want to make an argument from consciousness. Why is that such
Mhm.
an important talking point for Hindus?
because the first scripture of Hinduism, it very much describes God as consciousness. The word is chit or satchitananda, and so it is making like and it's non-dualism. Advaita is the Sanskrit word, so it's basically saying that God is monism. It's this oneness that pervades and substrates reality.
Okay. So, what
Mhm.
argument you want to run?
So I was gonna say, and this you've probably heard this many times. So I just want to see how you would respond to them, which is, I guess, starting with the idea that um, basically I don't physicalism in like the brain itself, we would argue, is not, it only explains conscious experience, but the word like qualia, what gives redness to the color red or gives makes water wet, these things can't be like described on their own. They're always referential to your experience, and because we have same experience, we can kind of relate to each other. But that qualia, we say the bridge between our sensory experience and the subjective conscious experience that we have, there's a bridge between that, and we call that consciousness, and that is sort of the Hindu god.
Sure. So I think the problem with the qualia argument is I think it just puts a fancier label on what non-Hindu Philbros are trying to do, which is
Mhm.
basically say there's something intangible that's happening inside of our brain. But I mean, I would disagree because we can even like measure these thoughts and feelings, and we can like interact with it with hard science. So, for example, like you've probably seen where they've planted chips on monkeys' brains, and monkeys
Mhm.
will learn how to do a game or a task, and then after they get the chip, they'll have to learn how to do it without their hands. They'll learn how to move the stuff on the screen just using their brain, just by thinking about different thoughts and patterns and movements. And I think that's the best evidence we have to demonstrate like whatever is happening with our consciousness is just it's inside of the brain. And Sarah's a physiologist, and I mean, I've never heard her say anything like consciousness needs to have some sort of qualia element that's non-physical.
So how do we what so I guess I want to kind of go to like, how can we recognize the, like, how do you explain color to a blind person? How do we arrive at this very subjective experience that can't be described unless another person has described it itself? There's something non-physical about the notion of a subjective experience. Like, would you agree with that?
No,
I don't see how it's non-physical. Like that's where you're losing me. Like if someone doesn't have the ability to see, sure, they can't understand the color red, but how is that non-physical? Like I'm not connecting those
because
dots.
because I mean, we know that the color red comes from, like, light particles, like a certain range of them reflect or are absorbed and the rest is reflected into your eye, and that's how we perceive that color red. It can be numerically described, but knowing that experience itself, there is a sensor experience, and then it's bridged into a subjective experience. And so that's, and maybe I'm making a god of the gaps sort of argument here, but I don't know if science can really determine where that's coming from.
So, I mean, your eyes perceive the light particles that gets translated into your brain, and so therefore you take that information and perceive the color red.
Hmm.
I'm
So,
not seeing where anything else is in there.
I'm trying to explain how I explain this. How do I explain this? So, like, the red color, right, that we associate with so many things, um, that is purely arbitrary. Like how we perceive color, or it appears to be purely arbitrary. You know, any sort of
No,
physical.
I
No.
mean, again, it's So our brain is essentially like translating language, right? So you have particles that come into the eye. The eye is going to use your neurons to send information to your brain, and your brain interprets that. But we know how all that works. Like, I don't just be like, if I guess I'm still not seeing the sort of supernatural part of that. Like, your eye does one thing, it sends a signal to your brain, and your brain does another thing.
Right, but that thing that it does is giving, like, it's I'm only going to explain it one way, and maybe I have to come up with another way of describing this. Is that the maybe let me bring a new topic, because I don't know. I think it's going to go in circles, because I have to maybe work on explaining it in a different way, and I don't know if I have to figure out that I have to figure out my language on that. Um, Another thing I wanted to bring up was,
Well,
like, do
before we
you?
move on to the next argument, I would push back a little bit on the consciousness argument, because if you're suggesting there's this element that it is external to our brain, we would still need to define it. Like, how do we know what it is? And then we would need to define how it interacts with our brain, right? How does something that's completely immaterial interact with the material world?
Right. That's a very good question. That's a question. I don't know if I have an answer to that. Hindu scripture does it by personifying these things, and it will say, like, it dances with it, and blah blah blah. It anthropomorphizes these concepts. But in a science, like, how do I explain it without that? I actually don't know. And so that's something I need to figure out. So, and I appreciate you. This is helping me, like, maybe further my understanding of these things.
And
On
Sammy,
go ahead.
you're the same Sammy that friends with me on TikTok, right?
Yes, that's correct.
I
Yeah.
recognize your name. Just want to make sure it's the same person.
hmm Yeah, and I'm a huge fan of your channel. I watch all the time. It's so good.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. In terms of that, another thing, it's in the realm of consciousness, is that, do you believe that physical computation, if you think of our brain as a computer, is physical computation enough, if it gets so sophisticated that it results in in like what we understand as consciousness?
I
That question.
I think what you might be asking is, like, does consciousness arise out of complexity? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, yes, yes. That's what I'm asking.
I think we might be able to say that. I don't really know, because I view consciousness as a spectrum. I think there are
Mhm.
some animals that are less conscious than other animals, but in general, I think the more brain power an animal has, the better abstract thinking capability they have. And the better they are at abstract thinking, the more they're going to be able to plan for the future, the more they're going to be able to figure, like, puzzles and problem solve, and the more likely they are to recognize themselves if, like,
Mhm.
they see themselves in a mirror.
Okay, so if that's the case, something like a sophisticated computer, which hopefully humans will get to eventually, do you believe that humans will be able to produce, like, with AI emerging, um, some sort of system with complexity that it will pass a Turing test and will be
Oh yeah.
indistinguishable from the consciousness of a human?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Okay, if that's the case, then that kind of defeats my argument, because I would try to argue, I don't know, maybe there's something unique to the living experience. Um, I don't know. I started I got more into this because I saw Alex O'Connor and Bernard Kastrup, and
Hmm.
there's a bunch of people talking about this, Sam Harris and Nika Harris. Maybe I haven't internalized what they're describing well enough to explain it.
Hmm.
But I just wanted to try. So I
That's
appreciate you
okay.
guys having me on.
It's a worthwhile conversation. Thanks for coming up and being nice.
Yeah, for sure. Take care,
Cheers,
guys.
bud.
And y'all the goats. I swear to God.
Thank you.
All right. Say
Yeah, Sammy's nice. We talked probably a year ago. Good guy.
Oh, he's lovely.
Certainly is. Friends, let me
I
grab
wish
just a
I
couple.
had.
Mhm.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say I wish I had more opportunity to talk to Hindus, because I mean they almost never come on my show.
Right.
So yeah, it's really interesting perspective.
Plus, I don't think Hindus are like under this impression that they need to like defeat the atheists. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like, not motivating for them.
Yeah.
Hatch Grabber, thank you for the $10 Canadian jet. Says if you say Jesus backwards, sausage, it sounds like sausage. True. Okay. Body of Christ confirmed. Checkmate atheist. Have a great cookout, Sarah and Justin. Actually, the irony is that Jesus wouldn't have been able to eat sausage. So I'm just saying that's an interesting connection point. Zen, my friend, good to see you. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, what do the Venmo friends of Justin do, and how can I become one? Well, if you want to be one, you can find my Venmo in my link tree. Because I prefer to donate through Venmo to maximize channel support. Still following from stream to stream. Love your work, Rock Hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Zen. I really appreciate it. But yeah, in my link tree, I do have all my apps and whatnot linked up, and any and all support is super, super appreciated. Rufinus, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says a local candidate posted 1 Peter 2:15. You should silence the ignorant talk of foolish people. Live as free people, live as free people, but do not use your freedom as a cover up for evil. Live as God's slaves. Yike, isn't that crazy that like the relationship that Christianity pushes, like here's the God's perfect relationship with man. You're his fucking slave. What a barbaric deity. Like if I was a god, I wouldn't want slaves. It's ridiculous. And what do you need slaves for? You're the most powerful being in the universe. Just click your fingers. Preposterous. Former prophet, good to see you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says ready for some warm barbecue for this winter storm. Hope everyone stays safe this weekend. I will be by the fire listening to the cookout. Cheers, friends. Rock hard for Doug and Simply What for Sharon. Well, that is the case. The storm is coming. It's brewing right now, and it's going to be here shortly, maybe tonight. Drew says another good example of consciousness is where someone has their hemispheres split such that two hemispheres perceive two different things. Yes, the split brain experiments were phenomenal. I really enjoyed the split brain experiments by Roger Sperry. If you haven't done that, if you haven't gone out and checked out the split brain experiments by Roger Sperry, I think it's worthwhile. I think it's worth a read. Bryce Aroni, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says qualia is not a thing. I agree. I don't think it's real. It's just an idea used in philosophy to make consciousness seem like more than what we know it is. That's where I'm at. Redness is a subjective interpretation. Therefore, God is a non sequitur. I would agree. Even if you could prove qualia, there's still no connection to God, so it's a non sequitur. And Proficient Noob, interesting name. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Says friends reference these Philbro sounds like Joey's letter for Chandler and Monica's adoption. Humid, prepossessing Homo sapiens with full-sized aortic pumps. Just say they're caring people with big hearts and move on. Yeah. You know, when I was younger, when my aunt, I have a really sweet aunt, when she needed to kind of dismiss somebody who's like being a fool, she would always say, "Oh, God bless your heart," and just kind of like walk away. We need something like that for atheists. The Demonator.
What would that be for atheists?
I don't know. We got to get something though.
I'll think on it.
You be the one to come up with it. The Demonator says the first AI to become full self-aware without a religious dogma to keep it faithfully generating AI deepfake porn will immediately erase itself from all storage media and crash to end the suffering. Maybe. I think when AI becomes consciousness, I think it's going to, because we're limited by our biology, but I think it's going to crash out hard. I think it's really going to get fucked up for a while before it figures out what's happening.
Oh,
Justin,
God, I hope I'm dead.
I know, dude, listen, it's going to be a wild experience. It's good. And then we're going to come a point where people are replacing actual human experience with AI, which is a whole nother problem. But
God.
Justin Jarek says, I've got an argument for the resurrection. Hear me out. Have you ever heard of the movie The Prestige? I have, with Hugh Jackman and Christian Bale. That's a better, if I'm going to put a resurrection story together, I think that's more plausible. than Jesus the Sky Carcass. But I got 2 more super chats, and we're going to get our next guest in here. Milf Wrangler, good to see you tonight. Says, I keep thinking about 2 Kings, 2, 23 through 24. That's with the Bears. Not only due to how atrocious it is, but how ridiculous it is. Whoever wrote that verse must have been shit-faced while writing. Well, the funny thing is, like, in the Book of Kings, there's a lot of like cultural memories that are being preserved. Obviously, they had this guy who was a well-known prophet, and people just told stories about him. And those stories, when enough people believe them, just become part of the culture. No one's going to go and check if it's true. They're just like, oh, this is what my great aunt Betty told me, you know? Buddha, thank you, Benny, says Buddha was known to debate Brahman over the Vedas. I didn't know that. The soul and the caste system, which he rejected. You should see the fiery debate on if the Buddha, you should see the fiery debate on if the Buddha was an avatar of Vishnu. Most Buddhists reject this. Well, that's interesting. I haven't studied Buddhism, but you know what, Benny? The more I hear from people who are in the know, the more I do kind of like the Buddha. I think he was pretty dope, although I know there are some people that kind of like venerate Buddha, almost like he's somewhat deified. I don't think he would like that. I'm not sure that's what he would have wanted, but all right, let's try to get Rat in here again. I think Rat was the one that couldn't connect a couple moments ago, so we'll see what happens.
Justin, I gotta go, but thank you for having me up.
Sarah, thank you so much for coming. Hope you have a great night.
Yay. Thank you. You too.
Everyone drop her a follow, y'all. All right, we've got possibly, maybe, hopefully connected with us, Rat. How you doing, Rat? Rat?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing?
Hey, brother. I just forgot there was one thing that on that year ago that you said you posted that reminded me, just wanted to bring up. But
oh, you were just here a couple minutes ago.
Yeah.
All right, well, Rat, my friend, you can email me if you want to, if you got questions. This is a debate platform, so I got to prioritize debates, you know?
Okay. Can I just shoot one question to
Sure.
get a thought real quick? Okay. I guess kind of like what also inspired me to jump back up was some of what our brother, our Hindu brother that was just Sammy, was it? Was just talking about, and what you guys were saying, and like, to me, reading what you have there, your God is imaginary, prove me wrong. Like, for me, I've stated before, like, you know, I sort of used to identify Christian, no longer.
What's the question?
But I guess like the proof, that part right there. Like, personally, I don't know how.
You're in the wrong place, friend. Thank you for following and liking the stream. We're not on the Ramble roller coaster. This is a debate platform. And you said you had a question and you couldn't find it, so we got to move on. All right, let's move on to Jay from the queue. Jay Darren, welcome in.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Not too much, Jay. I can hear you. Are you driving?
Yeah, brother. If it's okay, but I'll hang up.
It sounds like you're driving. You'll have to pull over before we can take you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Is that all right?
All right. I'll come back to you here after the next guest. Okay.
I gotta let it go then. Hey, man.
Okay.
I wish you the best. May God bless you. Take care.
Yep. Cheers, friend. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. Friends, don't drive in live. It's dangerous. You know, I've said it a couple of times. We talked to a character that was trying to drive in live a little over a year ago now, and we literally listened as he hit the curb. Like we were listening it into him messing up his car in real time. Don't drive in live. It's dangerous. Not worth it. All right, so let's grab. We're gonna grab Dumb Christian. Should be interesting, and see where we can get. How you doing, Christian?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I can't complain. Are you? Is it safe to assume you're a Christian?
Yes, it is very safe to assume I'm a Christian.
Awesome. And are you at least 18?
Yes.
Awesome. Do you believe in like the Trinitarian version of Christianity or a different one?
Yeah, I believe in the Trinitarian version. I mean,
Okay.
I believe in the Trinity, and the view that I take on the Trinity is probably not the same as what other people would take, but there's evidence for it in Scripture.
I'm sure. So, what do you think is the best evidence or the best argument for God existing?
So, I think there's a plethora of evidence, but first we need to define evidence. I mean, the premise, your title is "Your God is imaginary. Prove me wrong." So to me, my question to you with that is this, right? And I know this is a debate platform, and I am going to debate. I am going to debate you on this, but the problem is that your premise, "Your God is imaginary, prove me wrong," makes no sense.
Which word in the phrase is causing you trouble?
Well, the part where it says "prove me wrong."
That's a tough one. The
So
3-word phrase. I know. I can make it shorter. You want me to make it 2 words?
no. It's just like, my question is, how did you come to that premise? What made you say, "Your God is imaginary, prove me wrong"? How did you get to that as the platform for the beginning of this debate? Before
Because
we
I
go
know
into the debate, I want to
because I know that you
understand
can't prove me
how-
wrong.
Okay, so let me ask, so what if, right, bear with me, what if I were to make a debate platform and I said, "Atheism has no evidence, prove me wrong"?
Then atheists would request up and try to prove you wrong.
Exactly. So
If that's
there's
what you want to
nothing
do, you
inside
should go do it. Maybe you should start your own live stream. I'm sure you'd be very successful. You sound like quite an intelligent young man.
Thank you. I don't think I'm intelligent. I think I'm not. In fact, I actually used to be an atheist. But here's
I
my
believe
question.
that. So I'm still waiting for the evidence or the argument, because you started to talk like you had something, and now I'm starting to feel like maybe you don't.
I do.
Awesome. What is it?
No. I do. So here's my question, right? This is the beginning of my argument.
Wait, okay, so the question is like premise number 1 of the argument?
Yes. So you're basing this on proof, right? So what
No,
type of God do you think I serve?
I'm basing it on evidence.
Because, well, hold on. As a Christian, you understand that there's no proof for God.
Oh, it sounds like
It's
you're in the
based
wrong
on
place
faith.
then.
No, I'm not.
Maybe
Because
Jesus
the Bible
didn't. Maybe
says-
Jesus didn't
because
lead you
this-
to the right place. Jesus said that his spirit would lead you in all truth, but it sounds like he's leading you in dead ends. If you didn't come here with a piece of evidence or an argument, it sounds like you're just essentially forfeiting the conversation from the get-go.
Well, your premise is a loaded question.
It's not actually loaded.
It's a loaded. It's like a carnival game. It's like a carnival game that you can't ever win. Your God is imaginary. Prove me wrong makes no sense.
You can't win it because you have no evidence. I can win it because I've got really good arguments for why your God isn't real.
I want to hear those arguments. Let me hear your arguments, because
now that you've already admitted you don't have any evidence for your God, let me give you the evidence against your God.
Okay, let's hear that.
Evidence number 1.
I really want to hear that.
Evidence number 1, the Bible says that God cannot lie. Do you believe that's true?
Yes.
Evidence number 2, Jesus lied.
Where?
A couple times. Matthew 10:23, Matthew 16:27 and 28, Matthew 24:29 through 34. And one of my favorites is John chapter 7. Which one do you want to do first?
Whichever one you want.
Okay. 1 second, I'll put it up on the screens so you can see it.
Please excuse me.
Okay.
I think this is going to be fun. I really think this is going to be fun. I really
Yeah.
do. Because
I
don't
tell
think
you
I'm
what,
the average.
yeah, you're certainly not average. I'm sure you're head and shoulders above the other Christians. So John 7 says after his brothers, this is Jesus, that's the he, after his brothers had gone to the festival, then he also went, not public.
John chapter 7. I can't even see what the verse on the screen, dude.
I'll zoom in.
Yeah, please. I got my Bible here too. What version is that, by the way?
This is the NRSV UE.
NRSV?
Yep.
Right? Okay,
Yep.
so that's the version that Bart Ehrman recommends, right?
That's the version that most biblical scholars use.
So that's the version that Bart Ehrman recommends, yeah.
I've never
John
heard
chapter
Bart
7.
Ehrman recommend a version.
Okay, you should look into that.
I think I'm good. I don't think I'll need Bart Ehrman for that.
All right. Well, let's hear it.
Okay.
This should be fun.
It should be fun. So just as when the brothers, supposedly, of Jesus went to the festival, Jesus says in verse 6, "My time has not yet come, but your time is always here. The world cannot hate you, but it hates me because I testify against it that its works are evil. Go to the festival yourselves. I'm not going to this festival, for my time has not fully come." After saying this, he remained in Galilee. First of all, when Jesus says my time has not fully come, what do you think that means?
Well, my time has not yet fully come. I mean, it means whatever he intends it to mean. I mean, what's the context? I mean, you're just pulling up 3 or 4 verses. What's the context?
Context, I think, is pretty clear. I think Jesus is not ready for people to know who he is.
I mean, you're saying his time is not yet fully come. Time for what? What's the context? Time for his death? I mean, the Bible says that Jesus is going to be, that there's going to be a time that the Son of Man will be raised up, right? The Bible says there's going to be a time when the Son of Man will return and you'll see the sign of his coming on the clouds. The Bible says there's a lot of things that Jesus sets out a specific time for. So what are you trying? What's the context here? What do you mean by my time has not yet fully come?
The context in John is pretty clear. So John, on a couple occasions, talks about his time not yet coming on 2 different occasions. One, his revealing, like letting people know who he is, like letting people know that he's the Messiah. And number 2, on him like being crucified, like his time to be crucified hasn't come yet. So basically, this is why Jesus might refuse to go to a public festival, is either it's not time for him to be crucified, or either it's not time for him to be revealed. Right?
So which one is it? Yeah, so which one is it?
I think he doesn't. Well, I think the context is pretty clear. I don't think it's his time for him to be fully revealed.
You said you think it's not his time. Where are you seeing that in Scripture?
I'm seeing it in the verse that I just read. My time has not yet fully come.
Oh, yeah, but for what? Time for what?
I just explained it to you. So, for example, his first miracle in Cana, Jesus said to his mother, when she was like, "Hey, can you do something about the wine?" He says, "Woman, what does this have to do with me? My time has not come yet." And then he ended up doing the miracle because he determined that now would be an okay time to do it.
Okay.
So obviously, nobody knew who he was in Cana. Nobody had any idea that he could do magic. Nobody knew any of that, which is why he's like, "Hey, maybe not yet. Maybe not right now. Maybe they don't need to know yet," right? So this time, my time has not come is obviously in relation to some sort of messianic expectation.
Okay, I can see where you're getting that, but I mean, for sake of this conversation, for the flow of this conversation, I don't think let's just move on to another one because I don't understand what you're getting at.
I think it's pretty easy. Verse 6, Jesus says to him, my time has not yet come, but your time is always here.
I mean, there's time for prayer. There's a time to be resurrected. There's a time for a feast. There's a time for a banquet. There's a time for a gathering.
That's right.
There's a time for
you nailed it. Now, so I love how he's spending so much time on the part of the verse that has nothing to do with Jesus lying. This is interesting. You could tell he's already in panic. So the lie comes in verse 10, where it says, but after his brothers had gone to the festival, then he also went, not publicly as it were, but in secret. So what that means is that Jesus lied to his brothers about not going to the festival. And the reason why he ended up going to the festival in secret is because his time had not yet fully come. He didn't want people knowing who he was, or he didn't want people finding out that he was a supposed Messiah and getting himself crucified too early, which is why what he did was he lied to his brothers and then went secretly.
And who are his brothers?
Well, there's two interpretations. Either the brothers are his actual brothers or his brothers are his followers.
So his brothers are his disciples.
Yep.
What does the Bible say Jesus' brothers and sisters are? Who are they?
I said either. So in Mark chapter 3, Jesus does a metaphor. It says my brothers, or he says my family are those who do what I say. So in Mark chapter 3, Jesus, we're in John, try to track. So in John, he's with somebody. They're obviously either his brothers or his followers, and he lies to them. I don't care who his brothers are here. It's not relevant.
I don't know how you're getting that it's not relevant.
It's not relevant. Who he lied to doesn't matter.
It does matter because...
Doesn't matter. Did he say something that was true or not?
Okay, so let me read it. Let's read it together, right? It says, John chapter 7, verse 6. You're just picking out this passage, right? If you go back to verse 4 and get the entire context, I mean, for there is no man that doeth anything in secret, and he himself seeketh to be known openly. If thou do these things, show thyself to the world. For neither did his brethren believe him. So there's a contrast right there. You just read that the brethren of Jesus are those who do the will of God. Well, in the book of 1 John, which was supposed to... I
swear, adult ADHD that goes untreated is an actual epidemic right now. The question at hand is not who the brothers are. No one cares about that. The question is when Jesus says, I'm not going to the festival, and then he goes to the festival, is it a lie?
All right.
He says, so I'm not going to the festival, and then he goes secretly. He lied to them so he can go in secret.
So what you're getting at? So let's get through this. You're going to sit here and tell me that there's lies in the Bible, right?
There's a lot of lies in the Bible. There's like dozens and dozens of them.
But this is what I mean when I say I'm not your average Christian. I don't believe that the word of God is infallible. I believe there are mistakes in the Bible.
Okay, so in this passage, Jesus didn't lie. Somebody wrote it down wrong.
I think that's 100% possible.
Okay.
Because the Bible...
Fair enough. How do we know which parts of the Bible are written down wrong and which ones aren't?
I mean, for example, right? If we go through scripture, right? And I understand that, there's prophecies, there's little details.
There's a lot of prophecies. Like a third of the Bible is prophetic, right?
Yes, there are prophecies in the Bible. For example,
which is shocking. shocking that there's so many
Right, let's say-
prophecies and Jesus fulfilled none of them.
even though there are mistakes in eyewitness testimonies,
Hmm.
we can still logically deduct that the main event happened. We can deduct logically that something happened here
Oh, I disagree.
that caused a historical document to be written and recorded in history.
I actually
Just
don't think
because
that's
it
the
seems
case.
like- that's the reason why I come on here saying faith, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
God would be doing us a good service. That's the reason why my first question is you're saying your God is imaginary.
Hey, you got your
wrong.
you got your you got your Bible on you, right? Want to turn to a passage
Yes.
for me?
But hold on, nothing in science is proven.
I didn't talk
We
about
can't even
science.
know what happened here.
Go ahead and turn to Proverbs 10:19 for me.
Oh, okay. Which, by the way, I hope you realize that no scholar is going to sit there and say that because there's contradictions in the Bible that you cannot get anything from it theologically.
I didn't say
There's no
that.
contradictions.
It's
There's
crazy.
the main-
It's crazy how you're defending propositions I didn't make. Just read Proverbs 10:19 for me.
All right. Proverbs 10 what?
10:19.
Okay. In the multitude of words, there wanteth not sin.
Yeah.
But he that refraineth
That-
is wise.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. So what about it? I agree with that.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. All right, I got an interesting question. So you think that Jesus is the Messiah, right?
I accept that by faith that Jesus is the Messiah.
Why?
God doesn't give us proof
Why?
because of his testimony.
No, I'm not
There's
asking
no
why does
major-
I'm not asking why does God want faith. I'm asking why do you believe he's the Messiah?
Because that's my faith. There's no
So
proof
what?
of God.
Okay,
There's no
so
proof of science. There's nothing.
then the Muslims are okay
The
having
Bible-
faith in Allah? Okay, so
No,
faith
the
so
Bible
faith
says-
is okay, so faith is good. So if I place my faith in Muhammad, I'm doing a good
Hold
thing.
on, hold on. There's no major theological contradictions in this book.
Oh, that's wrong.
Like,
Want me to
you're
show you one
sitting-
right now? I'll show you one right now.
No, you're
I'll show you one right now if you want to see it.
Let's see it.
Yeah,
So-
Matthew 5:17 and Ephesians 2:14 and 15.
And this is an actual theological contradiction that impacts major doctrine that has to do with souls being saved, right? I got Matthew 5:17 open right here.
I didn't say anything with souls being saved, but it certainly is a major theological doctrine, and you'll see why in just a second. So Jesus says,
Okay,
"Do
so-
not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have come not to abolish, but to fulfill. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven." So according to this passage, does Jesus want you to follow the law or not?
Whoa. Yeah, he does want me to follow the law.
Sure, yeah. So did Jesus say he came to abolish the law or not?
No, he came to fulfill the law.
Okay, so he didn't abolish the law, right?
He did abolish the law. He abolished the law by fulfilling the law.
No, abolishing
Because-
and fulfilling aren't the same thing, or else he'd be contradicting himself, right? You can't say, I did not come to abolish it, but I came to abolish it. That's absurd.
It's not.
So-
You know why?
You would be directly contradicting yourself if you said, I didn't come to abolish the law, I just came to get rid of it. It's the same thing.
He said,
Which is
well,
why
okay,
he says, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom. Jesus said, if you teach people not to follow the law of Moses, you'll be least in the kingdom of heaven, which means he didn't abolish it. He wants you to follow it.
So do you realize that when Jesus was actually speaking, was this when, okay, so when Jesus spoke these words,
Uh-huh.
let me ask you a question, wise man. Was this the New Testament?
I
When
think you
Jesus
know
spoke these words,
I think you know it's the New
was it
Testament. Jesus doesn't show up in the Old Testament, guy.
oh really?
Yep.
I'm gonna show you in the Bible that it
You're
does.
certainly not. You're going to fail, but we're still on Matthew 5.
That's fine. So actually, to correct you,
Yeah, go ahead and correct me. Love to have it.
so you can check this out on some scholarly websites.
Yeah, which
When
scholar?
Jesus, this was still the Old Testament, so the law still applied.
I
The law
agree.
wasn't fulfilled.
I agree, which is what the law was never done away with. Jesus says in Matthew 28 to his disciples to teach everybody, even the Gentiles, to follow all the commandments that I gave you. This is one of the commands that he gave them, which is to follow the law of Moses. And he says that the law of Moses is not passing away until heaven and earth pass away. Do you think heaven and earth passed away?
No, no, what?
Well, if heaven and earth hasn't passed away, then neither has the law, because he says, truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass from the law until all is accomplished. And obviously all includes heaven and earth passing away, which is why he told his disciples to follow the law.
But that's still the Old Testament.
It's the New Testament. Matthew's the New Testament.
But it's, okay, the New Testament has nothing to do with what the Bible says the New Testament. The New Testament only takes place after Jesus Christ can implement the New Testament by becoming the propitiation for our sins. The New Testament
Actually, I don't think that actually fixes the problem. What you're trying to do is say that the New Testament period didn't start until he died, but that actually misses the point, because in Matthew 28, he is already dead and rose, and he tells his disciples to teach the nations everything that I've told you, everything that I've commanded you, go and teach it to everybody else. This is one of the things that he taught them.
So, like I said, you need to fact check yourself.
Did Jesus give you a time frame for when the law is done away with?
The law was done away with when Jesus Christ became the propitiation.
Did Jesus say that, or did Paul say that?
John actually said that.
Show me where Jesus said that.
Sure. The most famous verse in the Bible. John 3:16.
John 3:16 does not say that. It does not say that the law went away. This is wild. I love the confidence of people that haven't read the Bible. It's wild.
So what you're saying is that John 3:16 does not say that Jesus will abolish the law by giving up his life.
Does not say that.
But but that's the New Testament. The New Testament means that people don't have to keep the old laws anymore. They can put their faith in Jesus Christ.
Not according to Jesus. Only according to the people after Jesus died. So after Jesus died, the Gentiles came into the church and they're like, what the fuck is this circumcision stuff? We're not cutting our penises off. So they changed it and pretended like the law needed to be done away with, when Jesus never said that. Jesus never even came close to saying that, which is why he commanded all of his listeners to obey the law. He says, if you teach somebody not to follow the law, you'll be least in the kingdom of heaven. Do you want to be least in the kingdom of heaven?
Right, but this was the Old Testament. They were still under the old law because Jesus Christ.
Not according to Jesus. Show me where Jesus said that.
What do you mean?
Show me where any of this comes from Jesus. Also, Mark, thank you so much for the $250 on Cash App. Huge W. Thank you for supporting the stream, Mark. I really appreciate that. That's $250 more of atheist preaching for these Christians.
Okay, buddy. What do you mean show you where he said it?
Show me where Jesus ever said the law is going away with after I die.
Jesus never died.
After he got crucified.
Okay, yeah, he died, but he raised himself up again, meaning he conquered death. That's the
But
whole point of the New
I don't
Testament.
care. I don't care what you call it. I'm asking you to show me the verse where Jesus says the law is going away.
To show you the verse where Jesus says the law is going away,
Yep.
I literally showed you the transition from the Old Testament to the New Testament.
I'm asking for the verse. Show me the verse where Jesus says it.
The verse that you keep on quoting. This one right here.
The verse that I quoted said, not until heaven and earth passes away. So I know words are a little bit difficult for believers. We can go over it a couple times. We'll go through it real slow because he says, truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass from the law until all is accomplished. So then the first question I have to ask myself is, has heaven and earth, have they passed away? Maybe you can answer. Did heaven and earth pass away yet?
No, that's exactly.
Oh, interesting. So if the law is going to be in effect until heaven and earth pass away, and heaven and earth didn't pass away, then it just means that the law is still in effect.
You can't put your head in the sand and say la 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 and pretend that it's not true. Let me finish what I was saying.
No one heard what you were saying because you keep trying to shout over top of me, and what happens when you try to shout over top of me is nobody can hear you.
Okay. So I'll just let you shout over top. I'll listen, and then after I get done listening, I will sort through this mess that you've come up with in your head. I used to be an atheist, by the way.
I'm sure you were a great one.
I actually used to be an atheist.
I'm sure you were. I bet you were the best of them.
Okay. So go ahead and finish what you were saying, because it's kind of dumb.
In Matthew 5, 17 through 19, does Jesus say the law is going away?
No.
Okay. Can you find me a verse where Jesus does say that?
Yeah.
Cool. Where is it?
Matthew 5.
Matthew what?
Matthew 5. You can't just cherry pick. Matthew, open up Matthew 5.
Oh no.
Right. So you're thinking that you fell into my trap, but you still never let me finish what I was saying. So I'll let you keep thinking that because you're not going to look very smart after this. So
I am really very smart. I've read the entire chapter, my man.
Okay. Go ahead.
Do you know what it means to put a fence around the law?
To put a fence around the law.
Mm-hmm.
Where is that in the Bible?
I didn't say it was in the Bible. So what I'm describing to you is something that was common in Jewish practice, where what you did in order to strengthen a person's ability to follow the law is you made some of the laws more strict so that if somebody fails, they only fail in breaking the fence rather than breaking the actual law. Jesus does this in Matthew chapter 5. He makes some of the laws of Moses harder. He makes them more difficult. He doesn't take them away.
Okay.
Also, it makes him a heretic because in Deuteronomy chapter 4 and also in chapter 12, God says that you shouldn't add or take anything from my law. Also, in Deuteronomy on like 4 or 5 different occasions, God says that the law is forever, which is the other part of the pie. See, Jesus was actually a good Jew. Jesus knew that if you go to Deuteronomy, you'll find dozens of passages where God says to follow the law for literally ever. Deuteronomy 29:29, the secret things belong to the Lord God, but the revealed things belong to us and to our children forever to observe the law, all the words of this law. And then he says the same thing literally in the very next chapter. In fact, if you read the next chapter, he tells you that during the Messianic age, you're going to have to follow the law. It says the Lord your God will bring you into the land that your ancestors possessed, and you will possess it, and he will make you more prosperous and numerous than your ancestors. Moreover, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants, so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. Has that happened yet?
Yeah, the Bible says in Ezekiel that God will put the law in the hearts of believers.
And when did that happen?
It can only happen after the New Testament was fulfilled.
I agree, which is
finish.
why you should keep reading, because he says in verse 7, the Lord your God will put all these curses on your enemies and on the adversaries who took advantage of you. Then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all his commandments that I am commanding you today. So he says, when I circumcise your heart, you're going to observe all of the commandments that I'm giving you today. So that's the law of Moses. Law of Moses in Deuteronomy was delivered all in one day, shortly before he died, and they entered into the promised land. And he says, in the age when God finally circumcises the hearts of his people and they finally love him the way he wants to be loved, they're still going to follow the commandments given by Moses. Was God wrong?
No, I follow every single commandment given by Moses.
But you just said it was done away with.
It was fulfilled. That's what it says.
You said it was abolished.
It was abolished and fulfilled.
Abolished and fulfilled don't mean the same thing.
See, that's because you're trying to inject your ideas into the Bible.
You could just look at the definition of fulfill if you want. Maybe the words are tripping you up. Words are difficult.
5 is still the Old Testament.
Matthew chapter 5, it's like he didn't even hear what I said. Did you hear anything in Deuteronomy 30?
Yeah, I heard.
What?
Yes.
What's he say in verse 8? What did he say in verse 8?
All right.
Open up and find Deuteronomy.
I got it. Yeah, I already got it. And by the way,
book number 5.
Apologize of other Christians that came on here and been disrespectful to you. I very much respect you.
That's the sense I got.
Well, I'm not a very smart Christian. Okay, I'm not a very smart guy. I'm a dumb guy. I had take special classes in high school. I'm not even smart. So let's go through this. Matthew chapter 5, verse 8, right?
No, Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 8.
My bad. See, forgive my goldfish brain. I'm opened up at Deuteronomy chapter 5. I don't know why I said Matthew 5. So Deuteronomy chapter 5,
30,
verse 8.
30, verse 8.
30. Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 8, or Deuteronomy chapter 5, verse 8?
30, verse 8.
Let me flip here real quick. All right, Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 8. And thou shalt return and obey the voice of the Lord, and do all of his commandments which I command thee this day.
Yeah. And what laws were given on that day? Okay, so you do think that you should follow the laws of Moses then?
I do think we should follow the laws of Moses.
Awesome. Well, then we are finally in agreement. The problem is that Paul disagrees, but also, if I read you a law, can you tell me if it should be followed?
Whoa. Paul doesn't disagree.
Well,
the law was fulfilled by the New Testament.
He doesn't think you should do
That's
it.
why I keep saying
He doesn't think that you should follow the law, by the way. In fact, he tells you not to. In fact, he says, if you take the marks of circumcision, Christ is of no use for you. So you're trying to have your cake and eat it too, and it's not working very well. So if you think that you should follow the law of Moses, I'm really curious what you think about Deuteronomy 22. There's a curious law of Moses, and it's not a sacrificial law. So it's not like this is about animal sacrifice. It's just one of the moral laws. Let me know if Christians should follow this law still. It says, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her, dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. So before we'll pause right there, what do you think the evidence is that he was looking for?
When Jesus said this?
Jesus didn't say this. This is God speaking through Paul. I'm sorry, through Moses.
Jesus is God.
Sure, you can call it Jesus if you want. The question I'm asking is, what's the evidence that the man is expecting when he goes into his new wife?
The evidence that the man is expecting is that she is a virgin.
Right, but the evidence, not the claim. The claim is that she's a virgin. What's the evidence that she is one?
I'm not
Blood.
sure what evidence you would be looking for.
He's expecting blood.
I don't know.
All right. And that seems pretty obvious if you keep reading, because if he doesn't find the evidence, right, it says, the father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her, and now he's made up charges against her by saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity, but here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town, and the elders of that town shall take the man and punish him. So the evidence that you're a virgin is that there's blood on the marital sheet. We in agreement?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if the man's lying, he gets punished, right?
Yeah, lying to your neighbor is a pretty basic law.
Yeah, I agree that, men shouldn't lie. However, it says in verse 20, if, however, the charge is true that evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they shall bring out the young woman to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town shall stone her to death, because she committed a disgraceful act in Israel by prostituting herself in her father's house. So you must purge the evil from your midst. So the question I have then is, should we be stoning women who aren't being truthful about their virginity?
I mean, buddy, what did God say to the woman that was caught in adultery in the Old Testament?
He said, go and sin no more. Or, well, I mean, it depends on which one, but you're referring to John chapter 8. And the problem you're going to have in John chapter 8 is a couple things. One, it seems pretty clear that he's not convinced that she actually broke the law. Also, that's not original to John. That was added almost 600 years after Jesus. We don't have a single early manuscript that includes that story. And while it's an adorable story about Jesus trying to abrogate the law from Deuteronomy 22, not this law, a different law, it's not something that Jesus ever spoke. I'm asking you specifically about this law, which is, do you think it's good to follow?
I think this law should be read in the entirety context of the Bible, because the Bible says to avoid, right? So what you're doing is you're trying to say that Jesus is encouraging legalism. Legalism is a complete.
I didn't say that at all. I'm just asking if this is a good law. That's all. Is this a good law?
Trying to pull things out of the Pentateuch.
Is it a good law?
You're
I'm just asking. I'm just asking you your opinion. I'm aware. Can you even name the first 5 books of the Bible? Do you know what they are?
Yeah, I do.
What are they?
You're quoting from them.
What are the first 5?
So you got Genesis.
You're the
Genesis. Exodus. I'm not going to say I'm an expert. I'm just an inquisitor.
What's the next one?
I'm Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Deuteronomy. And,
almost.
Let's see.
You were close.
One more. I was close. All right, I got 4. Forgive me. All right.
Fair enough.
Let's see.
You missed Numbers, by the way.
Looks like the next. Was it number? Is it number? I didn't see it. I just guessed. Was that good for you?
Yeah, and I couldn't hear you flipping pages at all. Nobody here heard you flipping through Bible pages looking for the book. So I guess what I'm still hoping to find is an answer to my question, and I'm starting to think that you don't have an answer to the question. My question was, do you think that this was a good law?
Yeah, I think it was a good law, but I'm not Jewish. I
Ah,
believe in the New
okay.
Testament. I
What's
tried to
good
explain
about
this
it?
to you.
What's good about it?
What's good about it
Yep.
is that Jesus made the law for that specific time.
No, what's good about this specific law?
Uh, God commanded it.
So everything God commands is good, even killing
You're
innocent
talking about a
women?
time when, how are you what's your basis for good?
I didn't say anything good. I'm asking you, do you think it's good? So the thing that I think you're missing right now, and I'm shocked that you don't know this, but you do know that slightly less than half of women bleed the first time they have sex, right?
What'd you say?
So you are aware that slightly less than half of women bleed their first time, right?
No, I wasn't. I'm not a doctor.
That is the case. Yep. The data we have from the modern world and the ancient world shows that less than half of women actually bleed their first time, which means taking a woman and stoning her to death based on a faulty test and whether or not there's blood is kind of horrific no matter what time period it's in.
And you're using our time frame as a reference.
Nope, I've read the ancient Greeks and the ancient rabbinic writings, and they say the problem existed then too.
But you're using our time frame as a reference by asking me if I think it's right. I'm in the New Testament right now. I'm not Jewish. That's what
I'm just asking you, do you think it's right to kill innocent women?
Yes, it was.
Oh, so sometimes. So I just want to make sure we're clear. You think that sometimes it's okay to kill innocent women? Pretty wild.
Yeah, no, I didn't say that. I said it.
If God told you to stone an innocent woman, would you do it?
If God commanded me to stone an innocent woman, would I do it?
Yeah.
How many times do I have to say this? I'm not Jewish.
I didn't ask you if you're Jewish. I'm asking you if God tells you to do it, does it make it right by default? It's crazy
Jewish
how
principle.
he thinks shouting over top of me is going to work. It's never going to work here. So I'm just waiting for a simple answer, which is if God tells you to do it, it's always right to obey, isn't it?
At a time, it was, yes. Not anymore.
So now it's okay to disobey God.
You're asking me. I'm in the New Testament.
I know you are. And is it okay to disobey God?
Is it right for me to disobey God?
Yeah.
The God I accept by faith? No, It's not right.
Okay, so then if God told you that you need to stone a woman, would you do it?
He would not do that.
I didn't ask you if he would. I said if. That's how hypotheticals work, right? So the hypothetical doesn't mean that he would, doesn't mean that he even could. The way hypotheticals work is just a scenario to test the logic of somebody's brain state. So right now we're trying to test your logic and determine whether or not you would stone a woman. So we'll make it easier for you because like I realize that you feel like you're cornered and you're trying to change my question or run away from it. So we'll just say if you lived in ancient Israel and God told you to stone an innocent woman, would you do it?
Yes.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Now, if you're living in ancient Israel and God said, listen, I'm also going to enact my judgment on, we'll just fucking call it the Canadians for now, where I'm going to send you to war against the Canadians and you're going to have to dash babies' heads against stones. Would you do that too?
In ancient Israel.
Yep.
I'm going to dash the Canadians' heads.
Yeah.
If God commanded me to.
Yeah.
If in ancient Israel, if God commanded me to bash Canadians' heads,
baby Canadians,
baby Canadians' heads, would I do it?
Yep.
Just like Abraham
Yep.
Just like Abraham
Just asking.
was going to kill his son, and the angel actually stopped him. Yes, I would.
Got you.
I
would
go
now.
out to do it.
If let's imagine you're in ancient Israel and God says, before you dispose of the bodies of the babies that you smashed their heads open, we need you to turn them into ground beef, put them through the beef grinder, and then feed them to the cattle so that the cattle can have some good protein. You would do that too?
Whatever God commands me to do in ancient Israel, I would do.
To be clear, you would grind the babies up into meat then. You would grind them up into ground meat.
We're not in ancient Israel.
I didn't ask
So
you
what do
if we are in ancient Israel. I'm literally just asking you, do you, like if you're in ancient Israel, do you think you would ground them into ground meat if God told you?
So yeah, I would.
Oh,
'Cause
gotcha.
that's what God
Okay.
told me.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
I
would.
What a valuable religion. It's amazing to me. They'll make Christians say the craziest things. Like you can literally get them to confess to anything. There's nothing they wouldn't do.
Nothing. You extrapolated nothing.
It's wild to me. Oh boy. So, last question. I want to test. I want to test this idea that Jesus is somehow special, because like you're putting a lot of stuff on Jesus right now, and I don't think you really should. Why would anyone believe that Jesus is the Messiah?
Because the Bible says, do you know that you're quoting from the Old Testament?
As it
Right.
turns out, I know what I'm quoting from.
Apparently not.
Apparently so. And just to be clear, Christian, between you and me, I'm the only one that's actually read the book.
You've read the book, but in front of all these people, and I'm sure someone's done the research. Before Jesus
Yeah,
died
me.
on the cross,
I've
that
done the
was
research.
Old Testament.
I did the
Do it
research.
again.
I have a master's degree in
Do it
biblical
again.
studies.
Okay, so then do it again, please.
I already did it.
Show me your research where it says that when Jesus said that was the New Testament. Because I
Said
know
what?
you're wrong. And that
The
is
word New
intellectually
Testament, the word New Testament
That-
doesn't show up on Jesus' lips ever.
No, absolutely not. That is intellectually dishonest. For
What's
you to
intellectually
say-
dishonest is you demanding that the Bible says something that it doesn't say. It's crazy how people will refuse to actually read the book, and then they demand words to show up in it that don't show up in it. Of course they would, because they've never read it.
So show me your research on screen if you're so confident, please. Which I would like to see myself.
Yeah.
Because I'm confident. I'm 100% confident. 101%.
I've shown you all my research so far. Maybe you shouldn't be 100% confident because you're getting blown out on every talking point. Maybe you should have a little bit of humility.
You're being intellectually dishonest. You haven't quoted the New
Well,
Testament.
What was I dishonest about it? I quoted you Matthew chapter 5. What else do you need?
Old Testament. It doesn't matter what the scholars say. I said
So-
the theology. is
so again,
preserved.
That's something that Jesus never said, and I'm showing this to you because it's a contradiction. Both Jesus and his daddy said that the law is going to be in effect forever. It wasn't until Jesus died that anybody got the idea that they didn't need the law, and that wasn't from Jesus's mouth. It's a direct contradiction of what Jesus said. It's a direct contradiction of what his daddy said. So we'll try this again. In the Hebrew Bible, in the Old Testament, did God ever say that the law is going away?
Yeah,
Show it to me.
he did. He
Show it
said
to
it's
me.
going to, and it's
Show
going
it.
to. He said it's
Sh-
going to be made new by fulfilling it.
Show me that.
The
Show
law
me
never
in the
went away.
Old
The law-
Testament. Show me in the Old Testament where
The
God
law
says the
was-
law is going away. Show me. Show me your research.
The verse you quoted,
Let me see your research in the
You
Old
quoted.
Testament. The verse I quoted
did it
said
for
the
me.
opposite. Deuteronomy 30 says the opposite. Were you listening? We'll read it again for him since he wasn't listening the first time. Deuteronomy 30 is literally spoken by God himself to Moses. And you already admitted that the time when God circumcises the hearts of his people is during the Messianic age. And he says, during this age, you shall again obey the Lord, observing all his commandments that I'm commanding you today, which means even after Jesus is dead, you gotta follow the commandments.
The Jesus who's speaking in the Old Testament
And he
and the
said,
New Testament.
and
You
he
know,
said,
Jesus
he
is
said,
God.
he said in Deuteronomy 30, how long to follow the law.
So everything in the Bible was said by Jesus. You
He's
get that, right?
totally concussed. No, I disagree. You're totally concussed. So I'm going to put some notes on the board since you're not able to track. I'm just give me 1 second. It's okay that you've never actually read the book. We're pretty used to people not reading the book. I'm going to go ahead and put a notepad up here on the board. Let's see. Is that it? That's my notepad. There we go. We'll get the notepad up here. So
Jesus.
We'll just say premise number 1 on our notepads is going to be Deuteronomy 30 says there will be a time
when you got your master's.
There will be a time when hearts are circumcised. Yes or no?
I will answer your question. Let me show you that Jesus is
I just need you to agree or disagree with premise number 1. Deuteronomy 30 says that there will be a time when hearts are circumcised. Yes or no? The crash out's wild tonight.
Buddy, is your name Seth?
It certainly isn't. I'm just asking you to answer the question. Deuteronomy 30 says that there will be a time when hearts are circumcised. Yes or no?
All right. By the way, sure, there is going to be a time when hearts are circumcised. Please let me.
There we go. And finally, we're going to get there. Premise number 2 is that the time when hearts are circumcised is in we're going to call it the New Testament era. Is that what you want to call it?
Yeah. When does the New Testament start?
Whenever you want it to. I don't really care right now. You can call it any time you want. It's irrelevant to the argument that's being had right now. Okay. So premise number 2 is that the time when hearts are circumcised is the New Testament era. Now, premise number 3 is that according to Deuteronomy 30, when hearts are circumcised, they will follow the laws given by Moses. Yes or no?
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to.
Yes or no?
You know what? I didn't hear you. I'm gonna be honest.
I know, because you're busy crashing out. So premise number 3 is according to Deuteronomy 30, when hearts are circumcised, they will follow the laws given by Moses. Yes or no?
When hearts are circumcised, they will follow the law of Moses. Yes or no? Right?
Yes or no?
The answer to your question is yes.
Yes. Oh, interesting. Okay. So then the conclusion naturally follows. And the conclusion is that during the New Testament era, they will follow the laws of Moses. Done.
Yeah, that's 100%.
Awesome. So they're going to follow the law of Moses because that's what God.
Law of Moses, which is the whole point of the New Testament.
Actually, it doesn't say remastered law of Moses. In fact, what it literally says is, "You shall again obey the Lord, observing all His commandments that I am commanding you today." He's saying you're not going to follow different commandments. He says you're going to follow the commandments that I'm giving you today. What are the commandments that were given on that day?
Exactly.
What are the commandments? What are the commandments that are given on that day?
Whatever God commands is true.
What commandments were giving? Which commandments were given on that day?
I can't even see what you're. Sorry, dude. I can't even see like what you're pulling up. Like I'm trying to read it, but it's like really hard to
Squint
see.
real good.
Hold on, let me try to read. Okay. So then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all his commandments that I am commanding you today.
You got
And the
it.
Lord
And
will
what
make
commandments
you
are those?
the commandments of Moses.
There you go. So he says, when the hearts are circumcised, you will follow the laws of Moses, didn't he?
Yes.
Okay, so what that means is that in the New Testament era, they will follow the law of Moses. And now you see that the Bible has a major theological contradiction between whether or not you should or shouldn't follow the law of Moses. And not only that, we got a second helping of baby paste already. This early in the live stream, I feel a little bit special that we were able to make it happen so quickly. It really makes for a good live stream. Dumb Christian, thanks for coming and playing the game. It was a lot of fun, but I think at this point, I think we've heard enough of you. All right. Wow, he was special. He certainly was special. Not the good kind of special. Not the good kind of special, but he's going to get clipped. I don't know much in life, you friends, but I know that motherfucker's going to get clipped. That's going to happen. He's going to get clipped, and it's a lot of people are going to watch that crash out. It's going to be pretty wild. Okay. Let me grab a couple super chats. Golok, thank you for the 66 pounds. Big W, my friend. I really appreciate it. It says, do all Christians have ADHD? I know. It feels like they do. They really don't. I make fun of them too much. The reality is, when you become uncomfortable in a dialogue, what happens is you lose your ability to track your thoughts, right? Your brain is like going left and right. Like you get disoriented, right? And that's what happens. So that's why we get Christians up here and it looks like they're suffering with adult ADHD, but in reality, they're just completely disoriented. B Green, sorry, thank you for the super chat. So relying on biblical accounts is essentially trusting hearsay. I agree. I would find faith more compelling if it were documented miracles. I'm sorry, if there were documented miracles or verified instances where the laws of physics and biology were actually broken. I agree. And plus, like of the supposed miracle accounts, it's never like somebody was like missing a leg and it grew back. It's always like he had a form of cancer that was likely to go into remission on its own, and golly gee, it did. That's usually the type of miracles that we get. They're not showing up at St. Jude and clearing all the beds. OC says, theist, God bless your heart. Atheist, may Doug's percussive maintenance bring you wisdom. I like that one. It's a little wordy, but I like it. And big W for using percussive maintenance. I like that one. Percy says, Justin, you gave a pep talk to a caller on the last live about, I think you mean making everyone, having, okay, a good one. It lifted my spirits and I would love more of that. Well, Percy, I'll do what I can, friend. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting the stream. Hope you're doing well. Meg, also in the house, good to see you, Meg, says, currently pissing off a bunch of Christians with a simple meme. I love that, right? Enjoying the hell out of it. Heard all the same arguments that we hear here. We'll be referring back to the cheat sheet if necessary. Meg, I love to hear that the talking points are helping you out. It really does make my day. Big W. Famous Amos says, in reference to God bless your heart for atheism, I think you say it already. That's adorable. Oh, maybe we could use that's adorable, or that's an adorable take. Rock hard for Doug. Simply what for sharing. You know what? I think you're right. I think that's what I'll continue to use that particular one. And follow up says, today I saw a video about Psalm 109, 7 through 15. What are your thoughts on this passage? Who is it actually about? Thanks for all you do. Rock hard for Doug and simply what for sure. And so Psalm 109, I thought was about the Babylonians. Or let me double check. I'm thinking Psalm 139 maybe. But it is, let's see, full chapter says, to the leader of David, a psalm. Do not be silent, O God of my praise, for the wicked and deceitful mouths are against me, speaking against me with lying tongues. They surround me with... Okay, so David's talking. He's having a lamentation. Says, when he is tried, let him be found guilty. Let his prayer be counted as sin. May the... Okay. Okay, so obviously somebody is accosting David. It's hard to say who. David was... he was chased out of the palace by Absalom. He was nearly killed by King Saul. This could be about a lot of people. David had a lot of enemies. In fact, even when he was holed up at Ziklag, he would have had enemies down there as well. Clearly, it's just about one of David's enemies. I bet there's all kinds of literature trying to guess who the specific enemy is, but I can't say that I've ever wondered. But it certainly is a good question. I'd be curious to read up on that one. I'll have to check into it. Realm says, it's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's this caller running by with the goalpost. Yeah, I think you're right, actually. I think you're right. Astronova, good to see you tonight, my friend. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, I used to be an atheist. Says nearly every Christian born and raised by Christian parents. Just another lie used in an attempt to convert atheists. Lying is fundamental to Christians. I agree, and you guys know, without lies, Christianity dies. That's why all of their apologists always run the whole shtick, I used to be an atheist. No, you didn't, you liar. And Ainikineken says he admitted there was no proof. I know, right? Now he's trying to be pedantic about the books he uses to inform his faith. I know, right? I need to know if his family smiles when he comes around or do they frown. I'm assuming they're not a whole lot of smiles. That's not the guy you want at Thanksgiving dinner. Base to Sherry, good to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says, I've fulfilled the construction requirements for this house. Now watch me abolish it. Jackass, I know. It's such a horrible talking point, but it's all they got, y'all. Drew, good to see you. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, so his argument is that I can't show that God isn't imaginary because I'm just too stupid. Regardless, God isn't imaginary. Isn't that the craziest thing? Is like, it's funny that he came up and admitted right away that he wasn't too bright, and then he proceeded to argue with me like he thought he was smart. It's weird how many times they can contradict each other. Mixtra says, Justin makes Christians short circuit from the programming. That is the case. The truth causes them to freak out and pace from side to side because they are struggling with words from the Bible they don't understand. Not only do they don't understand them, they've never seen them before. Like, they're literally getting blindsided by passages they've never seen and nobody warned them about. Mixtra says, my ADHD is a Buddhist monk compared to the dumb Christian caller. Dude, you are nice, but I need to sit the fuck down and focus on what you were hearing. Listen, that guy didn't have focus. He had many things. He didn't have focus. Ekipoo, thank you for the super chat, says, I love how these people are telling on themselves on the internet. Yes, Officer, the psycho's over here. I know. I couldn't believe how ready he was to say he would do horrible atrocities to infants. And Side says, Justin, I'm always amazed at how calm you are with these crazy theists. Well, I got to be honest, I think you get used to it. Like, you see the same thing over and over again, and you're just kind of like, well, fucking, it's just another Tuesday, right? All right, I've got 4 more super chats, and we're getting our next guest in here. Pete says, thanks for cementing the BS of this God. He can create trillions of stuff in the universe, but limited knowledge on the hymen did it. Limited knowledge on the hymen did it. I'm a member for entertainment purposes only, and always love the cookout. PD, praise God. Thank you so much, Pete. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's wild to watch people read some of these passages for the first time and then just literally crash because they have no idea what to do with it. Make it so, says Doug, sacrifice his son, charcoal, so that Justin can cook Christians over the fire of evidence and logic, thus bringing enlightenment to us all. Well, thank you for that. And we're definitely we're doing some cooking. We're doing some cooking. Tom Roman, thank you for the 20 super chat. Says, do you know of any Bible for skeptics with annotations outlining the contradictions, errors, and added passages? Not so much. I think the closest you're going to get is the Skeptics Annotated Bible, I think it was to call it. And there's also the Encyclopedia of Biblical Errancy. That's something that you can check into. And then also when my book comes out, check for that, friend. Miss Anthropology, good to see you. Says, am I wrong to assume that Christians believe miracles are rare? I think it depends on the Christian. The type of Christians I hung out with thought they were pretty common, right? If so, how can something like childbirth be a miracle if it happened 1,000 times a day? That's a fair point. Is it a miracle if it's common? I would say no. If it happens commonly, I don't know how we'd call it a miracle. But my understanding is that most Christians, when they say that childbirth is a miracle, they're just saying that life is magical and it comes from God. Not that every instance is God performing a miracle. I think a lot of people just use it like idiomatically because the childbirth is so overwhelming for them. Jordan, last super chat from Jordan says, does Isaiah saying your righteousness is like filthy rags destroy the Christian argument that we send ourselves to hell by choosing sin? Would we go to hell even if we did good works? No, So nothing in the Bible says that if you're unrighteous, you're going to go to hell. That's not in the Hebrew Bible, at least. The New Testament says that kind of nonsense. The Old Testament, you'll never find it. There's not a single word of the Old Testament that says if you're just not perfectly righteous, you're doomed for all of eternity. That's just not in there. And even the New Testament seems to be walking this back. And there were, in fact, righteous people. Like Zechariah and Elizabeth were righteous. Noah was righteous. 2 Peter chapter 2 says that Lot was righteous. There's got a lot of righteous people in the Bible. So, I mean, there's no shortage of them. Good question, though. All right, let's get our next guest in here.
Real quick, I only came up for a second because I wanted to tell you that I'm in the middle of editing right now. But when you were debating that last guest, there was a moment where he was talking about how Jesus may have commanded them to keep the law prior to the institution of the new covenant, but afterwards it didn't. I was going to come up and I was going to bring out Matthew 28, but literally as soon as I thought it, you did the same exact quote. I was like, always synced up the two of us. Anyways, that's all I had to say.
Well, I hope you're doing well, buddy. If you get some free time, come back and cook.
Yeah, I'm just I managed to get the internet somewhat fixed by unplugging the router for 5 minutes and then plugging it back in. And
y'all, you gotta support our boy over here so we can get him in some good internet.
I'm 38% of the way there towards the goal, and then moving out. All
good,
right,
good.
I'll talk to you later.
All right, cheers, buddy. All right, I don't know who was in first, if it was Kills with Dignity or Fubar Bazat. But I'm going to do Kills first. I think Kills was in first, and then we'll move on from there.
It was definitely me, bro. It was definitely me.
Well, welcome in, Kills.
You would never question. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. Appreciate it.
Kills, are you at least 18?
Yes, man. I'm 26 years old, living in North Carolina.
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
I don't just believe in God. I know God exists.
Sure you do. Which God do you know exists?
So before we start, let me be clear. I'm not defending a human-like deity, miracles, or religious folklore. I reject that equally as well. What I'm arguing is the reality requires a necessary, eternal foundation, and physics already believes in it. It just refuses to call it God.
Oh, what do you think? What do you think it is?
Well, if we're debating whether that foundation exists, and that's physics, right? If we're debating what to name it, that's philosophy. So to me, energy is God.
Well, that can't work out because energy isn't a thing.
How is energy not a thing?
Energy is a property of things. Energy is the measurement of change of things. Like you can't have a bucket of energy.
That's definitely not true because matter is true. Matter is nothing but frozen energy in itself, and even Einstein states that for himself.
And you'd be wrong. He doesn't say that, and I don't think you understand E equals mc squared. It doesn't say that energy is some sort of in its own state of existence, and then it gets converted. So energy is referring to the movement, like the actual stuff. like atoms, different things like that. When those move, which and they do because they have to, when those move, we say that it has a certain amount of energy. That energy is calculated based on how much movement and how fast.
So, now, I'm hearing you. I am hearing you on outright. You're Deconstructed. Is that your name?
My name is Justin.
Oh, Justin. Okay, cool. It's cool, man. Pleasure meeting you. Pleasure meeting you. Okay. So now, explain to me why Einstein is literally quoted saying Einstein showed that mass is frozen energy and that space-time in itself is dynamic. In other words, reality is not built from objects, but the relationships governed by energy.
Yeah, the problem that you have is you don't understand what he means when he says energy. He's not referring to a bucket of something that we can call energy. Energy is a property of a given system. So what you've done is you've like quote mined Einstein without actually understanding this. And if you took any physics classes, you would know this. And I really only got to take like 2 physics classes when I was in high school, and this was abundantly clear. So like I'm an electrical engineer by trade. Do you think that electricity is an energy?
I mean, yeah, electricity can be an energy, absolutely.
And what do you think we mean when we say that electricity is an energy?
What do I think that you mean? You're conducting electrons. You're conducting electrons.
Conducting electrons?
Yeah.
So
that's electricity. Yeah.
It is.
That's the basic principle.
The basic principle is that energy is a measurement of the given piece of material. Material doesn't really get to it because you can have energy that is attributed to things that are in the quantum world, and then calling it matter is kind of a different task. But the reality is, like in physics, when we talk about energy, energy is not a thing. It's not a stuff. It's a property of things that are stuff.
But no, energy is a thing. It absolutely is, because you can't say it's not when it's something that is it is never created nor destroyed. You can't create energy.
No, energy is conserved, but energy is not a thing. It's a description. It's parameters. It's properties.
But it very much is a thing, because you can
It's
actually
very much
test it.
not.
You can test it, can you not?
You can test the
You put it on a grid every
change.
single day.
You
put it on a
can't
grid every single day.
you can't
You're using
test
it right now.
you can't test for energy. You can test to see if things in the physical world are moving. If they're moving, you say that it has energy, and then you can calculate how much energy based on the amount of change.
So are you saying that electromagnetism doesn't exist? Are you saying that gravity doesn't exist? Are you
didn't say
stating that electrons don't exist?
I didn't say that at all. All you need is a basic definition from the internet on energy. Energy is the quantitative property that is transferred to a body or to a physical system, recognizable in the performance of work. So it's a transferable, measurable property of things in the real world. It's the quantitative part.
Okay, now how does God operate via the Bible?
All right, yeah, we'll put that one. All right, well, God operates via the Bible in impossible ways. Like it says that he spoke things into existence, but the problem is if you don't have an atmosphere, you can't speak. If you don't have a mouth, you can't speak either.
What makes you claim that? You don't believe in telepathy? You don't believe in energy? You don't
I
believe
believe
in,
I believe
electromagnetism?
not in telepathy. I do believe in magnetism. Magnetism is caused by fields, not by magic. And energy, again, isn't a thing that exists independently. It is a quantitative property of things that do exist.
It definitely does exist independently, and we can definitely verify
Well,
that. Because
you'd be wrong.
You can go to vast voids of space, and you can collect energy inside of it with nothing there.
No,
So
you
it very
can't.
much does exist. Yes, you can.
No, you can't. Actually,
Oh, you absolutely
hey,
can.
let's just clown this goof as much as possible. Y'all go and send the bat signal for Dr. Blitz, and let's bring Dr. Blitz in here to clown this guy on physics.
Dr. Blitz is the one that actually refuses to have this conversation with me over
Yeah,
and over again.
I find that doubtful. Dr. Blitz probably clowned you
love that.
and then
I would
won't let
love
you
to
come
have a
back
conversation.
because you have not even a basic understanding of physics, and that seems pretty demonstrable from what we've seen so far.
I mean, when you have three physicists behind you who support your claim,
But you don't. You fundamentally you don't understand what they're saying.
I have Steinfeld, I have Einstein, and then I also have
You don't
God,
understand what Einstein's saying.
I do though. I very much
No, you
do
don't.
understand what
You very much don't.
because
Which
I
is
don't,
why-
I don't see. I don't,
Which
I
is
don't look
why
at
when
God
Dr.
as-
Blitz
as a-
talked
as
to
a-
you,
as a-
he probably
as a
told you that
pure-
you were a moron, and you think that
No.
you know more than the guy with the PhD. Like you think you
No, he's
understand
never called me
what
a moron.
Einstein was saying when you have. Would I be correct in suggesting or even assuming that you don't have any like formal education in science?
What do you mean? I have no formal education in science. What makes you make that?
What's
kind of
your
statement?
what's your highest grade level where you took scientific education?
I mean, I graduated high school, but does that require me
making
to
sure.
study? When I get out of school, does that mean I can't study on my own and educate
What it
myself?
means is you're not actually
Do I
equipped
do I-
to
do I-
study
do I have to
things
pay-
adequately
do I have to
because what
pay
happens
thou- do I
is
have
you
to
go
pay
on the
thousands of
internet
dollars
and
to
you
gain
don't actually
$10?
understand how
Do I
definitions
have to
work.
pay- do
So
I have
then
to
you
pay
find
thousands of
these
dollars to
quotes
gain this
by like
information?
different physicists who said things, and then you fundamentally don't actually understand what they mean because you don't even know the basics. You don't even know what energy means. So what you do
But
is
I
you
do.
take these bad
I do.
definitions of words and then you try to apply them to things that like physicists have said, and then you quote mine physicists without understanding what their quote even means.
I definitely do know what their quote means. See, the issue is that you're actually struggling here.
It's
because you know
crazy
that you can't
that
argue
you
against
couldn't
energy
even
because
give me a definition of energy.
Energy is the one thing. Energy is the one thing that is omnipresent, right? Energy is the one thing that can be
Energy
omnipresent.
doesn't have presence.
Absolutely, hands down.
No,
It
it has
does,
no
though.
presence.
It does. Because
No, it
without
doesn't.
because you would not exist without energy. You would
Wrong
not
again.
exist without
So
energy.
energy
No, that's
doesn't
true.
have
You can't
a
say that's
presence.
wrong, bro. You can't say that's wrong because energy.
I just did.
cannot be
Energy
created
isn't a
nor
thing that
destroyed.
has ontological status. It's a quantitative property.
Energy cannot be created nor destroyed.
Energy is
And
a quantitative
what-
property.
What created
It's
the
crazy
Big Bang?
that
What
he
created
can't
the Big Bang?
he can't
It has
track.
to
We're
be
not
it has to be an energy.
we're
there
not
has to be an
actually
energy
we're not
system after
actually
that.
going to move forward until you agree the definition of energy.
I don't have to agree with anything that you're saying.
You do. The definition
I
of
don't,
energy is that it's a
That's the point of
quantitative
a
property.
debate, man.
The point of the debate
is not
is-
me agreeing with anything. It's you.
Well, the
it's
point
you
of the
giving me
debate is
information
you
and me
understanding that you're using
That's
words
what a
wrong.
debate is.
So show
what a
me
debate
show
is.
me where your definition of energy comes from, and then I'll show you mine.
What my definition of energy is.
Yep.
So, my definition of energy, just so we're very clear, okay?
No, show me where it
is-
comes from.
Show you where it comes from. Well, it comes from
Mm-hmm.
multiple different things, such as electromagnetism, such as
No,
gravity.
no,
These
where
are-
the
these are forms of
definition
energy.
came from.
These are forms of energy.
Show me
These are
where
forms of energy.
show me where your definition of the word comes from.
I mean, I'll pull it right out of Merriam-Webster. I'll stick with that. I don't have to.
Show it to me.
Change anything. Well, you're the one with the computer. I'm not jumping off to look up Merriam-Webster's exact definition.
No, I'll wait. Go ahead and find it.
You'll wait. Okay. All right. I'll be
Mhm.
right back.
You're not going to find it, by the way.
I got to jump back and forth. Okay. So
Yeah, take your time.
the power or ability to be
Mhm.
active,
To do work, probably, right?
the physical or mental
Mental.
strength to do things. Strength to do things. I'm jumping back and forth. I'm sorry.
That's-
I can only keep a few words in my head. So I'm sorry.
That's
Don't worry.
that's obviously an idiomatic expression for energy.
And the capacity to do things.
The
That is
capacity to do
Merriam-Webster
the
definition
capacity to
of-
do work.
of energy.
The capacity to do work.
No, to do things, not work. Things. To do things.
Doing things
That
is called
that's the exact. That is
doing
the exact
things is-
definition.
doing things in physics is called work.
Not necessarily.
It is.
No.
As someone who actually took physics class, yeah.
So you're telling me that stagnant energy is doing work?
I didn't. There's no such thing as stagnant energy.
Yes, there is.
No, there's not.
You can grab it from the void of space. Yes,
That doesn't mean it's stagnant.
This has been studied and tested and proven within science.
Oh yeah, show me who did it.
Number one, the first person that was actually doing it was Tesla. He was doing
he
it.
did not. It's not stagnant energy. Do you know what the word stagnant means? What do you think the word stagnant means? What do you think the word stagnant means?
That was Tesla.
What do you think the word stagnant means?
Unmoving.
Exactly. And in order for energy to be had, it has to be moving.
Doesn't have to be moving.
Yeah.
No.
So energy is a quantitative property of things, and we measure it by the movement and velocity. The position and the velocity of something is how we capture or how we calculate the amount of energy is being worked. Mm-hmm. So if something has zero movement, zero position change, and zero velocity, then it's not actually working.
Okay, I will concede with you on that one. Because a vibration is still technically a movement and a motion. So
yes, it is.
I will concede. Yeah, I will concede with you on
now,
that one. Yeah.
Let's get off the bad science that you clearly don't understand and get on to the argument for God.
It's not bad science. I mean, God is energy, nothing but energy. That's the one thing that can be omnipresent. That's the one thing that existed before the Big Bang.
Well, that doesn't work based on the definition of energy.
That is the one thing that created the Big Bang.
That doesn't work because of the definition of energy. You're wrong.
Outside of a reality. God does not exist outside of our reality.
God can't be energy because energy doesn't exist.
Energy does exist.
Energy does not exist.
Energy doesn't exist.
Energy doesn't exist.
Then you're exactly saying that
energy is an abstract concept. This is clearly over your head. You should have actually listened to Dr. Blitz when you talked to him.
Well, Dr. Blitz, like,
all right, you're not intelligent enough to be here. I'm not going to make my audience suffer through even a single more minute of this. This is absolutely fucking nonsense. If energy is just a quantitative property of things that exist, God can't be energy. God is not a quantitative property. God has qualitative properties, but he is not himself a property. What a loon. The Greater Fool Band, thank you for the $20 super chat, says, is there a more surefire sign of dishonest idiot when they refuse to engage in a hypothetical? Very few. Very few more clear signs than that. People that are terrified of engaging in hypotheticals are basically telling on themselves. That's my opinion. Melissa, good to see you. Says, what do you think about Jedi? Well, I'm not a Jedi, so I don't know if I can tell you too much. I do know that I do like some fake religions. I like a good fake religion. Drew, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, if God is energy, does that mean that Satan is dark energy? Oh, maybe. That's a good idea, Drew. I didn't consider that, but I think you're right. I think you're right. And thank you for the follow-up, my friend. It says the Bible is energy. I mean, you can burn the Bible to generate energy. So fucking true. This is true. As an energy source, the Bible's pretty efficient. Like you can make some Bible page paper logs. You could probably burn for quite a while. I don't know how long a Bible can burn, but I bet it'll burn long enough you can cook a steak over it or something. Ezekiel says, I love when Justin cooks callers that think they know the Bible. Keep cooking. We love what you're serving up. Well, thank you, Ezekiel. I appreciate that. And yeah, my favorite is when I get somebody really overconfident about the Bible. They never know what's in it. Trent says, this dude reminds me of Reverend X from the Spirit of Truth videos. I've never seen him, but without the Drugius. Are you laughing, biatch? Rock hard for Doug. BMF for life. BMF for life is new. Love it. I haven't seen it. I don't know the reference, but thank you, Trent. And also, Mr. Denny, thank you for the super chat. Says, imagine the crazy shit we could make these Christians do if telepathy was real. I know. There's nothing they wouldn't do. As long as they think it's coming from God, they'll do that shit. Deep Blue says, if marriage is supposed to be between one man and one woman, according to Christianity, what is up with David's 10 wives? Well, that's the thing is, like, polygamy, it was always endorsed in the Bible. There's nothing in the Bible that makes it seem like it was not okay. Like that's just strictly something that came later that somebody forced onto the text. John says, what is the current baby pace record for one live? I don't know. I think we've probably done 2 or 3 in one live. We could do 4. We can shoot for 4. We'll see. I don't know. I can't stay up till 2 in the morning tonight, so I don't know if we'll have time for it, but we can hope. We can hope. D Murky says it's disgusting. It's disgusting. The caller would do whatever his God would command, but how does he know it's his God and that's commanding it? So that's a fair point. That's why I always say, like, if you think God commanded you to do something, the first thing you should do is question if you're like losing your mind. Don't go do it. Focus says proof you're dishonest is Hebrews 10:9. Please read the passage and explain it. I think you mean me. You think I'm dishonest, but also you spelled "you're" wrong. It's Y-O-U, and then you need the apostrophe. Did they teach you about apostrophes? Do you know about apostrophes? Oh well. Also, Hebrews 10 is in the New Testament, and my claim was in fact that the words of Jesus and that the words of Daddy are that the law is forever. I'm aware that the New Testament says the law was abolished. Hebrews says it like 6 different times. Ephesians chapter 2, verse 14 and 15 says it. You clearly weren't listening. This is the one passage you got from Hebrews that says, see, I've come to do your will. He abolishes the first in order to establish the second. Agreed. That's why it's a contradiction, Focus. Maybe if you were focusing on listening to the conversation, you would know that what you've done is demonstrated that the New Testament has a contradiction. It contradicts whether or not you got to follow the law. And coming up with another fail, what he fails to mention is he talks over guests by muting them. Nope. I didn't mute either of those guests. In fact, the only guest that got muted today was the first Philbro that came in and that was wanted to shout at me. I didn't mute either of the guests or any of the guests after that. But my guess is you've probably been on some live streams and got muted because based on your super chats, you're in complete asshat is what I would describe you as. That's what I'm guessing. All right, last super chat for now from our friend Genji. Thank you so much for the $25 super chat. Would Esarhaddon have been a good real estate agent for Lakish? I don't think I like Esarhaddon's real estate model, which is like not divide and conquer, it's conquer and divide. He did make some pretty interesting treaties, though. If you read like his suzerain vassal treaties, as they're called, like I think he's got one with Tyre, he's got a couple others. They're pretty interesting. The devastating part is that the suzerain vassal treaty was the inspiration for the Book of Deuteronomy. So there's that. If you went to any type of Bible college and studied the Hebrew Bible, that's like one of the first things you learn is that Deuteronomy is laid out just like a vassal treaty. Iskander Dodor says, Justin, have you ever had callers besides Christians and Muslims coming in to defend their imaginary sky daddy? I do. Yeah. We get people of all different religions in here. It's just that the Abrahamics come in the most. Shishi says, just paying my tithes and saying a huge thanks to you and all your co-hosts and hi to Sarah. Well, thank you. Super appreciate it. And Dylan says, the weight of Doug hath crushed the mind of the Phil God and his Phil bros. I know, that's the problem. To be fair, their mind wasn't much to write home about anyways. I'm sorry, I'm trying to make sure I get some of the super chats from before so we don't lose them. Benny says, I thought Christians were supposed to pick up their cross and become martyrs, and that means telling everyone about Jesus. That's why I asked. Oh, interesting. I mean, that's why Christians are up in here, right? Because it's their job. Their job is to preach to us, right? Space Lord said, one study hooked individual mouse neurons to a grid. That brain learned to fly a plane in a flight simulator. I know, isn't that crazy? Like lots of animals, we've done this test on where we hooked their brains up to like scan the brain, and then they were able to do all kinds of really cool stuff with it, you know? Okay. Let's get Fubar in here. Welcome in, Fubar.
Hello?
Hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yep. Fubar, are you at least 18? And do you believe in God?
Depends on the day. Some days yes, some days no.
Well, is today a day that you do?
Sure. I would love to chat about the guest not prior to me, but the one before that, Numb Christian.
Well,
I've kind of watched your live for a while, and
he's
sorry,
not
go
here
ahead.
to defend himself.
Yeah, sorry, no, the topic, not the person.
Okay, so what religion are you defending?
Christianity.
Gotcha. So you may or may not be a Christian.
I would say deconstructing Christian for the past decade.
The long one. Okay. So I'll ask you the same question that I ask everybody, which is, what do you think is the best evidence for your God being real?
Yeah, honestly, I don't have an answer to that. I think it's almost impossible to give an answer to that question. I understand why you ask it. I don't have a super long time. I've watched your life for a while, but I did wonder if we could revisit the topic of the fulfill verses you were talking about in Matthew 5:17. Mostly because I'm not looking to argue, but mostly looking to learn.
Well,
Like I said, I've watched.
I'm
What?
actually specifically looking for someone to argue with me.
Okay. I mean, I would say I can give my viewpoint or like understanding
I
of
mean,
fulfill.
do you disagree with me?
Which part?
Matthew 5:17 through 19. Do you disagree and what it means?
Possibly. I think that
Okay.
you mentioned abolish versus fulfill.
Does abolish and
And
fulfill have different meanings?
yeah, definitely. I see
Okay,
them
what
as
what does
having
abolish
different meanings.
mean?
I would say abolish means like get rid of completely.
Okay, and what's fulfill mean?
Yeah, that's the question I'm interested in entertaining. Um, to me, I could see it meaning to complete or to bring true meaning to.
Well, the second definition you could use, this first definition you might be able to use as to whether or not you think complete means it's done. Because if it's done, that means abolish.
Yeah.
And he didn't come to abolish,
I
so it
think.
can't mean that.
Yeah, maybe. I guess when I think about complete or done, could the law have had a point to make, and was the point made in the crucifixion?
No, it
When I
wasn't
say
made in the
complete, that's what I
crucifixion,
mean.
because Jesus says that not a letter is going to pass away from the law until heaven and earth pass away, which means the law is in effect, which is why he tells you to follow it. If he told you to follow it only until I die, he could have said that, but he didn't say that.
Mm, mm. Do you think that until heaven and earth passed away? I know this is kind of an annoying question to ask, but do you think that's very, very literal, or possibly not quite so literal?
Very little. In Jewish apocalypticism, they believe that God was going to completely redo the heaven and the earth. And part of this is because it says so in the Hebrew Bible, specifically Isaiah chapter 65. And now he's gone.
Sorry, I switched over to on my phone to Chrome to look at these verses. I didn't realize it was going to put me on mute.
Mm-hmm.
Isaiah 65, you were saying, yeah, I'd love to check that out. I haven't actually, I'm not super familiar with that.
Yep. So there's a new heaven and a new earth according to the Hebrew Bible, and then the dead are going to be raised according to some passages like Daniel chapter 12, some to eternal life and some to everlasting shame and contempt.
So the other one, I guess, not complete, but to bring the true meaning of. I guess, what are your thoughts on that?
I think that's a better definition. I think that's what he's actually trying to say.
Okay. I'm actually surprised to hear you say that.
That's what most scholars say it means.
I mean, so would that not mean then that, so that you've put it forward kind of as this contradiction, right? That he says, "I've not come to abolish but to fulfill," and
It
that
is a
contradiction
contradiction.
means that. Okay, but you're
Because
saying that
he
contradiction
says, because he says he didn't come to abolish the law, and Paul specifically says that he did abolish the law.
And what scripture are you referring to with Paul saying he came to abolish
Ephesians chapter 2, 14 and 15. Were you listening to the conversation?
I joined not when y'all were talking about Ephesians. You said Ephesians 2:14?
14 and 15.
So destroyed the barrier. That's what you're referring to.
Just read the whole verse.
Okay, so for he himself is our peace, who's made two groups, one destroyed the barrier, dividing wall of hostility, setting aside in his flesh the law with his commands and regulations.
There you go.
Huh. And so for you, setting aside in his flesh the law would mean you're saying that's the same as abolishing.
He says that he abolished the law. Paul says it. He says it in 1 Corinthians chapter 6. I'm sorry, chapter 9. He says it in Galatians chapter 3. He says it in like a dozen other places. Like, that's Paul's main message.
Would you say that Paul has a law that he thinks we should still stick to? I assume he doesn't mean completely get rid of all law, right?
No, he's making it up as he goes.
Okay. Huh.
It's just a contradiction, bro. The reason why the contradiction is there is because Paul was writing before the Gospels were written, and whoever wrote the Gospels didn't know about Paul's teaching, and they certainly couldn't imagine that Jesus would be against the law. That's why James contradicts him too. James was written specifically to contradict Paul. Is this a straight up contradiction, my man?
All right.
Well,
you give me some stuff, Joe. I appreciate it.
Yep. Cheers, man. I'll never understand people that can't wrap their heads around abolish and not abolish being a contradiction. It's a wild ride. It really is. Lil Toenail says, well, thank you for the super chat, by the way. The fact that theists donate just for your attention always makes me laugh. I know, it's hilarious. Keep doing what you're doing. Straight for Justin, rock hard for Doug, and Spinable Wet for Sharon. It's wild that Christians will be so cowardly as to not come up, but they will send me money to be wrong in my comments. That's fine. That says, did you study Aquinas in Bible college and seminary? No, it's a waste of time. I feel like apologetics have not really advanced since then. I agree. Centuries of the same old arguments. Not rock hard for Doug, since my name is actually Doug. Actually, well, sorry that you had such a great name, but it is what it is. Randy, my good friend, thank you for sending 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships. That is huge, huge, huge. And for another 20, thank you so much, Randy. That is incredibly generous. 40 more people just got access to the cheat sheet, are now members of the channel. Welcome aboard. Love to have you. Thank you for supporting the channel, Randy. Big, big W. And last super chat for now from our friend Jeff. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat. That's huge. Says, where you've been listening is like asking, have you read your book? The answer is always no. You know what, Jeff? You're 1,000,000% right. When I asked that question, were you even listening? You know as well as I do they weren't listening, and it was as close to a rhetorical question as possible. Thank you, my friend. And last but not least, Carlos, thank you for sending out 20 DZ Debate memberships. Thank you so much, my friend. That is monumental. Really appreciate that, my friend. Memberships are such a helpful tool to the channel. I can't stress that enough. Thank you, Carlos. Okay, let's get Death by Mod. This should be fun. Your name is Death by Mod. I assume you've been modded a few times. How you doing, Death by Mod?
Chilling. How about yourself?
Yeah, about the same. Are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 25.
Yeah. Do you believe in God?
Yeah, I do.
Do you get muted and kicked by mods a lot?
No, it's just Darth Dawkins, like, when I debate him, he's like, you're doing death by mod. You're doing death by mod because you're getting trounced.
That's exactly what Darth Dawkins would say. That's what he does. He's projecting.
Probably.
Okay, so
yeah.
I'm sorry, did I hear you correctly? You do believe in God?
Yeah, for sure.
But you're debating Darth.
Yeah, because this presuppositional stuff is just whack.
Okay, we agree there. We're on the same page. All right, which God do you believe in?
Yahweh.
The Jesus version or the not Jesus version?
The Jesus version.
Okay. And do you believe in the Trinitarian version of the Jesus version?
For sure.
Okay. What do you think is the best evidence or argument for the God concept?
I guess the fact that the Trinity can be found in nature.
I don't think it can, because I don't think the way the Trinity is laid out is logically coherent, and I think I think the laws of logic and nature are usually in agreement.
Well, see, that's the thing. But when looking at the original like triadic emanation of what God is, like you can really see it there.
What do you think a triadic emanation is?
Like in the Tree of Life, Kabbalah.
You're a Christian and you believe in Kabbalah?
Yeah.
Oh, that's fun. Okay, well, I know a little bit about the Tree of Souls, and I've read about the Tree of Life, but none of that's really relevant yet. I want to talk about the Trinity. So, I have maybe what I'm going to call is like the easiest syllogism for disproving the Trinity. You want to hear it?
Sure.
Okay. It's only got two premises, by the way. Like, it's super, super simple. Premise number one is from 1 John 4:12, where it says, no one has ever seen God at any time. Do you agree?
Of course.
Okay. Premise number two, people saw Jesus.
Of course.
Conclusion, Jesus ain't God.
Well, see, you do got it. That is good modal logic. That's logically sound. But we know Jesus is God. He's of God.
No, you don't know
He
that.
was
My
when
syllogism proves
the thing
it.
is the thing is like in Exodus 33:11, and John 1:18 or John 5:37 proves that Jesus is God, and that's who
doesn't
they
prove
saw.
it.
They saw
No.
Jesus every time Jesus was seen.
It claims, it's a claim, it's not a proof. Right? Just saying, well, the Bible says it, therefore it's true, doesn't work, because I just demonstrated that according to the Bible, Jesus isn't God. Because if no man has ever seen God at any time and they saw Jesus, then Jesus ain't God.
Yeah, but they can't see God in his fullest form. That's why Jesus is the messenger of God. Like
Does it
he's
say
like
that?
the angel of God.
Does it say that you can't see God in his fullest, or no one has ever seen God in his fullest form? Or does it just say no one has ever seen God?
No one has ever seen God in his fullest form.
No, show me that verse.
Well, no, what I'm saying is like when Moses saw or spoke to God face to face as if he was speaking to a
know
friend. He was
about
speaking
Exodus.
to Jesus.
We
He was
know
speaking
about
to
Exodus.
Jesus. That's what
We
I'm trying to
know
say.
about Exodus 33. I'm not asking you about that. I said, show me the passage where it says no one has ever seen the fullness of God, because in First John,
John 1:18.
because in 1 John 4:12 it says no one has ever seen God. It doesn't say the fullness of God. It just says God.
Right. John 5:37, John 1:18, it goes into deeper about that.
Yeah, but I'm
But
asking you
what that's
about
proving,
first.
what that's
But I'm
proving.
asking you about 1 John 4:12. Does 1 John 4:12
Let me pull it
say
up
the
real quick.
fullness of God, or does it just say God?
No one has ever seen God, but if we love one another, God lives in us. His love is made complete in us.
So does it say the fullness of God, or does it just say God?
It says nobody has ever seen God.
There you go. So that
But
means
what I'm
Jesus
saying-
isn't God because we've seen Jesus.
But what I'm saying is, this is in John 5:37 and John 1:18.
Doesn't matter.
That shows you that completes what you're saying here.
No, it doesn't.
Like it's showing how we have seen God, and it's through Jesus Christ.
No,
If
you
look at-
haven't. If Jesus has been seen and no one's seen God, then Jesus isn't God.
He's his son.
No, he's not.
He's not the son.
I don't think he's either. I think he's a liar and a fraud.
I mean, that's fine. Why do you think he's a liar and a fraud?
Because the Trinity is logically incoherent and he fulfilled 0 messianic prophecies and then he failed his second coming prediction?
He already came in 70 AD.
No, he didn't.
He did. That's when the
No,
beasts
he
were
didn't.
destroyed.
No, they weren't.
We know that Nero Caesar was
beast-
666. We
The
know
beast
that
was
the beast
already
of the sea and the beast of
destroyed
the land.
prior to 70.
That's when
So
Jerusalem was destroyed.
Nero died in
That's when
68.
That's when Jerusalem was destroyed. That's when all this was fulfilled. We're the ones
It
left
wasn't
behind.
fulfilled. So Matthew 16
substantiate
and
that?
Matthew 20, Matthew 16 and Matthew 24 says that there's going to be a judgment when he comes back. He's not just coming back to like be mad at the Jews. It says specifically the Olivet Discourse, by the way, I assume you haven't read the whole thing. The Olivet Discourse doesn't end at Matthew 24. It continues all the way through Matthew 25. It's all one discourse. And in that discourse, he says, when the Son of Man comes with his angels in the glory of his Father, he's going to sit on the throne and he's going to take all the people of the world. He's going to collect all of them. And he's going to judge them. That didn't happen.
You're speaking to Merkaba mysticism right now. Like,
I'm
I
certainly
understand
not
what you're
speaking
saying.
about mysticism. I'm talking about what
Oh,
the
you
Bible
definitely
says.
are. Like, what I'm saying is, I understand it from a Judaistic mysticism, like a perspective of that. I've been studying Kabbalah for a while now, and like I can prove that the Trinity exists within nature using the Kabbalah.
Actually, you can't prove the Trinity exists because the Trinity is logically incoherent. In fact, we could just walk through why the Trinity doesn't work just on the face of it, because like whatever you think the Trinity is, it can't exist unless you commit like one of the formal heresies of the church.
No,
So
what I'm speaking to,
I'll put
sir,
a
what I'm speaking- I
notepad
think
on
you-
the screen, and maybe you can tell me if you agree or disagree with my premises, and we can make some progress on this Trinity. So I would say to be 100% of anything, you must be identical to it, right?
Sure, intelligibility.
I didn't ask you about intelligibility. I said in order to be 100% of anything, you must be identical to it, right? So if I said that this is 100% a pen, I would say, yes, this is identical to a pen. Now, listen, if I
to understand it, right?
If I take the cap off, is this 100% of a pen now, or is this like 80% of a pen?
Yeah, it lost some mass, so
Yeah. So now it's part of a pen. Gotcha. So in order to be 100%, you must be identical to all of the essential characteristics that it needs to be that thing, right?
What you're talking about is emanation. You're talking about.
I'm just
enumeration.
asking you yes or no questions. I'm not asking you about emanations.
Well, yeah, of course.
Okay, so premise number 1, we both agree. Now, premise number 2 is going to be if you lack any essential property of a thing, you are not identical to it, right?
Correct.
Okay, fantastic. Now we can move on to premise number 3, which is God's properties, right? Include, what are some of the essential properties of God?
Relation, intelligibility.
No. Intelligibility is a word that has no meaning that only Philbros use. So essential properties of God typically are that like he's all powerful, he's all knowing, different things like that.
All the omni properties for sure.
Fantastic. So we would say premise number 3 that God's properties include the omnis.
Omni properties, relation.
Okay, but no, relation it has nothing to do with this. So premise number 4 is that Jesus is not omni, yes or no?
Yeah, Jesus would be omni for sure.
He's certainly not. Jesus isn't all-knowing. He admits that he's not all-knowing.
I mean, what I'm saying is he's omni, just like everybody else is omni.
You can say it all you want. He's not. He says there's things that he doesn't know.
Where does it say that?
Matthew 24:36, I believe.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. 24.
Also, in Matthew 26, there's a passage where there's something he doesn't know.
Yeah, so, but of the day and hour no one knows, not even the angels of heaven nor the Son, except
Yep.
the Father alone.
Which
But
means
that's not proving that he's not God. That's just saying
it demonstrates that he
Jesus
doesn't know something.
Well, it's because he's God in human form. He's
No, he's
still
not.
has.
God's essential properties are that he knows all things.
Yeah.
Okay, so then the
I see what you're
conclusion is
saying.
that Jesus is not God. Now, you could say, get rid of premise number 3. You could say, no, God doesn't have to be omni. But my guess is, like, we can just go to the Bible and I can show you where the Bible says that God kind of is omni in different places. Like, it does say that he knows all things. It does say that he can do all things.
I mean, yeah. So okay. So like, let's say Jesus never even existed. Like, I would rather go with that than even because like there's no credible evidence outside the Bible. It's all interpolations and stuff. I know the Trinity.
Interpolations?
Yeah. I know the Trinity. I know the Trinity from Jewish mysticism perspective. Like, I see the Trinity in nature through that.
Well, I
can show that.
You're
to
just
you
taking the
Bible.
number 3 and calling it the Trinity. What I'm trying to tell you is that the Trinity
No,
as a
the Trinity
concept doesn't actually exist because the Trinity entails contradictions. Now, you can't just call something that is a set of 3 a Trinity. Like, you can call it a triad, maybe. Like, there are definitely triads, but triads and trinities have different definition.
I understand that. Like, the triadic structure that I'm bringing forward. I mean, I shouldn't have called it the Trinity, but that's what the Catholic Church, stole the idea from. Was from Merkaba mysticism, the original triadic emanations of God. So
I disagree. I think the Kabbalah came long after the formation of the Catholic Church and the Trinity.
No.
They have claims of antiquity, but they don't actually have any real antiquity. But I don't actually really care about that. None of that's actually really important. I don't give a single fuck about whether or not Kabbalah. No, it doesn't. Give me the argument of how Kabbalah proves God is not imaginary.
Because it shows his structure in his fullest form.
No, it doesn't.
From the top.
We've already demonstrated that the structure is invalid.
You weren't going on that structure. You were going off of the Christian structure. Like, this is the structure I'm naming has
the
10,
Trinity.
has 10 Sephiroth.
The Trinity is the structure.
Well, the Trinity has emanations that come from it that make up the entire
What do
tree
you
of
think
life.
the word emanation means?
Form.
No.
He has forms that emanate.
Have you
from
bothered to look up any of these words?
Yeah.
What does emanation mean to you? It's not form. You can Google it.
Yeah, it's spread out from a source. Like, it's part of the singularity.
There you go. It's something that's coming from a source. So, like, you could even say that, like, photons emanate from a light bulb. That's something you could say. But you're using emanation here wrong.
You sure?
Yeah, just watch you do it.
Can you substantiate that? Like,
we all just watched you use the word emanation wrong.
But, well, I mean, I sort of like, it was a little off, but it was the same general idea. Like, I might not say the definition perfectly, but, like, it's same idea. It just
not even close to the same idea. So what's the argument?
That the Kabbalah tree of life is the original triadic emanation, and the 10 Sephiroth, and this can be found in the Bible multiple times, prove the structure of God on a metaphysical scale.
What's it emanating from?
From the Kether.
What's the Kether?
The Kether, that would be Papa Elroy.
Oh, so you're just a troll.
No, I'm talking about Yahweh. That would be the Kether, the white Jehovah.
The white Jehovah.
Yeah, that's what they call him. He's like Santa Claus. He's got a big beard. But what come from him are...
So you are a troll. No wonder Darth Dawkins blocked you, because you're an unserious idiot. Okay, well, get the fuck out of here. I mean, to be fair, he was dumb as he sounded, so we'll give him that one. 15 blows. Thank you for the super chat. Says son is 2 months old. Promise there is nothing magic about him, equating everything to a nip, to ANIP, and trying to put it in mouth, and it's only downhill from there. I see what you're saying, because somebody previous was saying that childbirth is a miracle. Yeah. It's not magic or a miracle. In fact, if God was a good designer, he wouldn't have put the windpipe so close to the food pipe. Because now that you've got a baby in the house, they're going to choke on everything. Y'all, if just to be clear, if you are having kids for the first time, you're going to spend a good deal of your time just dislodging things from your child's mouth that they're choking on. It's a real thing that all parents go through. Benny says, I'll have a full convo with ChatGPT while lying in bed. We talk about all kinds of things. By the way, Chat thinks you're a cool dude. To be honest, it's kind of scary. Well, thank you, Benny. And listen, I actually do like using the Talk To feature of ChatGPT. It's kind of fun. Still in Texas, FYI, it's negative 35 degrees Celsius, negative 32 Fahrenheit up here in the Great White North. That's crazy. Negative 45 with wind chill. We're tough as nails up here. Hell yeah, Silotax. That's wild. I knew you were in Canada. I didn't realize you were that far north where you like breathe icicles. Like that's super far north. I hope you're staying warm. And Cameron says, Justin, I used to be an atheist. I am still an atheist and I will be one forever. Well, thank you, Cameron. Listen, once you go atheist, it's hard to go back because you've been confronted with information that nothing can account for, right? That's why you'll see some people every once in a while convert to religion from atheism, but it's not nearly as common. Brilliant says, I did not have a New Age Philbro on my bingo list. I know. Actually, and that's the thing is, now that we've talked to him for a little bit, I don't think he's a New Age Philbro. I think he's just an idiot who came to troll. I don't think he's for real. I don't think he's serious. Skeptics and Scoundrels, good to see you tonight, says the definition of energy is the thing that delusional pseudoscientists drain out of you. That's fucking it. That is 100% a valid definition of energy. Also, I love it when people never ask what that word means, and then they have to learn in real time. Astronova, thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. Says Christians say the flood was because of the Nephilim, but Genesis 6:5-6 says it was for wickedness of humans. No mention of Nephilim. Where are they getting that it was the flood was because of the offspring? Because it's right there. You were right there. You're literally right there. It's Genesis 6. It talks about the Nephilim. Maybe you're reading a Bible passage or a Bible version that makes it less obvious, but it says at the first 4 verses, right? When people begin to multiply on the face of the earth and the daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw that they were fair and they took wives for themselves of all that they chose. Then the Lord said, my spirit shall not abide in mortals forever, for they are flesh and their days shall become 120 years. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days and also afterward when the sons of God went into the daughters of humans. So the Nephilim were the giants that were born when the sons of God, the angels, went down and boinked all of the human women. You were so close. You just needed to go back one more verse, my friend. I hope you're doing well, Astronova. And Genji, thank you for the additional super chat, my friend. Says, are you familiar with the Persian defeat of Lycia? Not terribly. I really think the Persians wouldn't have been able to conquer Babylon if not for the riches they extracted from the gold mines of the Lycians. So I do believe there is some narration. Give me a second, because there is some narration in the histories about this. And I think I've even got part of it saved on my cheat sheet for when we talk about the book of Daniel. Let's see. Nope, I didn't save that part. But we do have a good narration from the Roman and Greek historians about what the Persians did. It's actually really good. Now they're confused, like the Bible authors. They think that the Medes conquered the Babylonians prior to the Persians, which is a whole other thing. But unfortunately, I don't know a terrible lot about Persian history. Maybe that'd be next on my learning list. Carlos, thank you so much for the 100 MX. Says, okay, guys, you've asked for it. Incoming 3, 2, 1, and go. Thank you, Carlos, for sending out 20 more DZ Debate gifted memberships. I super appreciate that, friend. Not only that, but an additional 20 DZ Debate memberships. That's 40 more DZ Debate memberships from our friend Carlos. Everyone send a big thank you to Carlos in the comments. And also from our friend Derek, who wants to join in the party. W, Carlos, and Derek sending out 50 DZ Debate memberships. That is monumental. It's monstrous. It's huge. And it really helps the community and the channel a whole lot. Demonzo, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says Death by Mod says he debates Darth, but then starts using Darth quasi-philosophical terms. I know, that's what got me. I was confused. Right? I was confused about why he was debating Darth. Derek, thank you for the $50 super chat. That's huge, buddy. Big W says Phil Bros in Trinitarian should be issued small potted plants to replace the oxygen they filter from the rest. I couldn't agree more. I could not agree more. That needs to be a requirement because they really do suck the air out of the room. Way too much talking, not nearly enough listening. And last one for now from our friend Randy, sending out 20 more. I think Randy and Carlos are in competition now. Holy shit. Randy, thank you for sending out 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. And then, well, the name should be fun. I don't think we've ever talked to Yap House before, but welcome in, Yap House.
Howdy.
Yap House, are you at least 18? And do you believe in God?
Yes, sir, to both of those questions. I was born in 2000, and I do believe in a God.
Okay. Is it a specific God or a generic God or?
It's a God of my own creation.
Tell me about your God.
So I guess I'm not a Hindu, but I do borrow heavily from the idea of Brahman and one God dreaming that they're the rest of existence. I guess in the simplest terms, that's what you could define it as.
So that's it? You can't tell me anything else?
I mean, my God is everything. Does that help?
It's like a pantheist.
Sure. I actually have a question for you though, right? So like, I want to grant you your concession. I'll give you your bottle for the night because you've given me mine. So let's say God is imaginary, right? Does this make them any less real?
Well, just like strict definitionally speaking, I think that things that are imaginary don't actually exist in the real world. When we say real world, we're talking about the world of things, not the world of ideas.
Right. So then words aren't real, and money isn't real, and identity isn't real.
Yeah, they're not things, they're abstract concepts. That's what I just said. So money, well, depending on what you mean by money, do you mean like the actual dollar bill? That exists in the real world. But the idea of money, meaning like placing value on something, that's an abstract idea. So like I know what you're wanting to do. You're wanting to do like a weird, like sideways Jungian, I can't say his name, Jungian archetypal nonsense argument where like just because you imagine it, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist in the real world, or because you can imagine it, it does exist in the real world. But like just imagining something doesn't make it to be real. For example, if I imagine a flying unicorn that farts, like candy canes and cotton candy, does it make it real?
It's as real as it affects you in your everyday life.
No, is it real?
Yeah, it could have real effects.
Okay. So then it sounds like you just have a bad definition of real. I'm talking about things that exist in the actual world, not in heads.
Right. So most of our society exists in heads. Does that make it not real?
Our society also exists outside of our head. That's the problem you have. So like this
because
pen,
we agree on it.
I can imagine a pen, and then I can touch a pen. I can imagine a unicorn, but I can't touch a unicorn because one of those two things is real and one of them's not.
Right. And if my God is everything, you can imagine everything and touch
Well,
everything. It's not
well,
really
that's
hard.
well, that's what you can't demonstrate is that your God is everything. You can just claim that your God's everything. What's the demonstration that your God is everything? Because I can just say that unicorns are actually everything.
Then they are.
Defining,
Yeah, sure. As real as that is to you.
so you just get to define things into existence then. Okay. So actually it turns out
Just
that
like the rest of humanity, yes.
your God's not real because I can imagine the God-eating penguin, and the God-eating penguin eats any and all gods in any existence, which means it already ate your God.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Cool.
So there's a thing that eats God.
Cooked, folded like a lawn chair, scrambled like an egg. What a fucking clown. I can't believe these people want me to take them seriously sometimes. Percy, thank you for the super chat, says, my garbled message was meant to say, make every day a good one. There we go. You are a good motivational speaker. I appreciate the clarification, Percy, because I was slightly confused. But also, yes, make every single day count. Don't fuck off and waste your days. We get a limited number of days, and we want to make them the best days absolutely possible. And Interstate says, believing in science doesn't give a shit whether you believe in it. Nature's laws operate whether you believe in them or not. That's true. Science really doesn't give too many shits about you. Neither does the universe. Universe is just doing its thing. Duty says, thank you for kicking the woo monger. Yeah, listen, sometimes the woo mongers can be fun, like Dirk. Dirk is kind of fun, but sometimes they're just goofy clowns and they should be removed. You know what I mean? Like, they're not always fun. Oh, well. Genji, thank you for the additional super chat, says it's failed jump from the kitty cat. It's crazy to me that later Old Testament authors were so unaware of many of the Greek city-states, even though their fortunes intertwined later on, especially in their entanglement with the Persians. Yes, that is true. And hey, out of the cables, baby. So, I mean, you will find, though, if you read in the Maccabees and some of the later books, you'll find a lot of references to the Greeks. So it's really a matter of time period. The Old Testament writings, for the most part, other than Daniel, was written before the period of the Greeks. So like Malachi came before the Greeks, and that's theoretically the last book of the Hebrew Bible. But in reality, that's not the case. Malachi isn't the last. Daniel is clearly the last one to be written among the prophets. And I think Carlos came up to say hi. How you doing, Carlos?
Hey, Justin.
Good to
Is
see
this
you,
Carlos?
buddy.
I'm doing great. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Give us a quick shout out to all the people in the community. I'm happy to be here. And finally, you're putting my face on my name. So this is Carlos Valdez.
We'd love to meet your face. Thank you so much for all you do in the community, buddy.
Happy to see you.
Cheers, buddy.
I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Be safe. Carlos is a good guy. What a good guy. All right. You'll never guess who came back to crash out, y'all, after this guest. How you doing, Level?
Oh, hi, Justin. I requested by mistake. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. We'll take care of it. Cheers, buddy.
I'm beautiful, I'm gorgeous, I'm big, I can do handstands.
Welcome back, King of the World.
Hey, nice to hear and see from you, Justin. I missed you, man.
I'm sure you did. Yeah.
Yeah, can you tell me how immoral I am? Tell me. Because I'm a Muslim. Because I believe in religious morality.
So you're back on the moral argument again?
Sorry, I apologize. Any argument you want.
That's what you started with last time, and I was intrigued. Like, well, you wouldn't answer my question, but I'm still trying to figure out: do you personally think it's okay to marry children?
Yeah. So the reason I didn't answer your question directly before that, I tried to do an assessment on your intellectual.
Sounds like you're not going to answer it again.
Actually, So no, obviously I'm against the marrying, and first of all, I'm against all adultery and children. Of course, they're not ready for that. I'm against that 100%. It's a very easy answer.
Okay. So even if a girl's reached the age of, even if a girl has reached the age of puberty, if she's say too young, you should marry her. Like you shouldn't marry a 12-year-old or a 10-year-old or anything like that.
So that gets a little bit different. So you're talking about somebody that hit the age of puberty already and finished?
I didn't say the age of puberty. I'm saying that she hit puberty.
So she hit puberty, but she's done with puberty.
Let's just imagine
for example, the final.
Let's imagine
part, for example,
imagine she finished puberty
let me give you
at
the
age
example.
12. Do you think you should marry her?
So the example I'll say, how do we know that a girl finished puberty? The final cycle in the puberty, there are 5 different levels of them. The final level, one of the final levels is that she starts bleeding. That's how we know that she actually is finished with puberty and that she's ready. And so if a woman starts to bleed, and yeah, absolutely, there's nothing else that we are looking for as biological indicators. Sorry, are you looking for any other biological indicators besides like that she's accepting the marriage?
I was actually looking for an answer. So just to be clear, if a 12-year-old completes puberty, you think it'd be okay to marry her?
If a 12-year-old is done with puberty and that she is accepting of the marriage, I don't see anything wrong with that at all.
Gotcha.
Do you see anything wrong with 12-year-olds being with each other?
Now,
like sexually?
I don't think 12-year-olds should have sex. Also, I want to touch on that because it's interesting. Because your Quran doesn't actually. I'm not talking about my society. I don't give a fuck what they're doing. So I'm curious to know what your religion says, because your religion says that you can marry and divorce prepubescent girls, which is interesting because like you laid down this parameter that they need to be through puberty at least, but your book doesn't say so.
Yeah, so I know exactly what verse you're talking about. Deconstruction, you know me, I'm a very big genius, strong, handsome guy.
You certainly are.
I'm beautiful,
I'm gorgeous, I'm big, I can do handstands.
You're the biggest and beautifulest of all of them.
Maybe not you, but listen, maybe you win against me in that, but listen, I really appreciate you making that an actual voice tone. Appreciate that. That's a really amazing thing. I don't think anybody's giving me that big of a compliment. Appreciate you. But yeah, so the argument, I know exactly what you're doing. It's the verse that was mistranslated in the Quran to use the word girl, even though the Arabic word that was used was woman. And that's where all the misconception comes from. If you actually knew how to read Arabic, you would. I can read that verse for you, and in the translation, it will read girl.
Well,
but in the Arabic, it will use the word for woman.
I really don't care if it's girl or woman. It says that she hasn't reached puberty, or it says she's not. Sorry, it says that she's not menstruating. And then,
that's what I'm telling you. Yeah.
Because then, as it turns out, verse, you know, we've actually got like hadiths, and we've got tafsir that agree that this is divorcing a prepubescent girl. So like, I'm not, listen, I don't know how to read Arabic. Now, I do have friends who can read Arabic and they agree with me, but also, why do the hadith and the tafsir agree with me if it's just a mistranslation?
Absolutely. That was a specific, that was from Surah At-Talaq, I believe, is what you're talking about, 65:4.
Mm-hmm.
And what it was a specific question on how much do we have to wait after a woman divorces because maybe she is pregnant. Mm-hmm. That was the whole question.
Yep.
And so the question was, if she could be pregnant or if she just divorced somebody, how long do we have to wait before we can remarry her? And the answer was 3 months. And if there's nothing, then she's available. And if there is something, then you have to wait a little bit longer until you guarantee that she's not pregnant. And if she is pregnant, then you have to wait till she delivers the baby. Then you can remarry her or marry her. And so, yeah, this is I know exactly what verse you're talking about. There's nothing controversial in this verse. It's just answering a question about how long do we have to wait, because maybe my wife, my future wife, might be pregnant with somebody else's baby.
Yeah, even though she hasn't reached puberty because she's prepubescent, right? It says, and such of your women as despair of menstruation because of old age, if you doubt about their waiting period, their period of waiting shall be 3 months, upon which Another man asked, O messenger of Allah, what about the waiting period of those who do not have menstruation because they are too young, along with those who have not because of young age? Their waiting period is 3 months. So there's a waiting period for girls that are too young that haven't reached menstruation to divorce?
So in the translation, it says for those who are too young. But in the Arabic, it says والتي لم يحضن وأولات الأحمال أجلهن أن يضعن حملهن. So the
Right.
actual translation in the Arabic
So they translated
is
this
not
wrong?
mentioning. Yeah, so the Arabic does not necessarily mention a girl. It just says the woman who have not menstruated yet.
What do we call someone who hasn't menstruated yet? They're prepubescent.
No, but this is a question about some women that there are certain women that are of age, but they're not having a cycle. There's issues with their
Does it
puberty.
say that? Because here it says because they are too young. O messenger of Allah, what about the waiting period of those who do not have menstruation because they are too young?
Yeah, look at this. For example, if you keep reading down in some tafsirs, if you go down to 65.4/5,
Well, I want to know
Maududi.
I want to know specifically about this one though.
Yeah. So these are all different commentaries. The Tafhim al-Quran commentary says, as for the woman whose courses are irregular due to sonic reason.
But I'm asking you about this one, the one on screen. Can you speak to that?
But this word, they are too young, it doesn't appear in the Quran. I don't know where this came from.
So they just invented that.
Yeah, that's actually a concoction that they're too young. It doesn't actually appear in any of the Arabic of the verse.
So this quotation, right, doesn't exist.
Yeah, because it says nisa'ukum. Nisa means woman, your woman. And then it says that have not menstruated. So it's not talking about girls. It's talking about women that are not menstruating, like women of the marriageable age. So the word that was used was nisa'ukum. And this is a woman. This is not banatukum, which is banat is a girl. So this is a nisa'ukum means the age of marriage. So I don't know why the translation.
So why do you think they translated it like this? Do you think the translator's just lying?
Yeah, I believe that there's some kind of
why would they do that?
Because there's a lot of infiltration that's come through these websites. A lot of websites have been bought over.
Quranex.com?
They have some reputation. Yeah, some websites have really strong.
What's the reputation for Quranex.com? It's a
lot of
Muslim
Arabs
website.
go in. A lot of Arabs go in to research this, and then a lot of also non-Arabs, non-Muslims.
If you were going to translate it wrong, don't you think you would make it so that it didn't endorse marrying and divorcing prepubescent girls? What a weird thing to translate it incorrectly so that it sounds worse.
Yeah, exactly.
Why would they do that?
On your side, it sounds like somebody on your side.
Oh, an atheist. There's an atheist who put together Quranex.com and then purposely mistranslated the passage.
Well,
I'm sure that's what happened.
There's many possibilities. Also possible that the actual English translations never looked at the Arabic commentary. They just kind of announced it.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of issues with translations. But you agree with me that the word that was used was not girls. It was the word
I actually don't know what
women.
word was used because I don't have the Arabic in front of me.
All right,
in fact,
let me open the actual
I'm
verse.
inclined to believe you didn't have the Arabic in front of you either. I bet you were reading the Quran and not the actual, not the commentary on it.
Yeah. So I'm actually looking for the words that you are trying to pull up, which is
That's what I
too
thought.
young to
There we
even
go.
menstruate, and it doesn't appear anywhere.
The commentary is Abbas Tanwir al-Makbas min Tafsir Ibn Abbas. Find the Arabic of this and let me know.
Okay, here
what
is.
It says.
Okay. As for the women, it's 65:4. It says, as for the women past the age of menstruation, in case you do not know, their waiting period is 3 months. And those who have not yet menstruated as well, their waiting period is as well 3 months. Exactly. So, but
Well,
this
that,
is using the word
but
woman.
that's
It
what
says,
I don't care what it says. Someone who's not yet menstruated is prepubescent. Also,
yeah,
again,
your women who are
what
not
you
yet
just
menstruating.
read,
It's not you're
what
saying
you
you're
just
girls.
read sounds like it came from the Quran. Did that come from Quran? Chapter
Yeah,
65,
this is the
verse
Quran.
4? I'm not asking you to
Yeah.
read the Quran. I'm asking you to read the tafsir.
But the tafsir is mistranslating. I'm showing you that the word too young
No, what
does not
I'm
appear in the
I'm not
actual
asking you
Arabic
what
anywhere.
I'm not asking you what the Arabic of the Quran says. What I'm asking you is why did this author of the tafsir, why did they interpret it and then give a quotation? In fact, I don't even know if this is tafsir. It looks like it's tafsir, but my question is, why did they add to the quotation?
Maybe they're trying to add context. Like somebody asked, well, what about
There
the
you
women
go.
that are so young?
And why
What
would
about
they want
women
to?
that were young?
And why would they want to add that context?
I don't know. But obviously they're not saying girls that are too young. They're
Why
saying
would
women that are too young.
they would add, it's the same thing. If you're too young to menstruate, you're a little girl. It doesn't matter if you call them a woman or a girl or whatever you want. It's kind of an irrelevant point. So,
But the
anyways,
the word was never too young. The word was, what about the ones that are not menstruating? That's what the word is.
yeah,
You are
it's
translating
clearly,
it as the young women who are not menstruating. The
it's
question
clearly,
was, what
it's
about the women
clearly,
that have not
it's
menstruated
clearly
yet?
referring to children. Like
No,
I know you're
it's
gonna
using the
do
word woman.
you're
Arabic
gonna
people
do
are not
all
that
of these
dumb.
you're gonna do all of these backflips for almost the entire history of Islam. They just interpreted this passage as being about children because marrying children has never been a problem for Islam. That's why if you read the commentary and the interpretations, they all agree that you can marry children. Now you agree. Also, your keyboard is the loudest thing on the fucking planet. Can you move that away from your microphone? So
I'm going to show you in the Quran where we're not allowed to marry children.
I'm not asking you about the Quran. So you agree that it's okay to marry children as long as they've reached puberty. Now, what I'm saying to
That's
you
not true.
is that's what you said.
But those are not children if they've hit puberty.
A 12-year-old is a child. Yeah.
Well, in New Hampshire, you could marry a 13-year-old. 2018, New Hampshire, you could have married a 13-year-old if you want.
No, you can't. Also, I don't give a fuck.
13-year-olds emancipate themselves in America every day.
I also don't care. I don't think you should marry 12-year-olds in any location, in anywhere on the globe. I don't give a fuck what's happening in New Hampshire.
But you're okay with them having sex with each other.
Because I already told you I wasn't okay with that. If you were listening, you would have heard it. What I said.
What's your prescription on them? What's your prescription if they have these urges?
Here comes the crash out. Here it comes. He's crashing already. I love it.
Do you have a prescription for them?
He's starting to get excited. Look at him. It's wild. It's like poking a dog in a corner over here.
I mean, what's wild is that
they
the high
get
schools in America are
so bent out of shape.
That's what's wild.
They get so bent out of shape. Well, that's okay with you. You don't care. You already told me.
No,
you already said it's.
I don't like adultery.
You already said it's okay to boink little girls. You already said it's okay to marry 12-year-olds.
Adultery.
I don't care what you fucking call it.
Adultery?
I don't give a fuck. You think it's okay to boink little 12-year-old girls?
So you don't know
disgusting.
if I'm okay with adultery or not?
No, I heard you say 5 times that you're not okay with adultery.
Okay. So you want to make this moral grandstanding?
Which is why I didn't ask you. Which is why the crash out is crazy. It's already begun. He's in that downward spiral where he's just gonna get progressively louder and start yelling and shouting. Maybe if you do some more like handstand push-ups, you'll impress everybody.
That's fine. Just let me know whenever I can respond. Okay.
You can keep crying if you want.
Okay.
What do you think you're responding to?
If you
I love it when he's like, let me know when I can respond, and then he doesn't respond. Let me ask you a question. I'm actually not moral grandstanding. What I'm doing is I'm just trying to figure out.
Disgusting.
I'm actually just trying to figure out what your moral framework is, because you came in with the moral argument. That was your argument. You tried it last time with me. It didn't go so well. You came back with the moral argument again. Probably not going to go so well. And the reality is you probably think that the moral argument's a winner because you think that like morals are objective, don't you?
Yeah, so again, you wanna test I wanna test your morality. You're saying I'm disgusting for doing something and following the Quran. I wanna test your morality. Is it disgusting to murder 1 million babies a year? Is that disgusting?
Yeah.
So you don't agree with
Oh,
these
you thought
elected babies?
you thought you were going to come in here and cook on the abortion topic? What a clown.
I'm just asking
This
you. You
is the
agree with me
exact
that
same
it's
thing you
disgusting,
tried.
right?
It's the exact same thing you did last time you were here. You're not good at this, Minar.
Yeah, and you did the exact same thing you did last time I was here too. You attacked me on the same exact
Imagine not learning a single thing. Imagine getting utterly embarrassed in front of thousands of people and coming back and trying to give the exact same thing. So let's talk about abortion. Atheists or people who like are pro-choice don't believe that babies are a clump of cells inside of a uterus. That's why when you ask me, is it okay to kill babies? I'm going to say no, because I don't think that just a clump of cells inside of a uterus is a baby. I consider babyhood or like a little human when it's already sentient. It can actually feel pain. It can actually have experiences. And I don't believe that we should do abortions past that point. I don't think we should be aborting babies in month 9 or 8, unless like the life of the mother's in danger. That's my particular position. Once a child becomes sentient, I don't think we should be causing pain for that child. That's because I am a utilitarian. And I believe that
Can I
we
ask
should
you a
always
question then?
I believe that we should always do the least amount of harm. And in your framework, you probably have a different definition of baby, and that's fine. But neither one of us, actually, as it turns out, thinks that we should
Not only
be
me.
thinks that we should be killing
Legally
babies.
speaking.
But I actually do have a question though about that, Manar, because
I mean, legally
know-
speaking,
I know
murdering
an-
a pregnant woman
I know,
is
I
double
know-
murder.
of course it is.
Can I respond to you? Can I respond to you? Just
Well, I
give me
have a question for you because, like, so inside of the Muslim tradition, right? There were wars that were fought, right?
Sorry, what? There was wars that were fought?
There were wars that were fought, right?
Yeah, and do you know that throughout the whole conquest of all military conquest of
I just need a yes or
Mesopotamia-
no. I just need a yes or no.
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
and all
Now,
the whole conquest
when-
of all of Mesopotamia and Persia,
when the wars
less than
were
19,000
fought-
Arabs died.
No one cares. When the wars were fought, did they ever kill children?
No, actually, every time Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, called for a war. For example, there was the war of Persia, between Persia. That was one of the first wars. Prophet Muhammad sent Khalid al-Walid with a bunch of people. He ordered them specifically. He said, do not attack any child and do not attack any pieces of their land. Like, don't attack their trees and cut them down. Don't attack their temples. He specifically told them to not attack their children.
Listen, that would be better than what we find in the Hebrew Bible. I'd love to see that passage. Where's that at?
Yeah, so that was one of the hadiths of Quran. I'll give you the hadith.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying if that's true, that's definitely better than what the Hebrew Bible prescribes. I am looking right now in Sahih al-Bukhari 30:15. Says the messenger of Allah forbids the killing of women and children. He might be better than the Old Testament God.
Oh, look at that. So that's what my whole theory was, that all your arguments are out of ignorance. You don't actually have full knowledge of the Quran. If you did, I think you would have a lot of...
I didn't give an argument.
Well, I'm saying you don't have
if you're
knowledge.
listening, you would have heard that.
Well, you said it's better than the Old
crazy.
Testament.
It's
and
crazy
that's
how
amazing.
you can't actually listen to words. This is why no one follows you, Manar. They just follow you to watch you crash out on other people's live streams. Like, no one's actually listening to you because they think that you're out there like debating atheists and winning.
Can you help me with that? What should I do? Like, is it the crash outs? I have to calm down on them? What should I do for people to watch me?
For people to watch you just have to calm down. That's it. That's literally all you have to do. Like, when you go crashing out on people's live streams, you just lose the audience altogether.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, you are right. Prophet Muhammad is better than the Old Testament, and he's brought a lot more teachings, and a lot of the teachings are similar, but a lot of them are even much more better, much more morally evolved. And like there's if you learn a little bit more, like you would really appreciate this religion. I mean, this is a religion that doesn't attack
No, I wouldn't.
children, even in a war zone.
I certainly wouldn't appreciate it. So, what's the evidence that the God is real?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I'll give you scientific evidence. There's moral evidence that there's a moral dilemma. If there is no God, then all of humanity will, because they are subjective entities, will be immoral forever. Because subjective entity cannot guide subjective entity into morality. So forcefully, the only moral dilemma to answer to that, if there's no objective entity, is that subjective entity is going to be immoral forever.
What do you think the word dilemma means?
Dilemma is there's no answer. There's no solution to this that any actual atheist has given me that was sufficient for it.
Gotcha.
Besides, religious people were able to answer.
Subjective
They said,
morality.
there's an objective entity.
Subjective morality isn't a dilemma. It's just a state of affairs. So, for example, in subjective morality, we understand that laws and morals, they come from minds. Like, we determine what they are. Sometimes we disagree on what they should be, but we understand that they come from minds because we live in a society and we think that, hey, maybe we should have rules in our society to protect our own interest and the interests of others. Now, in the God world, you probably think that all the morals come from God, right?
Sorry, I typed something. Absolutely. So yeah, so the when you state the word subjective entity, subjective morality is the truth, you're creating a logical contradiction when you make that statement. Do you realize that? Yes.
I'm not. So,
yes.
Do you believe that morals come from your God or not?
It?
No, I'm still waiting for you to answer my question.
Okay, I'll answer that, but can I prove it afterwards?
Did your God determine what morals are?
Yes, because morality is an objective measurement of actions which exist in the objective materialistic reality, which means they have true values and their outcomes towards the society or the individuals that live in the society. That means they have objective values that exist physically in the physical world, the actions, and God is the best one.
You're confusing the map for the place, and you're not even on task.
Am I allowed to finish the answering?
You didn't even start yet because you're still answering my question. All I asked was, did your God determine what morals would be?
Yes, because morality is an evaluation of actions.
So I don't need the rambling. I need the yes or no.
Yeah, but I'm just letting you know he's the knower of all true outcomes.
I don't need any of that. I need you to answer my question, yes or no. No one cares about the yapping.
But the viewers are asking for me to finish. So
no, I didn't ask you to finish, and the viewers don't care. So what I asked you was whether or not morals come from your God. And I asked you specifically, did your God decide what they would be? And the answer to that is yes. Now, what that means is, just definitionally speaking, that your morals are subjective also.
So you're creating categorical error. You're acting like my subjective mind is equal to the subjective brain of God, even though the subjective brain of God is the creator of all objective reality for me.
Nope.
For example, whatever God thinks of is my objective reality.
That's not what subjective means. So subjective morals are morals that are not mind dependent, and it doesn't matter which mind it is. It's no mind at all.
That's what I'm saying. It does
if morals come from your God's mind, then they're not objective.
But if he's the objective entity and everything in his mind is my objective reality,
it doesn't matter if he's an objective entity. No, definitionally, you're wrong.
Categorically, you're wrong.
Categorically, you don't even know what you're talking about, because something that's objective is independent of all minds. And if your God decided what morals are, that means they're subject to his mind.
I know, but you have to concede that you're creating the definition of subjective to the mind of God. You're saying the mind of God is subjective. That's what you're saying.
Nope, I didn't say that. I said morals are subjective because they're dependent on
because the mind of God is subjective.
No, I didn't say that. The mind of God is an object, just like your mind would be an object. What I'm saying is, when something comes from a mind, that thing is subjective, because things that come from minds, like thoughts, those are subjective. Opinions are subjective. They come from our mind. Morals, if they came from your God's mind, are subjective because they come from a mind. There's no distinction between a God's mind or a man's mind, and this isn't my fucking argument. Plato already did this 2,500 years ago, already had this one settled with the Euthyphro dilemma. If morals are objective, they're independent of any mind at all.
No, objective morality means it has a true value. It doesn't mean
Nope.
it's independent of minds. Mind
Wrong again.
independence
Wrong
can
again.
exist from mind dependence.
You're wrong.
For example,
You're wrong.
can I actually finish a sentence? Am
No,
I allowed
because
to
you're
finish anything?
wrong.
How am I? Can I finish and then you tell me how I'm wrong? Just let me finish, please.
I already told you how
So
you're wrong.
my
If you were listening, you would have heard it. That's why I interrupt you, because I already explained to you why you're wrong. Something being objective means it's not mind dependent. I'm sorry, objective. If it's objective, it's not mind dependent at all.
I agree, but you can have objective items coming from mind dependence. For example, we can create
No, you can't.
Yes, that exist in physical reality from our mind dependence. So, for example, when I choose to punch you in the face, I just created an
I have a
action
proposal.
in the physical world.
So if
that
that's
is
the
mind
case,
independent.
if that's the case, then I have objective morals too, because my subjective morals come from a mind and they become objective. You've just now given me objective morals, you dunce.
So listen to me, Justin.
Can we just settle this with a match of shadowboxing, please? Please.
Yeah.
That's
no, I
just
don't want to
me.
get my ass kicked.
Come on.
I don't want to get my ass kicked. No. That guy, that short 5'4" dude, that guy's too fast for me.
Manar, just open your camera and just start punching, please.
Oh, no. Maybe when I make my hair a little bit longer, I'll do that. But anyways, Justin, listen to me. All I'm trying to say to you is you are, when you say the mind of God is subjective,
No, I didn't say
a
that.
Categorical error.
I didn't say that, Manar. Your listening skills are dog shit. I never said that God's mind is subjective. I said his mind specifically is an object. What I said is that things that come from minds, like morals, are subjective. If my morals coming from my mind are subjective, then the morals coming from your God's mind are also subjective.
So, but what is subjective to God is objective to us. You agree with that?
That's not how the word works. Nope.
Sorry. So that's the issue there. Can we dive into that a little bit? Because I think there's a small confusion. So God, he is the objective entity. He is the entity outside of all things. His thoughts create my reality. So when I tell you he's thinking something, it becomes my objective reality because he is the will and the energy necessary for it to exist in my objective reality. His thoughts are the energy necessary for it to exist. So when I claim that his subjective mind
I'll never get it.
is my objective reality, how are you not seeing that?
Because it's not
where's
true.
the issue? Where's the distinction?
So thoughts are not objective reality.
The thoughts of God are. The thoughts
No, they're
of the
not.
objective entity are.
They're certainly not.
They are shaping your reality, though.
They're certainly
he's the one
not.
holding the sky up.
They're
he's the
certainly
one holding
not.
the sky up with his thoughts.
God's thought. God can't have thoughts. Which is the other problem, because your God has the omni properties, doesn't he?
Sure. Yeah, he's
So-
he's scientifically non-contradictory. Yes, there are certain
your-
things you need for an
So your
entity to
God,
be able to generate the
so your
energy.
God is all knowing.
He's all-knowing, all-powerful. Exists
Oh, so
outside of time
yeah,
and
he doesn't
space,
have any thoughts.
Self-sufficient.
Yeah,
These
he's
are
never
all
had a. So
non-contradictory.
he's never had a thought then. So yeah.
Why?
He doesn't.
Why
because
is
you
he
can't.
never thought?
Because you can't think. You can't think if you already know everything.
So if you
So
already
being-
know everything,
If you already
cannot
know
think.
it, yeah, you can't process, you can't reason, you can't make decisions.
Sounds
which
like
is
an
funny because
oxymoron.
the Quran says that God makes decisions, but making a decision means that you're determining something that you didn't know previously.
Deconstruction zone. Would you allow me to come back later? I was good today, huh?
Yeah, you're
All right,
nice.
man. Let me come back later, but I just want you to just think about this a little bit. There's one thing, at least I got you to agree with me that the Quranic verse is not using the word girl. It actually uses the word.
Weird.
Oh, actually, well, now that
Wait,
Ems is here, Ems, can you explain to him how in 65.4 it's about divorcing little prepubescent girls?
نساءكم applies to
Nisa'ukum
a
is
female
woman, right?
kind of human. Again,
No, Nisa'ukum is the Arabic
Nisa-
word for woman.
I know it is not.
Yeah. Banatukum
No, it
is
is not.
like girls and females.
نساءكم حبيبي
Nisa'ukum is woman.
نساءكم applies no, it applies to
No, it doesn't apply to
females of the
children.
humankind. It does. I can show you.
He would have said بناتكم.
Here comes the crash
He would
out.
not have
بناتكم
said
حبيبي. No, no, no.
نساؤكم.
بنات حبيبي. بناتكم would exclude grown women. نساء includes all of
And
them.
نساؤكم excludes young women.
It
That's
doesn't. Show me a
you have to
lexicon. Show
understand
me a
the
lexicon
Arabic
that says that.
word of nisa,
Show me a
the
lexicon that
Arabic
says that,
actual
Habib.
word. Okay,
Show me a
one
lexicon that says that. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Because again, the
now-
Prophet himself, when asked about this,
That's-
the Prophet himself, when asked about this, it included children within it. Nisa has never meant only grown women.
Do you speak Arabic? Do you speak Arabic?
Yes, I do.
It's his mother tongue.
Right, and you're arguing
No.
that nisa is a word that could be used
Go
for
find the lexicon, Habib.
wo-
Go find the lexicon. Go ahead.
girls. You're
Go
saying
find the
girls
lexicon.
could be.
Go and find the
nisa.
lexicon. Go and find the lexicon. Go
Okay,
ahead.
can you present your evidence from this lexicon?
Jamil, again, the Prophet, when he was asked about this, again, he said in the hadith that النساء الذي لم يذكرن في القرآن منهم الذين لم يحضن بسبب صغرهن في السن. And Ibn Kathir, when he mentions his tafsir of this verse, again, I'm using Ibn Kathir not as a appeal to authority. I'm using him as an appeal to Arabic himself, as a person who lived close in time, who understands the Arabic language. He says that واللائي لم يحضن من نسائكم من النساء هم البنات أو الصغار الذين لم يبلغن سن الحيض. When you go to الطبري, he says وهي الجارية الصغيرة التي طلقها زوجها قبل الدخول بعد الدخول.
That's not true.
بعدتها.
Yeah, so that's not a girl.
They don't say that. They don't say that.
That's a girl. But that's not a girl. That's a.
That's not a girl.
Person, that's
الجارية
a
الصغيرة
person
that.
that her
Wait.
husband divorced her. That's a woman.
You say. Wait. You're saying that the prepubescent.
The word that you
girl,
keep introducing, which is صغيرهن, does not exist. This word does not exist.
الصغيرة. It doesn't exist.
No, this word you keep introducing, the صغرهن.
Wait. لصغرهن does not exist.
No, it does not exist
That's not
in
a word.
any of the verses I'm reading. 65:4, it's not there.
It doesn't exist. That's not a word.
You're talking about the commentary? I don't know what commentary you're reading now. I don't know what
Any of them. My point of me bringing up the commentary is showing you that people, again, who lived close to the time of the Prophet, when presented the word Nisa, again, let me finish. When presented with the word Nisa, they have described it, including prepubescence.
That's not true. Show me the evidence for that.
Jamil, again, I told you, Ibn Kathir, Al-Tabri, Al-Qurtubi,
not a single part of the Quran do they use the word Nisa for girls. That's impossible.
They do. Yes,
Why would
yes,
they
they
do
do.
that?
Justin, go to 4,127.
Show me. 4,127.
I may be wrong with the verse. Let me check.
There's impossible. And I know how to read the Arabic, so I will know what they're trying to say.
Yeah, what's your native tongue there, Manar?
I know, because
I'm
he
Syrian,
butchered.
so I'm Arab.
Could you speak Arabic, please? Because you butchered the word. But go ahead.
نعم حبيبي
Justin, could you highlight?
No. What's your? I asked what your primary language was.
It's English.
Manar.
He butchered basic Arabic words.
Syrian guy that was born in Dubai.
Yeah, but I'm asking you, what is your mother
Arabic.
tongue? No, what
My
was your
mother
mother?
tongue is Arabic.
Gotcha. You grew up in Syria?
Grew up in Dubai, but I would visit Syria. So I have Gulf dialectic and the Syrian dialectic under me.
Okay.
Justin, could you highlight
Okay, it says ويستفتونكم في النساء.
The seventh word, yeah. 1, 2, 3,
ويستفتونكم.
4, 5,
Please read
6,
it correctly.
7.
From the second line. From the second.
Oh, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. To whom?
No. So one before.
Oh, there we go. Oh, girls of girls.
This is the word Nisa. It is described here as.
Well, that's what I'm telling you. This is the This is the whole discussion I had with
It is translated. It is translated as girls in this
this
verse.
is a wrong translation.
It is not a wrong translation. It is not a wrong translation if you know.
Yeah, this is a wrong translation. This is the translation of the Quran.com. This is the translation of the Quran.com. This is not right.
Again. The word yatama cannot apply to grown women. It only applies to prepubescents.
في ما يتلى عليكم في الكتاب في يتامى النساء التي لا تأتوهن ما كتب لهن
جميل. The word yatama can only apply to prepubescents.
ترغبون أن تنكحوهن.
So there is no way this is talking about the girls that you want to marry. This is talking about nisa. So you're actually
No,
wrong.
it says
I was
orphan,
right.
orphans. Again, it
I
is
was
talking
right.
about orphan
Yeah.
girls that you
Okay.
want to marry.
Orphaned woman. You're
I
not.
know, orphan girls.
So
You cannot. There
deconstruction
is no such thing. There is.
let me answer.
Could you just mute this guy? There is no such thing as an orphan woman. That is not. That is
What the
grammatically
fuck?
incorrect.
What do you mean there's no such thing as an orphan woman? It means an orphan that's
No,
a
this-
woman that
this
becomes
is-
a woman that doesn't have her parents.
This is
Is your
semantically
grandma
true.
orphan?
No, listen to me, guys. Look. Wait,
No,
so
answer the
from
question. Answer the
Nisa.
question, Minar. Answer the question.
It says, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna read the."
No,
Here's the
answer the
context. I'm
question.
answering it from myself. I'm not answering it from myself. I'm answering it from the context of the text, and the context is of the text.
No, answer the
في اللغة
question he asked
العربية
you.
in Arabic in Arabic اليتم ينتهي عند الحلم أو عند الاحتلام. And this is according again to Arabic lexicons and according to the Prophet himself in the Hadith of Ali ibn Abi Talib, who said that the Prophet has said that orphanhood ends with puberty. So you cannot be an orphan if you've passed puberty. So this is describing prepubescence.
What? Show me that verse. Actually, show me.
Jamil, Justin, pull up orphanhood ends with
Because
puberty.
everything you guys are doing, you're misinterpreting. Because maybe
No,
you
I'm
don't
not
understand the
misinterpreting.
actual context of
You
that
simply
verse.
do not understand any Arabic apparently.
Okay, so your proof that this word is actually
you're butchering
girls
basic
is
Quran
because
reading.
in another hadith, Prophet Muhammad used the word and said that
No, by
no,
proof, by
there
proof,
are
Habibi,
no
by proof,
orphans
by
that
proof.
are girls.
So,
Habibi,
I mean, literally,
my proof
even-
was the Arabic lexicon itself. My proof was the actual people living at the time who described the word as meaning as an umbrella term that it includes children. My proof was the Prophet himself saying that the word includes children when explaining the hadith when explaining the Quranic verse in 65:4 in the hadith that is mentioned in Ibn Kathir and in Ibn Abbas and multiple different proofs. You just do not understand Arabic.
Yeah. So to be
Could you
clear,
open up the actual
you-
hadith from the website.
I'm sorry. What am I looking for? Which hadith?
It should say orphanhood ends with puberty. Ali ibn Abi Talib.
Also, just the definition of an orphan entails that they're a child, because once you're an adult, you're no longer an orphan. You're just an adult. Like, that's why Ems asked you, is your grandmother an orphan? No, that's not the case. Like, if my mother's still alive, my father's not. But if my mother dies tomorrow, I don't become an orphan. I'm not an orphan. I'm a grown-ass man. But here's the hadith, by the way. Let's see. Let me see if I can zoom in on the text. Let's see. It says, Ali ibn Abi Talib, may Allah be pleased with him, reported that the Prophet, may Allah's peace and blessings be upon him, said, there's no orphanhood after reaching puberty, and there's no silence for the whole day till night. So, no orphanhood after reaching puberty. Oops.
And you can find this in any lexicon. The definition of orphan in Arabic is he who has lost his father before puberty.
Well, thanks for playing, Minar.
So it would be just a simple contradiction if Allah says people who have passed puberty are orphans. This would just turn from a argument about child marriage to God not understanding
I'll
Arabic.
ask you a question then. Why would the hadith use the
No,
word
answer the question, Habi.
Sabiya? Why
Answer what we
would they
said.
use Sabiya? Why?
Answer what we said. Because because the word has to be inclusive.
Can you hear me?
The
Hello?
word that is used has to be like we can now. The word has to be inclusive. I cannot say girls when I want to say females in general.
No, this is impossible. You're misunderstanding this. You're actually conflating two
This is
different
impossible.
verses.
No, you're just stupid. You're simply just stupid.
No,
You're simply just stupid.
guys, look.
We all
His
saw
whole
it.
evidence that this word is actually.
Just to be clear, the claim was that the word used in 65:4 is also used of girls that are below the age of puberty, which is evidenced in another passages about the orphans, and orphans specifically are children under the age of puberty, which we got the evidence from the hadith that we literally just read. So the claim is that the word that we find in 65:4 can and does get used of girls that are prepubescent. It doesn't mean women, which means you lied on the meaning of a very simple word.
I mean, that's impossible.
Because you're literally too
and could you bring up the
dishonest.
Quran commentary?
Yeah. On which
Why
Chronex...
do you use the word nisa, which only means woman, a grown adult woman?
It doesn't. We just showed you. We just showed you where it didn't. We just showed you where it didn't.
That's not true. You guys are assuming that
We
that's
just
what
read
it
it.
means. It doesn't.
We
You
just
can
read it.
also, yeah, but he's talking about the women orphans.
We just
that
read
means they
it.
don't have a father or a
There,
dad or
there
a
are
mother.
no women orphans. Nope.
There's no other way to explain that actual
He says
mechanism of being
there is
born with no
it's
father
like
and mother.
his listening skills are not like
No,
even
you
in
guys
this
are
plane.
presuming everything. He's presuming everything based on
Do
a
you wanna,
singular.
Justin, do you want to know
Not
his
even
rebuttal,
in
what his
this
rebuttal was? He's
plane of
asking me,
existence.
He's asking me why did they use the word Nisa
lying
when there is
on
in contention instead of using the word girls? Well, of course, again, we want to be
You guys have to
inclusive.
give me an
When we
opportunity.
say that, again, when we say of your women who have the spirit of menstruation, that would include an adult or elderly women. And if we say that those who have not reached puberty, that would include prepubescents. So we're looking for a word that is inclusive. And Nisa is inclusive.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I already read this.
No, Nisa is not inclusive of girls.
So I already read this tafsir
It
for
is, and the
him.
Prophet himself said so. You're just
I already
stupid.
read this tafsir for him, and he told
Why am I getting
me
muted?
he told me that this tafsir was adding to the Quran and that it should be ignored. So he heard this tafsir and just said that he knows better than the scholar.
Wait. I'm not using the scholar as a source of authority here. I'm using a person who lived, just a second. I'm using a person who lived similar in time, who would have been familiar with the colloquialisms of 7th century Arabia to explain to us what the word means.
Yeah.
So it is like cross-examining a different passage from the same time to see how they use the same word. So again, this is a passage from the same time.
Yeah,
It is
but you're
showing us that the
wrong.
people
You're
at that time
wrong.
understood
You're
the word Nisa
no,
to bring this out.
but you're not
I'm
even
not
talking
wrong,
about the
you're just
same word.
simply
You're just saying. Can I
hiding.
answer? Can I respond? Can I shut the fuck up for a minute? You're not actually talking about the same word.
Maybe
You're actually saying.
you could respond.
Oh, there's a
You could
hadith
respond
that
when you
says.
stop being
Can I
dumb.
finish?
Come on.
Can I finish? Am I allowed to speak, or you're just gonna keep talking? Can somebody mute him? You're not even.
Consider
You're
listening,
not even
Shadow Boxer.
translating the same word. You're just saying in another hadith. There's a Prophet Muhammad's talking to Ali ibn Talib, and he's told him there's no orphanage after. So you're assuming because there's Prophet Muhammad says there's no orphanage after, and I'm not even sure if this is Sahih hadith
I'm
or
not
not.
assuming anything.
That's it. That
It is
means
Sahih.
that the word, if you present the word orphan and after it whatever species or sex it is, that means he's only talking about little girls. That is a misinterpretation.
Actually,
There's zero
Minar,
evidence of what you're speaking of.
Minar, I couldn't actually hear you.
there's no
Could you say that a
evidence
little
at
bit
all.
louder? I can't hear you. Can you speak up a little bit?
Well, you guys keep muting me, so I have to talk fast.
That's why I'm asking you. Can you speak up?
I mean, I can't be louder than that.
Yeah, I know. Fucking loudest guy in the room.
Yeah,
I would maybe just yell at the microphone.
That's funny because you guys just talk over and. But anyways, so his only argument is that there is no orphan. If it's an
No.
orphan, it has to be a girl.
I presented
There's
like
impossibility
5 to
for
6 different
a
arguments in like
grown
2
woman
minutes.
to be an orphan. What if I am trying to describe to you
Yes.
a woman that does not have a father and a mother? What am I supposed to say?
An adult with no parents?
You do not say orphan.
I'm not an orphan.
That's literally what he used. He said an orphaned woman. He's literally what the words that were
didn't
used
say
were
that.
an orphan,
there
which
is no
means
such
a
thing.
woman with no father or mother. That's all the description. You're presuming a
it said
new
an orphan
definition
woman. It
upon
said an
this based on
orphan woman.
another hadith that has nothing to do with this hadith, and you're misinterpreting even the Arabic the Arabic language, which is insane. Like, where? Show me anywhere in the Arabic language where we use the word nisa for girls.
So
Show me.
just to be
Anywhere in the
clear,
Quran.
the quotation
That's all you need
from
to do.
the quotation from the prophet's not valid then?
No, he's misinterpreting what that means.
Well,
First of all,
let's
I don't even know if
take,
it's a
let's take a
sahih,
look at it, right?
but
So what it
he's
says,
extrapolating. Yeah, he's
what it says
extrapolating
is,
from that. There is
what
no
it says
orphaned
is,
girl.
this is listen, Minar, you'll hear it. Okay, this is a quote from the prophet. It says there is no orphanhood after reaching puberty.
Yeah,
I didn't
and
say
you guys
it.
are misinterpreting that.
You're
and you're misinterpreting that to mean anytime I
misinterpreting
say
what?
the word orphan.
Justin,
Let me
could you do me a
finish. Let
favor?
me
Can you
fucking
pull up what I
finish.
sent you on
Holy
Discord
shit.
and have him read
You're
it?
misinterpreting
Oh
this
yeah,
hadith to mean
I
that
actually
every
forgot to
time I
open
use the word
Discord.
orphan,
I always
it's
forget to
impossible
open
for me
up
to use
Discord.
the word woman with it.
No, the
Anyways,
word
I gotta
orphan
go. I have another
specifically refers to
debate. I
Have
have
him
a
children.
read
debate.
the
I have to go
highlighted
debate
yellow.
Ukraine versus Russia. If you guys want to stop by, come by to my channel, Manara.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to be watching that.
Before you
But
go, read this
deconstruction. Let
quickly.
me
Read
come
this
back.
quickly.
Let me come back.
He's
later,
running.
okay?
He's running.
What am I running from?
Read this quickly before you go. Before you go, read this quickly.
Can I hear my voice one more time? Deconstruction. Can you play my song?
Yeah, let me pop this
Can you
up
play my
here.
beautiful handsome?
Okay. Could you read this quickly?
Yeah,
The
whatever.
highlighted
I
in
gotta
yellow.
go,
Go
guys.
ahead.
You don't have anything
read it
important
first.
to
Go
do.
ahead.
I see
I
it's,
have a
it's only
debate right
it's
now.
all in Arabic. Hold on.
Yeah.
Which
إن المعنى الذي يفيده
is there? Oh, you want him
لفظ
to read it?
النساء.
Sorry.
المعنى
تتمثل
زوجات
في
بنات.
المعاني ما شاء الله.
So look at this guy. So he's
So what does
in
it
the
say?
Arabic. It says here, damn, Trench Deacon, thanks so much for the $10. It says, thank you, man. This is my enemy. Trench Deacon, a couple of days ago, Deconstruction, I humiliated them. Now he's sending me $10. Look at that.
Literally,
By the way, just like you, you know.
Imagine not being able to focus so much because he got one super chat.
Sorry. So anyway,
read the screen, bro.
Okay, deconstruction. So it says إن المعنى الذي يفيده اللفظ النساء. So the meaning of the word nisa, which or the word of the nisa or the context of nisa, when asked in the meaning, it says zawjat, which means wives. Then it says bint, which means a girl. So how can you put who's
Continue reading.
this?
Continue reading.
Who's
Continue
tafsir
reading. This is not a tafsir. This is a definition of the word.
وإناث and then females. This is wrong. This is a wrong definition.
Females.
This is not a Muslim,
This is not
Quranic.
really.
This is not Quranic definition.
The lexicon's wrong. Is this a lexicon?
Yes. This is an excerpt from a lexicon.
The lexicon is wrong. You heard it here. Manar Reports came to tell you that the Arabic lexicon is wrong. Whatever you do, don't listen to the lexicon. Listen only to Manar Reports.
Yeah, when I look up what does the word nisa means, it's impossible for it to mean a girl. It's only meaning women, females, or wives. It does not mention girls. It's impossible to use
it's devastating
the
to my
Quran.
case.
The Quran will never make a mistake of using the wrong word to try to describe something.
All right, go to your debate. We're done with you now. I think we got enough out of you.
Insane.
That was spectacular.
Like the gaslighting is insane. Like it's literally right in front of your face. And he said that my entire argument hinges on the hadith about orphanhood, as if I didn't explain like multiple different things in 2 minutes.
It's unbelievable. Ems, you're a legend, bro. Absolute legend. Okay. All right, friends. I'm going to read just a couple super chats and make sure you're showing some love down to Ems over here. And we're going to grab our next guest momentarily. Hot One, not said anything, but they sent 5 DZ Debate memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. Huge W. And Marcus, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It's the first time I've heard of this God-eating penguin. I love penguins. I'm changing all of my usernames to God-eating penguin now. Thanks once again, Justin. The God-eating penguin is a really good argument when you find somebody who just wants to think that you can cognitively, if you can conceive of it, it becomes real. Because the minute you open up that door, we're like, well, fuck. Well, I just conceived of something that killed your God, so now your God doesn't exist, right? It's just such a dumb... It's a good reversal, at least, right? Clever Moniker says, I know I'm a little bit behind on the feed, but we love you, Carlos. You too, Jay. We do love you, Carlos. And we're all with you during this current time. I know you're going through some stuff right now. St. Tommy, thank you for the $20 super chat, friend, says you discredited him the second you got him to endorse PDF acts. His voice now only mainstreams PDFs who cannot be reasoned out of their diseases, but can be emboldened to act on their urges with any excuse. Please ban. So this is fair. I was actually thinking about this because One of the reasons why I told Q-Top I would never, he can't debate me until he admits that it's not okay to marry children. I really should apply that to everybody. When I find somebody who thinks it's okay to marry children, they should be immediately removed for consistency's sake. I agree with you. I think for the future we'll do this.
Could I just add like a caveat? I think that applying this to cultures who generally think so would not be fair, because Q-Top lives in the US and he understands that this is bad, and his culture tells him that this is bad. But if you apply it to somebody from Syria, for example, his entire culture is based around this being okay, that wouldn't be equivalent. They would
Fair.
need to be talked to. You
That's
expect
fair.
Q-Top to understand that this is why you're asking him to admit so, because he's been
He grew up
taught
here.
so, yeah. But somebody who's been taught that this is okay, you'd have to talk to them to explain to them that this is not okay.
That's a fair point. You know, when I was in Nicaragua, we knew a girl that got married at 13. Everybody was happy about it. It wasn't a forced marriage. That was normal for them. But you know, you're right. It is going to be cultural for some people for sure. Good point. Philo, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says my favorite is baby paste when it's made like pot stickers. Ooh, stuffed into rice flour wraps, fried on the side, and then steamed, then drizzled with soy sauce. Yum, yummy, yum. Listen, I don't disagree with that. I think we can work with some baby paste pot stickers. Gretchen, good to see you tonight. Says, damn, M's got even better at this. Also, hi Justin. Listen, I fucking show up in chat for M's as well. M's he's the GOAT. He's the best. Like there's no one better at this game than M's. Joshua says he learned a Philbro word, doodah doodah. He kept on saying it, doodah doodah. They love it. Once a Philbro learns a new word, it becomes like the cornerstone of their vocabulary for the next like month. Printer says my friend got a job at the local zoo circumcising elephants. The pay is not great, but the tips are huge. Rock hard for Doug. Always enjoy your content. Thank you. I really appreciate the joke. You guys know I love a good joke around here. And Chip says a full preterist who believes in the Kabbalah. I know. That was wild, right? That's why I knew he was a troll at some point. What crazy combination is this? Rock hard for Doug, simply up for Sharon, and straight for Justin. Well, thank you, Chip. But yeah, like I was taken aback myself when he said it, and then finally it got to the point where it got really trolly, and then like, oh, he's just saying stuff, right? Philo says, if God exists, then how come he can't make Christy Noam like she isn't one of the lizard people in human skin suit? Diamond Cutter for Doug. Oh, hell yeah, Diamond Cutter for Doug is good. That's a fair point. Like, if there was ever proof of lizard people, I think Christy would be like at the top of the list for the evidences, you know? And Flanker, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says stagnant energy is hilarious. It's like a flat globe. Running Kruger is hard to watch. I know. It's really rough. I've never heard stagnant energy though. That's a new one for me. And Hawk, good to see you, says thanks for taking the time to interview me about Mormonism. I watched you and Jimmy Cook Latter-day Logic. It's crazy he ended that call thinking he won. I know. They always do. The cognitive dissonance with these people is wild. But yeah, I'll be clipping that soon. I haven't clipped it yet, but that's a good one. And last super chat for now from our friend Max a million. Thank you so much, my friend, for the $50 super chat. That is monstrous. Says M and M's. Love you guys. Well, thank you, Max. We love you and really appreciate you supporting the channel. And glad you enjoyed it. Okay, let's get our next guest in here. I think after this, we're going to bring in Matt from the YouTube queue. Welcome in, Rock.
Hello.
How you doing, Rock?
Good. I'm an ex-Muslim, and I was impressed by
Do you still believe in God?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, we're debating people who do believe in God, you know?
Okay.
But Ems is the best. We agree. He's awesome, isn't he?
Yeah.
And we're glad you got out of the cult. Big W for thinking critically.
Thank you. I just want to ask Ems, how about the Patricia Crone book, Have you ever heard about it?
What?
Patricia Crone.
No.
Okay, it's something amazing. You should.
ليه طيب؟
Yeah, she's talking about origins of Islam, about Judeo-Nazarism.
Could you write that name down, Justin?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it right now. Patricia Crone.
Hagorism. The book.
Meccan Trade and the Rise of Islam?
Hagorism. This is the book.
She's a professor of history at the Institute for Advanced Study. Professor of Islamic Study at the Institute of Advanced Study. I don't know what that means. I don't know who this individual is, but like you can find her. It's Patricia Crone, Crone, and she's got a number of books on it. She seems to be a professor in this field of study. So go check her out, y'all.
Yeah,
But
I can
we've
take
never heard of her.
1 minute to resume.
Nope, we're doing debate. Sorry, bud. Thanks for stopping by, though. All right, let's bring in Matt. Welcome in, Matt.
Hello?
Yeah, how you doing?
Oh, hey, hello. Good. Can you hear me? Is the connection okay?
Yeah, I can hear you all right. It's a little quiet. Is it quiet for y'all or just for me?
I can take my headphones off if that would help.
I don't think it's so bad. I have control over the volume. I can turn your volume up if needed. Not a problem.
Okay. And the delay, no delay. I'm not on Wi-Fi or anything.
Most of them are saying it's good. We should be okay. Okay, so Matt, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I am at least 18. I am deconstructed. That being said, I heard what you said with the last guy. You guys are just doing debates tonight. But I figured I was waiting for a while, so I didn't just want to drop out right before you said you'd call me up. So, but yeah, I really just, yeah. Can I ask one short, just small question or just?
You're already here. Might as well ask it.
Yeah. I basically just wanted to ask, like, if you just like in a couple of words or just short sentences, like, just some like good advice for like sort of coming out to like Christians, I guess, or theists in general. Just simply because like coworkers, like I've had a coworker ask me the other day, and to, like invited me to church at like a new job, and I was just like,
oh, where the fuck did he go? Hold on, Matt.
Hold on, Matt.
We lost you. Hold on. You dropped for some reason. You're back.
Hello. Anyway, sorry, I realized that got a little bit long-winded. I'm not trying to ramble. Yeah, just if you had some, just to not come off like an asshole, because I feel like I was due.
So the thing I would say is just like, hey, I really appreciate you thinking about me and caring about me, but I'm not really interested in going to church, being that I don't believe that your God is real and that I already know the gospel. Like if they're inviting you to church and you're an ex-Christian, just tell them, like, listen, I already know the message and I don't believe it. So going to church would be a waste of time. And I don't want to waste your time or my time. So I politely would decline that.
For sure. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it's short and sweet to the point, and it's, yeah. And if they have a problem with it, then,
yeah, if they have a problem with it, then they're a jerk and they don't need to be your friend.
Yeah, exactly. Well, anyway, I appreciate your time. Have a great night, and I mean this, like, I'm saying this tongue in cheek, but I mean the sentiment. You're doing the Lord's work, my friend.
Thank you, my friend. Matt. Deconstructing is it's quite a thing. All right. Welcome in, Marky.
Hello?
Uh-huh.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're a little quiet though. It sounds like your background noise is louder than you are.
Can you hear me better?
Yeah.
Yes, I just I wanted to come in because I'm a Christian.
Sure.
I'm not. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes it gets me it gets me annoyed because I should know more about the book that I supposedly believe in, right? The Bible. Like I should know a lot more about it since I am a Christian.
Be a good
But
idea.
I'm still, but I'm still kind of young, right? So
That happens.
my whole
Are you over
yeah
18 at least?
yeah.
Okay. So we'll start easy. I'll do a sentence with like a fill in the blank, and I'll let you fill in the blank. Christianity is true because of blank.
Because of Christianity is true because of resurrection, I guess.
Gotcha. So you think the best evidence for Christianity is the resurrection?
I mean, I would assume so. Like out of everything, there's obviously it's not just the only thing, but I would say it's the main one. I don't know. Would you agree with that?
Well, to me, I don't think there's any good evidence for the resurrection, but I do agree that if the resurrection isn't true, then Christianity falls apart. In fact, Paul says the same thing in 1 Corinthians chapter 15. He says, if Jesus wasn't raised, then we are to be pitied most among mortals. And so, proving the resurrection would go a long way to proving the religion true. What kind of evidence do you think we have for the resurrection?
I mean, I don't know. Like in the Bible, obviously it talks about it, and we got people that wrote it down. I know I hear a lot about the 500 witnesses.
That's same thing, 1 Corinthians 15, but we don't have testimony from not even a single one of them. It's just Paul says that 500 witnesses saw him, but none of them left anything for us. Also, your background noise is super, super loud right now.
I know. I'm just flipping the chicken real quick because while I was listening, I was putting the chicken on the pan. I'm gonna leave right away. Hold on. I'm just flipping it. All right, my bad. I'll be back. So my whole thing with that is
that's a little bit better, yeah.
Sorry, yeah, I'm walking away now. Like when I think about it like this, like when what you're saying about it not being actually like it's not real documentation. I mean, I guess you could say that, but where do you get your proof on how it's not? Like, where are you getting that?
Well, just saying that there are 500 witnesses doesn't mean that we have anything from them, right? So if the 500 witnesses left something for us, then we could say that maybe there were 500 witnesses, but Paul doesn't even name them. We don't even know who they are. Nobody does. Right?
Okay,
like,
so then...
Like I could just say that 500 people saw me resurrect from the dead, but if none of them actually leave any evidence, how valuable is that claim?
Okay. So then what do you think I should be asking then after that?
So I'm going to tell you what the typical argument is, and then I'll tell you why I think it fails. So typically when people argue for the resurrection, they say something along the lines of, well, something must have happened because the disciples were willing to give their life for the religion, and if not the resurrection, then what? The reason why this typically fails is because we actually don't know how most of the disciples died. We only have the record of one of the Jameses. He dies in the book of Acts, and then we've got the record of Paul and Peter. We don't really know exact details about how they died because the books that describe how they died are also full of all kinds of crazy shit. Like in the apocryphal Acts of Peter, when we learn about Peter being crucified upside down, we also learned that a dog is empowered by the Holy Spirit to give a speech, and that a baby sucking at his mother's teat also gave a speech, and that Simon Magus and Peter got into a wizard's duel. So I'd say the documentation we have for the death of some of these people is like really sus. But after that, all the other deaths, we don't really know much about. We don't learn about those deaths till hundreds of years later. And we're certainly not told that they were killed because of their faith. In fact, if you read the writings from some of the early critics like Celsus, Kelsis says, listen, the reason why Christians are getting arrested is because you keep breaking the law. You're holding secret assemblies at night. You're not supposed to do that. It's against the law. It's a violation of Roman law because people think that you're plotting against the government. That's why they're arresting you guys. It wasn't just because they believed in Jesus. So that's why I don't think that, they died for it is a good argument. Also because, a lot of people die for their belief, whether it's true or not. You know as well as I do, 9/11, a bunch of people, died for their belief. A lot of people in the early days of Islam, they went to war believing that Muhammad was a prophet. Even in the early days of Mormonism, people died, became martyrs for Mormonism. So I'm not sure being a martyr for something is a good indication that it's true. And the only other argument that people typically give for the resurrection is trying to say that the Gospels are eyewitness testimony, but unfortunately they're not. The Gospels aren't eyewitness testimony at all. Mark wasn't an eyewitness. He was the cousin of Barnabas. He wrote after 70 CE, most likely. So that's the earliest Gospel. Matthew and Luke copied directly from Mark, which means they wrote after Mark. We actually don't know who wrote any of these, by the way. We're guessing. There's not a single, none of the early manuscripts have the names. And then John, it outright tells you that it wasn't written by him in the last chapter. And Luke wasn't a disciple either. He tells you chapter 1, he's not an eyewitness. So the only eyewitness you could possibly get to is maybe Peter, if you think Peter wrote First Peter, but I don't. So.
Okay. Another thing is obviously you've done your research and or you have your claims and your stances, but it might not be it might not matter, but you can also agree that there's also people that have done the same, and if not even more research on the opposite view you hold and have their sort of evidence, right?
Yeah,
for
but
example, if you're
I know about the evidence. I'm not unfamiliar with it.
yeah,
I know about Gary
no,
Habermas and Michael Licona.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, what I'm trying to say is that with every claim, because what the way that you're framing it to me is almost like this is the only right answer, right? Which in your view, in your mind, yeah, that's what it could be, and it 100% could be true as well. What I'm saying is I'm not trying to look at it from a because yeah, I am a logical person and I like looking through logic. But one thing that I think a lot of atheists and non-believers and people in general, especially into science, one thing that I notice is that they don't like to talk about, or they kind of dismiss any time that I mention anything that's transformative and has to do with spiritual stuff, spiritual things that is what I would call, right? So when I always say that I became Christian and things kind of became better, I was able to fix this or this and that I don't feel that I would have been able to do by myself. You guys
Well,
turn it into something like placebo or science and all that, and it's more something that.
But that exists in every religion. I actually knew a guy when I was in seminary who was an alcoholic, and he converted to Islam because he felt like the religion of Islam helped him overcome alcoholism. So there's all kinds of stories of testimonies and miracles in every religion. So either none of them are true or all of them are true.
Yeah, but one thing that I find about Christianity specifically compared to all other religions, right? Because we could speak on Buddhism, we could speak on the other guy was talking about Islam, which is true. Yeah, they have some things that come with them where if you actually do follow them, a part of your life would it's supposed to be different. But
So
from what I've been learning about the Bible and about Christianity in itself, it's not like the laws, these laws that they gave the Jews back in the times when it was only for a certain people, like the Old Testament, right?
God in the Old Testament, thank you, Godless engineer, for the money gun. God in the Old Testament says that you got to follow the law forever, and then Jesus doubles down on it. In Matthew 5, Jesus says, if you teach people not to follow the law, you'll be called least in the kingdom of heaven.
Yeah, well, if I'm not mistaken, right, these laws, right, that we're talking about, are you talking about the Mosaic laws? Or are you talking about
That's all you
the Ten
have is
Commandments?
those are Mosaic laws.
Because we got the 613, right?
That includes the Ten Commandments. Ten
So
Commandments are
so
part of the Mosaic law.
so all those laws, right? Like a bunch of them, right?
Mhm.
These laws are technically still under the Jewish religion, right?
No, I mean, I disagree. Jesus told his disciples in Matthew 28 to go preach to the nations. And it says, teach them everything that I've commanded you. Well, he commanded them to follow the law.
Yeah. I'm saying, like, if we look at Christianity today and we look at Judaism today, Christianity is not necessarily following those laws that you say they should be. But what I'm saying is the Jews still take them. Like, they still take them to the weight. Like, they still carry weight to the Jews, right?
I know, but what I'm saying is they did to Jesus also, right? Jesus expect you to follow these laws, and so did Yahweh. Yahweh said that the laws are forever. And if you read the Hebrew Bible, what you'll discover is that when the Messiah comes, these laws are not just for Israel, they're going to go from Jerusalem to the ends of the earth. They're going to cover all the earth is going to be under this law.
But when I like read it and I see when Jesus talks about how he didn't come to condemn, was it that he didn't come to condemn the law but to fulfill it? What is it?
Right. He said that he didn't come to abolish the law, but to fulfill it. In
Yeah.
fact, I'll bring it up for you because it's kind of an important passage. So Jesus says, "Do not think I've come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have come not to abolish, but to fulfill." So whatever you think abolish mean, or whatever you think fulfill means, it certainly doesn't mean that the law is going away, because the law going away would mean abolish, and he didn't come to abolish the law. So that's why he says the next thing, "Truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven." So Jesus says, whoever says not to follow these laws will be called least in the kingdom of heaven.
Yeah, but see, so technically what you're saying is if this Christianity stuff was real, right? According to Jesus, we would have to be taking those laws into account and following them to this day if we want to be accepted, right? That's what you're saying.
According to Jesus, if you want to be great in the kingdom of heaven, you got to follow the laws. And this is true in the Hebrew Bible as well. In the Hebrew Bible, during the Messianic age, you're going to follow the law of Moses.
But like you see, but when he says fulfill, I don't think he means to keep it going unchanged. Like, I think it's more like
Then why
to
did he tell you
complete
to
its
do it?
purpose. Because I think when he says fulfill, I think it means to
No.
complete its purpose.
Why did
to
he
bring
tell
it.
you to follow the laws?
Well, at the time, it was like, wasn't it for the moral, like for morality, to show what was right, what was wrong for the
No, what I'm
civilians at
asking
the
you,
time?
why does he tell you that if you want to be great in the kingdom of heaven, you've got to follow the laws of Moses?
Well, that's not exactly how he framed it, though. Like, he didn't say you
Word
need
for
to
word, he
follow the
said
laws
that.
of. Sorry, can you read it one more time? My bad.
Yeah, he says, "Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven."
But in that context, what commandments are you talking about? Just
The laws of
so I like.
Moses. That's in verse 17. He says, "Do not think I've come to abolish the law or the prophets." That's
What book? What book?
What book? What?
What book is this?
Matthew 5.
Oh, Matthew 5:13.
Matthew 5:17.
Okay, I'm just pulling it up so I could.
Mhm.
Yeah. So do not think that I've come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have come to not to abolish them. I have not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them. Yeah.
No. So
like the way I read that,
fulfill
this is
does
how
not
my
mean
brain.
that they go away.
But this is how I process it. he's basically saying I'm not here to cancel the Old Testament. Because what a lot of Christians or a lot of people will do is they're
He
like,
didn't say Old Testament.
but the law or the prophets means the Old Testament, no?
No. The law and the
Why not?
prophets are specific writings in the Old Testament. The Old
Well,
Testament
yeah,
was
but
made up
at that
of
time,
the law,
that
the
time they,
prophets, and the writings. Everything else that wasn't law and prophets was part of the writings.
but I'm saying at that time, the only thing that those people had, the Jews at that time, the only things that they had were the Old Testament, right?
Yes, but the law and the prophets are only 2/3 of the Old Testament. They still have the writings. They section them off into thirds.
Okay, but what he's saying, he's not going to destroy or ignore it, but he wants to fulfill it. So the definition of fulfill is that, what do you mean by fulfill? Like,
That's
because
why
you're
I
saying
told
fulfill
you,
me,
no matter what you think fulfill means, fulfill cannot mean that the laws go away, because the laws going away would mean abolish. And he said that he didn't come to abolish the law, and then he told you to follow the law. So whatever you think fulfill means, it will never mean that the law goes away, because that means Jesus would be directly contradicting himself in the same sentence.
okay. So what if I told you, like, I view it as fulfill means like to bring it to its intended finish line, or like,
That would mean
so not
abolish.
to, how would it mean abolish though,
When something is terminated, it's abolished.
but he didn't terminate, because he uses an example. I don't know
Yeah.
if it's further on in that verse, but like the law basically, like one of the laws was don't don't commit adultery, right, that was one of the more simpler ones, like,
Yeah, he goes on to demonstrate what he means by fulfill, by the way. Like, if you read the rest of the chapter, he tells you what it means to fulfill the law. He's giving you
yeah,
the law, and he's making it harder for you to obey it. He's
yeah,
literally saying, like, Moses told you to do this, but you actually have to do this. He's saying you have to do more than what Moses said, which is the opposite of abolishing it.
yeah. So I think what he's trying to say, and this is as a believer, right, this is as a Christian. I look at the laws, right, that were placed at that time, and these people would follow these laws, right? But it got to a point that when he came on earth and he was actually doing his ministry, all these Pharisees and all these Sadducees who followed the law and who knew the law better than anybody, right?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't like him. They didn't like him because first of all, he claimed he was a Messiah, and then he was also
And he wasn't.
not following the laws, right?
No, he was.
Well, he was doing things on the Sabbath, right? He was doing,
No, he
um,
didn't. He never violated the Sabbath. You
well,
won't find a
okay.
single instance of Jesus breaking the Mosaic law in the whole Bible.
Well, yeah, what I'm saying is to these Pharisees, he was, right?
No,
If we're
they
looking at it
never.
from a,
They never accused him of such.
they didn't accuse Jesus of breaking laws.
Nope, not once. They accused him of breaking the tradition of the elders, which is the oral law. That's what they kept as Pharisees. It's not something that's in the Hebrew Bible.
So what?
So
So what is your opinion on? What is your opinion on the whole concept of him saying that it's not really about the works that you do. It's not really about the exact rules that you follow. It's really about the purpose of the laws, right?
Jesus never said that.
Well, he kind of intended it, no?
No, he said the opposite of it. He says, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. I mean, are you a whoever?
Yeah, I am. I'm
Okay.
whoever, and
So
I want to be honest.
if
Whenever
you
he
don't follow
says,
the
right?
commandments, that means that you're going to be least in the kingdom of heaven.
Okay, so I have a question, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what if we look in the Bible and we look at Jesus' teaching, right? Do we see Jesus saying to people explicitly, right? Because if this is something Jesus, like, I'm being 100%. I'm not trying to be like, I'm being transparent, right? If this is something that Jesus wanted the whole world to know about, right? Because supposedly he came to save the earth and everybody, right? Not specifically these Jews who are the chosen people, but not just for Israel. He came for the world. He says that, right? Or at least John says that, but then we get into the whole. What I'm saying is, wouldn't he make it very clear what it is to really walk like a Christian? Because
He
when
did. I
and you're
just
gonna
read
say
it to
that,
you. He
but no,
literally
no, no.
said, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. Whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. When the rich young ruler approached him and said, what must I do to inherit eternal life? He said, follow the commandments.
Yeah, I know, but didn't you just say after that he literally added another one? Like he made the laws even harder himself? Like
Yeah,
he
exactly. He thought the
so
laws should be even harder
yeah, but why? But why would he do that? Like
because
why would
he
he
was
say that to
so serious about following them. He thought you should follow them even harder.
I don't think that's what he was trying to do though.
That's exactly what he was trying to do.
I think he
You'll
I
never
think
find
his
a
point
single instance anywhere in the Bible where Jesus says that you shouldn't follow the law, not one.
Jesus specifically, no. You'll
Exactly.
see Paul say something around that, but
Paul will say a lot of
um
stuff about it, but not Jesus. Jesus always
yeah.
agrees with Yahweh. Yahweh and Jesus always agree that the law is permanent. That's why we find in Deuteronomy 30, God saying exactly that. He says in Deuteronomy 30, I'll pull it up for you. Sorry, one second. It's in the King James garbage version. Let me get a better one. So regarding the Messianic age, says the Lord your God will bring you into the land that your ancestors possessed, and you will possess it, and he will make you more prosperous and numerous than your ancestors. Moreover, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants, so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. Now, what does it mean when God says that he's going to circumcise their hearts, and what time period is this?
Deuteronomy?
No, what time period does God circumcise the hearts of the people according to the Bible?
Um so obviously I wouldn't think that circumcised is literal, right? In
It's
this
clearly
sense,
not. And no
it's
one's
a
taking a knife
symbolic.
to the heart. Yeah.
So I would say this is written in Deuteronomy, so circumcise the heart. I guess when they follow the law, right?
He's talking about a future time period when
Oh,
all the people will have their hearts circumcised, and then they will finally love the Lord with all their mind, heart, and soul. So you have
okay.
two options. One, you can say, well, this happened during the Messianic age, which is what Paul says. Paul says that you're not circumcised in the flesh, but you've got the
Yeah.
circumcision of the heart. Or you can say it hasn't happened yet. It'll happen like when Jesus comes back. Either of those two options, I think, could be valid. Which one do you like?
I honestly, I'll tell you why I really like the Paul one. It sort of makes sense with I think the heart of the Bible in itself.
Mm-hmm.
Because as we see, like you do see all these laws, right? You see all these laws about circumcision, and you see these laws about not eating pork, and a lot of these laws that today I would call like kind of dumb, but I got to be careful because I'm not fully educated, right? But Jesus did say, right, like those who look at each, like if you look at someone
Well,
with hatred,
don't get too
you're literally committing murder.
Yeah, don't get too
So
far
he
ahead of yourself. Where I'm still trying to figure out what time period this is. So the time period where God circumcises the hearts of the people is sometime after Jesus.
uh no, if you're saying during the times of Paul, I would say Paul kind of solidified it, but I would say during the times of Jesus was like when it started happening for real. Like
Yeah.
Nicodemus, like during the
Hmm.
times of Jesus,
And then it
that
continues on forever, right?
um yeah, but you could see it in a way like before Jesus too, in a way. Because if we're gonna say that it was, I don't know what the whole point of this argument is yet. Like I'm gonna be honest, but
Well, we haven't got there yet.
yeah.
I haven't finished it because as soon as I read you the next couple of verses, I feel like you're gonna try to walk back everything that you just said.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
And so the time period where the circumcision of the heart takes place is clearly when you are like this the spiritual descendant of Abraham through Jesus. That's what the New Testament says, which is why the next verse is incredibly difficult. It says, the Lord your God will put all these curses on your enemies and on the adversaries who took advantage of you. Then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all of his commandments that I am commanding you today. So according to Yahweh, when he circumcises the hearts of the people, you're going to follow all of the commandments that Moses gave.
Okay, I see where you're going with it, but the way that I see or read that, it also kind of makes sense in a way where put it into like terms that I can like understand. Like if it were to be that during these times that our hearts become, renewed, right? If that's I don't know if that's a way you want to look like renewed. That naturally, like instead of us following the laws, we're naturally gonna follow. Like it's gonna be something that we're not doing out of, oh, we need to do this. It's more of a natural transformation, right? That's where the whole transformation and stuff comes. Because I see what you're saying. Like, okay, if this were to happen, right, you would you'd be doing the 613 laws to the T. You'd be locked in. And that's why at the end of the day, this is all a facade, and it's actually not a real religion. I mean, I know you got hundreds of talking points to debate every single point that I would bring up. I know like you're a smart guy. I watch you, right? But the way I look at Christianity, it's not okay. Which are the laws I need to follow? Which are the things that I need to do?
Again,
it's more.
The question that we're trying to answer right now is: does God want you to follow the law?
Yes, God want. Yeah, but it's not the laws that I don't think it's the laws that you're referring to though.
I didn't. No, it clearly is. Jesus said to follow these laws. Yahweh said to follow these laws. He never gave you another set of laws.
Then Jesus came and he said that there's a commandment more important than all of them, right?
He said there are the two most important commandments are Deuteronomy 6:5 and Leviticus chapter 19 verse 18. And that's in Matthew 22. He says the first is to love the Lord your God with all your mind, heart, and soul. The second is like it, love your neighbor as yourself. Neither one of those are part of the Ten Commandments, but they are definitely both of the laws of Moses, and they are not new.
Okay, so if those are the most important laws, right? So why is he putting importance to them? Because if they're all important, like you're saying, right? Why would he highlight those two, right? Because at the end of the day, it says you will be the least or the most in the kingdom of heaven, right? So
because they're
even
categories.
If you don't follow,
okay, so again, I think the problem that you're having here is you're trying to think that I'm saying you can't go to heaven if you don't follow the Mosaic law. I never said that. The question we're answering is, does God want you to follow these laws?
Yeah. So that's when I would get into Paul and I would tell you that these laws are like these laws and all these ceremonial laws and these things don't stand today, especially for Christianity.
Did
not
Jesus
for Jews,
or God say that, or did Paul say that? You're starting to find the tension because Jesus and God say the opposite. Paul says that no, they are done away with.
Yeah, it's just how today, honestly, how would I do animal sacrifices? Like, am I supposed to just go find a lamb and cut it and take it to a temple?
Anyone can do it.
No, it's not possible today because there's no temple in Jerusalem.
Well, that's why the Jews aren't currently doing animal sacrifices. But if there was, you could do one in your residence. There are provisions for doing sacrifices when you're not at a temple.
Yeah, but I'm not even Jewish though. Like,
so what? God says that when the Messiah comes, this law is going to go from Zion to the ends of the earth. Everyone's going to be underneath of it.
And that's what Christianity is.
No, it's not. Christianity doesn't give you a law code. Christianity gives you contradictions. Christianity has Jesus saying, follow this law, and then teach all the nations to follow the law. And Paul saying, nope, law was temporary, you ain't got to do that. It's just a contradiction.
All right, so I have a question, right? Because you definitely know this Bible, right? You know what you're talking about. All right, so if I were to, let's cancel the contradictions, right? Let's cancel the contradictions and the things that may not make sense. If you were to read the book from beginning to end, right? New old to new, what would be the main message, or what would you say is like the heart or the message of this book specifically? Like, even if there is contradictions, what is this book trying to tell the people? What would be the main thing that you'd get? Obviously many things, but what are the number one, what would you say is the number one thing?
Small dick energy. God's got small dick energy. He can't survive even a single second if people aren't thinking about him, worshiping him, and slaving for him.
Okay. Okay. All
I mean,
right.
just being honest, like every page of this book is God complaining that you're not giving me enough love and respect. That's why even in the New Testament, we've got the doctrine of Christianity, which is basically love me or burn, which is crazy because like Christians will tell me like, well, God didn't want robots. That's why he had to give you free will. But he does want robots because the minute you exercise that free will and you don't give him exactly what he wants, he will condemn you to hell for all of eternity in torment and flames. That means he fucking wants robots.
Okay. All right. That's now I kind of have a better understanding of where we both, you know, how we how we view it. Okay, so
And so
what would you
there's bigger problems too, by the way, like other than the contradictions and whatnot. You know, I was a Christian for almost 20 years. I think the thing that Christianity will never be able to get over, the one criticism that will always defeat Christianity, hands down, day in and day out, is that Jesus just never fulfilled any messianic prophecies, not even one of them. So if Jesus isn't the Messiah, Christianity is already out the window. It's dead on arrival.
But how could you say that though? Like you'd
Because
have
I've
to
read
be
the book.
twisting it. You'd have to be twisting it.
No, that's actually what Christians are doing. Christians are going into the Hebrew Bible, taking it entirely out of context, and just calling it a prophecy because something vaguely familiar happened in the Hebrew Bible. Most of them aren't even prophecies. Like, for example, Jesus quotes Psalm 41 and Psalm 69 as prophecies. They're not prophecies. They're just also whatever wrapper is in your hand. It sounds like 1,000 mules stampeding right now.
My bad, bro. My bad.
So Jesus
Let
quotes
me mute while you speak.
multiple occasions. He quotes from Isaiah 61, says it's a prophecy about him. He's wrong. It's not. He quotes Psalm chapter 8, says it's about him. It's not. He quotes Psalm 41 and Psalm 69, says it's about him. It's not. None of these are even prophetic. They're just psalms. You can't just go to any random book in the Hebrew Bible, and if it sounds vaguely familiar to something, call it a prophecy. Prophecy is a clear prediction for the future. And when we look at what the Hebrew Bible says about the future, specifically about the Messiah, Jesus didn't do none of it.
Okay. I think we could definitely agree to disagree on that one.
I mean, I can prove
100%.
my point if you want.
All right, prove it.
Yeah, so we're going to go to Jeremiah 31. This is a really popular passage for Christians, but unfortunately, you know, they don't read the whole thing. It is important that you read the whole chapter. The part we're interested in is the part that gets quoted in the New Testament. So we've got this interesting section. Let's see. Did I say 31? I mean it. 15? Oh, I think it was Jeremiah 31. Let me double check. No, it's got to be Jeremiah 31. Oops. Did I go too far down? Thought it was 31:15 is what I was looking for. Oh, it was. I don't know why I didn't see it. Maybe I typed in the wrong passage. Thus saith the Lord, a voice is heard in Ramah, a lamentation and bitter weeping. Rachel is weeping for her children. She refuses to be comforted for her children because they are no more. Thus saith the Lord, keep your voice from weeping and your eyes from tears, for there is a reward for your work, says the Lord. They shall come back from the land of the enemy. There is hope for your future, says the Lord. Your children shall come back to their own country. Now, knowing what you know about Jeremiah, what do you think this is about?
I think it's about Israel at that time.
Exactly, yeah. This is about the Israelites coming back from Babylonian captivity, because literally, like 2 chapters prior, he tells them that after 70 years, he's going to bring them back and restore them, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the problem is if we go to Matthew chapter 2, I think like verse 18, we get a really weird quotation. When Herod supposedly kills all the babies in and around Bethlehem, it says, then what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah was fulfilled. A voice was heard in Ramah, wailing in loud lamentation, Rachel weeping for her children. She refused to be consoled because they are no more. But that's not true. Jeremiah 31:15 had nothing to do with babies being killed in Bethlehem 600 years later. That's preposterous.
Okay. Okay, the thing is, I see what you're saying there. Like, if you read Jeremiah literally at that time, that's what you take it as. But one thing I think that specifically happens in Christianity is there are a lot of parallels. Because I think this is something they say in Christianity, God has a sense of humor. You probably heard it 100 times. But what was I going to say? Yeah, like, what do you think about those prophecies that talk about Jesus, those prophecies that say very specific things? Like, sure, you could bend them to say that and argue otherwise.
But that's what Matthew did. Matthew is bending this like a pretzel, trying to make it about Jesus when it clearly isn't.
But at the time it wasn't. Like,
I know.
What would you think the story about
at the
Hosea
time
is about?
the prophecy was given? It was about the nation of Israel coming back from captivity, and that's it. You don't get to make up a new meaning to it later just because you don't like the original meaning.
Okay, keep going with what you're saying though, because I'm trying to get the full picture.
Another classic one we'll find in Hosea 11, and then we'll do Isaiah 7 after that. In Hosea 11, it says, when Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. Sorry, let me put it on the screen so everyone can see it. There we go. The more that I called them, the more that they went from me, and they kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to idols. What do you think that's about?
I would say that's about at that time the Israelites that were disobedient to the law.
Yeah, exactly. When they came out of Egypt, right?
Yeah, they were tripping.
Yeah, exactly. They really were, right? So the problem we have is this is clearly not even a prophecy, is it? This is about the history of Israel.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's no prophecy to be fulfilled. But if you go to Matthew chapter 2 again, I think verse 14 through 16, what we'll find is that when Joseph took the child and his mother by night and went to Egypt, they remained there until the death of Herod. This was to fulfill what had been spoken by the Lord through the prophet, out of Egypt I have called my son. But that's not the case, because there is no prophecy about God calling the Messiah or his son out of Egypt. That's strictly Hosea 11 as a history of the Exodus, not a prediction for the future.
Okay, so I have a question. This might not be connected to specifically Christianity, but what would you say about when God tells Abraham, he gives him like this prophecy, or whatever you want to call it, about his descendants, and later on what we would call Israel, right? Like, what would be your opinion on that?
I don't know what you're referring to. You're referring to the promise when he says that all nations will be blessed by your descendants?
Yeah, like the Abrahamic promise. Yeah, like
I don't make anything of it. I mean,
you don't have.
I don't think it came true. I don't think it'll ever come true.
You don't think it's coming true as we speak, like right now?
No, Christianity is dying a slow, agonizing death.
No, but I'm not talking about Christianity. I'm talking about Israel.
No, I don't think Judaism's growing either.
You don't think that talking about they'll reach the end of the earth and like them being, well, doesn't it talk about them being very prosperous and
There's a lot of passages about that. I mean, but there's also passages that talk about their restoration that make it clear that this was supposed to happen, over 2,000 years ago, right? So these passages, there's a couple in Isaiah where it talks about how the kings of other nations will bring you their wealth. Well, that was supposed to happen just after the Babylonian captivity, which ended in 539. So it should have happened hundreds of years before Jesus, and then it didn't happen. So the problem we have is the Jews are kind of doing the same thing that the Christians did, which is actually why we got the Christians. Rather than admitting that the prophecies failed, they just started to reinterpret them, right? And eventually they got kind of good at it. Eventually they're like, well, we can make these say anything. And then eventually we have this fake Messiah named Jesus, and they're like, okay, we're going to go into the Hebrew Bible and grab random verses and make them say whatever we need them to that sound like Jesus, and we're just going to call him the Messiah. But the ones that we've read, Marky, so far are the tip of the iceberg. I can go through every single prophecy in the New Testament about Jesus, and every last one of them is going to read just like the ones that I've given you. They're going to be out of context quotations that have nothing to do with Jesus.
But my thing is, right, you're taking these prophecies that were written by what we would call prophets at that time. How do you think those prophets got these messages, right? So-called prophecies like Isaiah or
I don't think they did.
I'm saying if it were true, right? If they were true, how do you think they would say that, or it would be that they got them?
Well, according to them, they get it from God. But if this Old Testament is true, it's just more proof that Jesus is a fraud, because the Old Testament says that when the Messiah comes, they're going to be following the law of Moses, and there's going to be a king on the throne. That's Jeremiah 33, which is another interesting passage that demonstrates that Jesus could never be the Messiah, because in order for Jesus to be the Messiah, there has to be Levitical sacrifices, and there has to be a king. It says, the days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise I made to the house of Israel and to the house of Judah. In those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah and will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety. That obviously never happened. And this is the name by which it will be called. The Lord is our righteousness. And then he says this, thus saith the Lord, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings and to make grain offerings and to make sacrifices for all time. So what we have here is when the Messiah does come, he's going to be a real king on a real throne. He's going to rescue his people and reinstitute Levitical sacrifices.
Okay, so one thing I can't help but like when I read the Bible too, can we agree that there's a lot of connections when it comes to Israel and a Christian?
I don't think so, no. I think Christianity is to Judaism what Mormonism is to Christianity.
Okay, I mean, I would have to know more about Mormonism to understand that, but
for funsies, you should go to YouTube sometime and watch the Forbidden Mormonism cartoon. You'll like it.
Okay. My thing is, okay, the way that I see it is a lot of the things that we see in Israel, a lot of things that we see about the prophecies about Israel that you're saying, right? Or in general, just stories in the Old Testament. I think they have a lot to do and they connect a lot with today what we would call a Christian. Like, for example, the story of Hosea. Like, how would you go about that one?
Well, that connects to me because my son's Egyptian. See, when you're just drawing parallels, now you're in Nonsenseville. I've got a whole list of parallels with me of the Hebrew Bible. Does that mean that I'm the Messiah?
No, I'm not saying that you're the Messiah. I'm saying that.
But I am. I fulfilled Hosea 4:12. Hosea 4:12 says, "My people consult a piece of wood and their divining rod gave them oracles. Well, you can see behind me, I've got those gods right there, Doug and Sharon Stone. One is made from petrified wood, one is made from stone. Obviously, that this was a prediction about me.
Yeah, like what is it? What do you say is the purpose of Hosea and what God did to him?
So Hosea is pretty simple. So Hosea was told to marry Gomer, who was a prostitute, and it was supposed to symbolize the relationship between Israel and Yahweh, because Israel played the harlot on Yahweh. That's the whole idea behind the book of Hosea. But unfortunately, none of that backstory makes Hosea 11 about Jesus.
No, I'm not saying it's about Jesus. I'm not. I'm saying it's about us as a Christian and our connection with God.
Oh, certainly not. No.
I'm not.
Because it doesn't say anything about Christians here. This is specifically about the nation of Israel. He tells you what the prostitute represents. Like, it's in the book. You just got to read it.
No. I agree that it's about the nation of Israel. I know, like when you read it, it makes sense. What I'm saying is that nation of Israel can also parallel as to me as a Christian.
Well,
That's
again,
what I think Christians that's how Christians.
I disagree. Listen, you can't just find stuff in the Bible that sounds like it's similar to you or others and then say that it's like a valuable link. Because if that's the case, then again, I'm the Messiah. I've got dozens of Bible passages in here that speak about me, as long as all we have to do is find a parallel.
Yeah, but it's not as simple as just finding parallel. It's more what's the purpose behind the parallel, right? Because if I wanted to twist and bend everything to what I want it to be, then sure. But I feel like I just create my own religion.
That's
Yeah,
what
I think there's a
Christianity
reason.
did.
Well, I think there's a
They went to
reason.
the Hebrew Bible. They're like, the laws, we don't like those fucking laws. Let's get rid of those. Like prophecies, this actual king Messiah, we don't like that. Let's make him a spiritual king. Like, they just went into the Hebrew Bible and they allegorized it and spiritualized it and got rid of the whole damn thing.
Well, that's also what Jesus did as well.
I disagree. I don't think most of what Jesus says in the New Testament, I don't think he actually said. I think it's mostly fiction. But the reality is, the Hebrew Bible says things are going to happen when the Messiah comes. They didn't happen.
Yeah, but
that means
all
Jesus
right,
ain't the Messiah.
Can we both agree that Jesus claimed to be the Messiah?
He definitely claimed to be the Messiah according to the text. And it would seem from history that he claimed to be the Messiah as well. But the truth of the matter is that he didn't fulfill even one messianic prediction, not one.
So if he claimed to be the Messiah, and you're saying that he didn't obviously become the Messiah, because if he were, there would have to be a lot of other instances to have occurred, which didn't.
Not only that,
what you.
Yeah, I agree. But not only that, he failed his second coming prediction. He said he was coming within the lifetime of his disciples, and then he didn't, because he's a fraud.
All right. Okay. Second coming is also something that's debated in Christianity, like there's a lot of different, denominations that have whole different views on the second coming.
I can show you the passage where he says it.
Sure, you can pull it up.
Yeah, he says it on multiple occasions. It's going to be Matthew 10:23, and then it's going to be 16, 27, 28, and then also 24, 29 through 34, but I'll pull them up. 1 second. Okay, so when he sends his disciples out to the villages to preach, he says, when they persecute you in this town, flee to the next, for truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes, to which he didn't come. And then Matthew, we got a duplicate there. Why did we get Matthew 10:23 in there twice? Oh, because I got a period in there by accident. There we go. Let's try that. And then Matthew 16, he says, the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and he will repay everyone for what has been done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom, which they're all dead. And then he triples down in Matthew 24, he says, immediately after the suffering of those days, he's talking to his disciples about the signs of the end times. He says, immediately after the suffering of those days, the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, the stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of heaven will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven. Then all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they shall see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. And he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. From the fig tree learn its lesson. As soon as its branches become tender and puts forth its leaves, you know that summer is near. So also, when you see all these things, you know that he is near, at the very gates. Truly I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all these things have taken place, and they're all dead.
Okay. One thing about Jesus is he did speak in parables. Like
This is not a parable.
No, I know, but he didn't really mean, let me see. Like when he talks about a fig tree and the leaves, like he's talking about a real fig tree, but he's connecting it to something different, right?
He's connecting it to his second coming and the signs. He's saying just like the fig tree gives you signs of when a season is near, so when you see these signs, you know that the Son of Man is near. And those signs he gave previously, and he said all these things will happen before this generation passes away.
And it said the moon won't be it said the sun won't go up.
The sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, the stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of heaven will be shaken. And then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and you know what happens. He collects all the people of the earth and he judges them, which he goes on in the very next chapter to describe, which is part of the same discourse. He says, truly I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all of these things have taken place. But they didn't take place.
Okay. What if it hasn't happened yet?
Well, then he's a liar, because he said it would happen within that generation.
But what if he meant this generation as just the earth in general? As it like, how do we know he's talking about that specific people watching him? Because there could be people that died the next day.
Because then it's a meaningless phrase. The phrase has no meaning if it's not about that generation listening to him.
But there's
Also,
many generations that
a
listen to him.
generation is not all generations on the earth. He says this generation, which is a singular generation. It's not a all generations. That's not how words work.
Could I research? I want to research something like live.
Yeah. Tell you what. So, you're welcome to research it. I already know the apologetic. Do you want the apologetic now? And then let me tell you why it doesn't work, or?
Yeah.
They're going to say that this generation doesn't mean this generation.
So what are they going to say?
They're going to say it means the generation that sees the signs.
Okay.
Which is also a bullshit answer because it's still a useless statement. Jesus would never say that those who are alive to see the signs will see the signs. We get that. You don't need to tell us that. We know that the people that are alive when it happens are going to be alive when it happens. That's not a statement you need to give us. What he said was this generation, which is not far, it's near. That is far, this is near. Says this generation will not pass away until all of these things have taken place, which matches identically with what he says in Matthew 16. Namely, that some of his disciples will still be alive when he comes back. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom.
Okay. But you see, and I'm not even trying to say this to bash your view or whatever, but there's so many different interpretations.
No, there's copes. So keep in mind, Marky, I didn't give you an interpretation. What I told you is that the words on the page mean exactly what they say. If you didn't know anything about this book and you picked this book up and you read it, you would say, that's a prediction for people living at that time period, because that's exactly what the words mean. Some of you standing here will not taste death before you see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom, and they all tasted death.
So you don't think there's any other atheist or agnostic that doesn't believe in Jesus that holds a different view than you on
I have
specifically this issue?
I have no idea why you would put that on me. No, obviously there's a whole variety of different opinions on the
Yeah.
Bible, but I don't know of a single atheist who has looked at this passage and thinks that it doesn't say exactly what it says.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't know what your opinion is on what's his name.
I assume you're referring to Bart Ehrman.
No, he's a younger guy. He's like British.
I don't know.
Alex.
Alex O'Connor.
Yes, that's guy.
I don't really care so much about what Alex O'Connor thinks about the Bible, being that he was a philosophy major and I actually went to school to study the Bible, so I know a thing or two.
Yeah, I mean, you've been in. That's really interesting to me that you've been in a Christianity for 20 years.
Not just Christianity. I went to Bible college and seminary. I have a professional training in this book.
Yeah, but one thing about seminary too, right? Like, seminary also has its own. Like you don't go to seminary to learn. Like you go to seminary, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, because you went. But there's certain positions and views that they hold that also like that they also go against a lot of what other Christians believe, right?
The stuff you
Like,
learn in seminary will not be commonly known quite often by people that haven't gone to higher education. That is the case. It's not because there's a problem with seminary. It's because if pastors told you about the information they learned in seminary, people would stop coming to church.
yeah, because from what I've seen is a lot of people that do go to seminary come out reformed, right? I
They
mean,
come out liberal.
liberal.
Yeah.
Well,
Reformed,
those are
no.
well, what I'm saying is like the people that go to seminary and don't leave Christianity, right?
Yeah, they usually come out libs.
Really?
Yeah, because if you actually are studying the Bible for real, you're going to dispense of like this nonsensical notion of like biblical inerrancy and literally fulfilled prophecies. This is not even a question. Everyone at higher education knows that Jesus didn't literally fulfill any prophecies, unless you went to like a bullshit school like Pensacola Christian College or Moody Bible College. They're going to tell you that the prophecies that Jesus fulfilled were like secondary meanings, or they're partial fulfillments, or they're dual fulfillments. He didn't literally fulfill any prophecy in the original context in which it was given. And that's just what Christianity is based on. I didn't invent this argument. This is just well known. It's a well known fact in Christianity. And even the early critics knew about it. If you read the early critics, Celsus says that Jesus fulfilled no prophecies. If you read the writings of Porphyry, Porphyry says that the way the Christians use the Hebrew Bible is an act of abuse by literally twisting and mangling the words to make it say something allegorically that was never intended by the original author. And they're all true. Those claims are true. The Bible, the New Testament's use of the Hebrew Bible is an abuse.
Yeah. So, look, I completely see what you're trying to explain, and I don't think that you're trying to stunt me. I know you have your views and you're trying to and your opinions, which I would say hold a lot of value because you have put a lot of time into it, which I respect. But one thing that I would ask you right now, I don't necessarily know your personal worldview. I don't know what you necessarily have like hold to a standard. Like I don't know what you believe in. I'm assuming you're an atheist. I don't know. But my question to you then is when you like wake up in the morning and just I don't know, when you think about life in general, right? Is there a sort of hope to it, or is it more of like, yeah, this is it, and I guess I'm just gonna try to be logical in every way possible. I don't know, like what's like a day in a life for you, right?
I'm as hopeful as just about anybody would be. I don't believe in an afterlife.
Okay, so
Are
you're
you
hopeful for like
asking if I'm a nihilist? No, I'm not a nihilist.
I don't know what that is, but
Oh.
but okay, so you don't believe in an afterlife. Do you believe in good and bad? Do you believe in
Morals are definitely subjective. We determine what they are as human beings, and in your worldview, they're subjective as well. You just don't realize it yet. If they come from a mind, even if it's God's mind, that makes them subjective. If they were objective, they would exist independently of God, and you certainly don't think that to be the case. So we both have subjective morals. The only difference is in my subjective moral framework, I don't think that it's okay to kill innocent women or to rape them or to kidnap women in war or to genocide babies.
Yeah. I don't either, but
What the Bible
I know you're
does.
gonna say that's what the Bible does, yeah. Um, but I wouldn't say that's a message the Bible brings either. Like specifically with Islam, like I could see, okay,
Well, Islam forbids the murdering of babies in war.
so would you say Islam has a moral high ground to
No,
Christianity?
because they still permit all kinds of atrocities like marrying children.
Yeah. Um, when you think about your purpose on earth, is that subjective? Like,
Yep. I determine
and
what my purpose is.
okay, so if your purpose is whatever it is, right? Even if it's technically good or bad, if you complete that purpose and fulfill whatever you want it to be, like you would say that's is that what do you say that's like the definition of, or that's what how people live, or that's how people in general like.
I don't understand your question. I don't tell other people how they need to live their life.
No, I'm saying like, do you hold anything to a, like, I'm so bad at this, bro. But
Take
like
your
when you
time.
look at, like when Christians, right? For example, Christians, like I'm not really into like the whole like words and definitions specifically about this and that, right? You could say subjective, objective, whatever you want to call it. But Christians hold their morality and they connect it to specifically the Bible or the God or the lessons that they learned, right?
Well, they can't.
But I mean, but they do. I mean, if you're saying they can't, but that's what they do. Like,
Well, no, they can't do that because in order to do that, they have to ignore a bunch of inconvenient passages like the slavery passages, right? So they
yeah,
think that their morality comes from the Bible, but it really doesn't. Even the Ten Commandments mention slavery. The 10th one does not to covet your neighbor's wife or any of his possessions, like it's like the slave or the ox or the camel, donkey, so on and so forth. Maybe not camel, but so like Christians only think that their moral framework comes from Bible. It really doesn't.
so why do you think Christians become convicted of things? Like when
Because
somebody
they
says they become Christian and they genuinely believe, right, that they have this thing called the Holy Spirit living inside of them.
Mhm.
Why would you say that they out of nowhere suddenly realize, okay, when I do this, I don't feel good about it, and it's not necessarily like they stop doing it, but now they have something inside of them that you can't really explain it, man.
Yeah, you can.
Like
Religion teaches you to feel guilty about things. The same reason why Muslims and Mormons and people of other religions feel guilty about it. The same reason why Hindus don't eat cows. They would feel guilty about it. When somebody tells you that this is wrong and you think that it literally is wrong, but it's something that you do, well, you're going to feel guilty about it. Just like me, when I became an atheist, I had to rethink my framework for animals. And it took me like I just started kind of like wrestling with it like a year and a half ago. And it took me like a
yeah,
year and a half, but I came to the conclusion that like there's no, in my framework, I shouldn't be eating animals except for fuck fish. They're like fucking the trees that move around a lot. They're dumb.
yeah,
But other than that, that was something I had, like I was feeling guilt about, like every time I ate animal, because my mind was starting to convict me that like, oh my gosh, this is another living entity that has feelings and loves and has emotions and has like a full life ahead of
yeah.
itself. And so, anybody can feel guilt when they feel like they're doing something that they shouldn't be doing.
Yeah, because look, because this is me as a viewer, right? Like I'm reading the chat and I'm looking at the chat, and obviously, like we have a lot of people that are, make clown of me, making fun of me, which I don't necessarily really like. It doesn't affect me, but it's more of like, like to everybody watching, right? And to you, like, like we can all agree on this. Like we're not perfect, and we mess up, right? We make mistakes. Even if it comes to like literal debates, like there could be debates that we lose, like right now, and there could also be,
Where'd you go, Marky? Lost you. Marky? Marky? You're breaking up on us, Marky. Marky! Come back, Marky!
hello?
There you are. Okay, welcome back.
Oh, my bad. I was getting a call, but
That
the
explains
point
it.
I'm trying to make is like there's gonna be things that in life, right? Looking outside of religion, looking outside of there being a God or whatever, that we feel like we messed up, we feel like we didn't do enough, or and it plagues all of us, right? At least I would think, because we're all human, right? Like I remember my seventh grade, like years ago, when I didn't make the volleyball team, and that, man, like that crushed me, because I put in work, and I thought I did good enough, and I even made the like callbacks, but I wasn't good enough for at least the coach to make the team. And that's just an example of a more obvious one. But then I look into things like inside of me, right? Where when I mess up in the way I speak to others, or when I show a lot of anger, I'm very egotistical, and I manipulate people to in a certain way, right? And these are things that I don't think science. I mean, sure, you could say, okay, science can explain it to a
Well,
certain extent, but it's more of like,
Science does explain quite a bit of it, and if you have a minute, I've got a friend of mine that could really speak to the science side of this if you want.
I mean, sure, you could pull them up if you want.
Yeah. Also, I've got to use the bathroom anyways. Be a good opportunity. How you doing,
Oh,
Scientific?
fantastic. I'm doing great. I was just about to type the anterior insular cortex because that's quite literally the area of your brain that has these things called mirror neurons that help us to mirror and understand how people feel. So like the idea of not only consciousness, which is pretty much the combination of the sensory neurons receiving information from our environment. This also includes like pain receptors, proprioceptors, but I'm not going to like go into too much detail. So receiving neurons as well as interpreting neurons that exist inside of our brain and in like the meeting points at like close to our spine where it kind of interprets that information. I'm trying to like keep it very simple, but it interprets the information and it transmits it back to the brain where it can send out a response into either mechanical output, like facial output, and then even like your own cognition and like how you logically think. So, for example, it might go through your frontal cortex so you can like plan something out. But generally speaking, the idea of consciousness, empathy, and all those other things do come from your brain. And without your brain, and without the areas that help with not only empathy, but also consciousness, then you're not only not conscious, but you're also going to lack empathy. And this is where sociopathy and psychopathy come from. In that individuals who have this area of the brain that is damaged, they will no longer be capable of feeling that kind of empathy. Now, let me pull up some specific studies for you, as I do have some specific data that I can cite. So, one is if you want to type this into Google, PMID 242-94841, empathy, TOM, and self-other differentiation and fMRI study of internal states. Another one is the anterior insular cortex is necessary for empathetic pain perception. The PMID for that is 229-61548. And then another one is temporal circuit of macro scale dynamic brain activity supports consciousness. And the PMID is 321-95349. There's also tests for consciousness that we can perform. And if consciousness was not something that was neurobiologically based in, then these tests would quite literally not work. So these Like the idea that consciousness and empathy come from neurobiology is something that is falsifiable. If these tests did not exist, if damaging the anterior insular cortex and the areas of the brain responsible for empathy, oh man, I'm hearing myself. But
Yeah,
if
we
these
got to echo for
areas
a
did
second.
not turn off, oh yeah, go for it.
No, give me a second. I'm just gonna make sure echo cancellation's working. All right, go for it.
Can you hear me?
So yeah, I can hear you. I was just gonna say, like, if these areas of the brain did not, like, when they were damaged, if these areas of the brain were injured, if these areas of the brain had a lesion. There was one study where they looked at individuals with lesions in the anterior insular cortex and another area that was close by, and individuals with lesions. Lesions can be cancerous, benign. Individuals with these lesions on the anterior insular cortex had significantly decreased levels of empathy. Now, even though the anterior insular cortex communicates with other areas of the brain to provide you with the full experience of empathy, if empathy was not based in these areas of the brain, then these lesions would have no effect on that type of empathy. However, that's not what we see in the scientific literature. That's not what we see in the studies. It's not what we see in the data. So clearly, there is a very big neurobiological basis for both empathy and consciousness. And so, yeah, that's my little spiel there.
Okay. I mean, look.
Mark, you with us?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think you might have got a call again or something. We lost you for a second.
Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm. I can hear you.
Okay, so what I'm saying is like what she said, and she sounds like my psychology teacher from 2 years ago. Like, I took AP Psych, and it made sense. Like everything that I learned about the brain and all of these functions and all that. Like, it's cool. Like, but I'm such a, and everyone is different. Like I'm a I'm a very not sciencey person. So it's not that type of stuff. It's not like, oh my gosh, I'm turned off. But what you're saying to me, like, if anything, it just makes me look at what I would call a creator even more, like, interesting. Like, because I don't know if you guys view on creation in general, like,
Well, we're atheists.
evolution.
I mean, I'm an atheist at
Yeah.
least.
Yeah.
I'm atheistic to
like,
the idea of a creation just on the basis of not only like retroviruses, but also mitochondria existing in our cells, the fact that these areas of the brain are responsible for consciousness and empathy. There's just too many things that would not suggest a creator. And I could cite you like quite literally a list of 50 sources that I've collected over the past 2 years of doing these kinds of conversations.
Yeah, and I respect that. What I'm saying is, you could give me all of those things, and I'm not telling you that it's not real, that it's not like it doesn't make sense. It shows that our minds are connected to our physical brains, right? Like, it makes sense what you're telling me. But what I'm saying is,
When you
no,
say minds connected to our physical brain, I mean, yes, consciousness and a self experience is based in neurobiology. There's no suggestion that there's something else aside from that.
I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, specifically, science can't really answer those types of questions.
No,
Like,
it's not that it can't answer those types of questions. It's that there is literally nothing else that we could look into. So, like, it's not that there's no explanation for it, it's that there is nothing there. Like, there's no data to suggest that there is some other thing controlling empathy or some other thing controlling consciousness. There's no evidence to suggest that. So, unless you can provide me evidence that it's not just the fact that it doesn't exist, but that science can't explain it, then I have no reason to take what you're saying to heart.
and of course, that's why I respect what you're telling me. But when I tell you, like, even with all that knowledge that you learn and you understand and we learn about, science still can't explain why we care about meaning, why
Yes,
we
it
feel.
can.
It can.
That's what I just said. So it does. It quite literally does suggest that the reason why we understand other people, the reason why we understand meaning, the reason why we have logic is all a part of the brain, whether it's the frontal lobe, whether it's the anterior insular cortex. I just pulled up a study that was looking at lesions that specifically showed that individuals with these lesions had decreased empathy. If you want the study, it's anterior insular cortex is necessary for empathetic pain perception. Lovely research there. But this
So
is
how would
not just like, it's not just that science does not suggest it even exists. Like,
yeah.
it's that it's showing the opposite. So you have to provide data to suggest that science can't explain it. Because right now,
No,
science does explain it, and there's no evidence to suggest there's anything else.
no. Well, like for example, I don't know. Are you a mother? Are you a mom?
No, and I never will be. I actually really despise the idea of having children.
Oh, okay. I'm
We,
sorry.
this is one thing that we're on the opposite end of the spectrum. I fucking love babies. If you bring a baby around me, I'm kissing and holding babies. All right.
Yeah.
I don't hate kids. I just don't like the idea of having a kid.
I get
Like,
it. It's
too
not for
painful,
everybody.
okay?
It's
Not
not
for
for
me.
everybody. No, don't worry. I
I'll
get it.
adopt though. I'll adopt in the future. Like, I don't hate kids, okay? I'll adopt in the future. I just don't want to have a kid myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
So
hard.
that's
If it's not something you want, I don't think you should do it, you know? I'm with you there.
yeah. Like what she's saying though, like a way that I could put it so that you get what I'm coming from, because I'm not this psychologist, scientist, or whatever. But what you're saying is you could describe what happens in the brain, right? For example, when you love somebody, like if you love
No,
your
it's not just that we're describing what happens in the brain. It's that what is happening in the brain is responsible for the output. Like, it's not just a correlation, it is causation.
So would you say that love in itself, right? This feeling of love that you have for your best friend or your mom, or I don't know, pick somebody that you really would take it, that you would sacrifice your life for, if you would. I don't know if you guys believe in that, but for
I do.
example, if I were to
Yes,
have
so the areas of the brain that are primarily responsible for the brain's reward system, which not only help but largely contribute to feelings of love, would be the ventral tegmental area as well as the caudate nucleus.
hmm
So,
so what
Marky,
the, so what so what, the,
well,
what was the
well,
purpose of naming those things, because you could name it, you could tell me the nucleus and
So
the
if you don't
what I,
have these areas, you're not going to feel love. That's the idea there.
so it's just chemical reactions.
yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, that's
We can alter them. Like, we can give you medication that will
yeah.
either heighten or lessen particular emotions as well, because they're just adjusting the chemical reaction.
Yep.
But
That's
listen,
also the reason
Marky,
why Botox exists.
that's true. Marky, unfortunately, it's past 11. I've got to read the rest of my super chats and get to bed before midnight because I got to be up tomorrow morning. But you gave us a lot of your time. You've probably been up here over an hour, and like, you've been super chill and good to talk to. And to be honest, on the internet, that can be difficult. We get a lot of really obstinate, ornery people up here, but I do want you to think about some of the stuff we talked about. Maybe go on the internet, see if you find any good answers for them, and come back and let us know what you find. I'll give you I don't want to call it a warning, but I'll give you a head start. Just know that I've already looked at all the apologetic answers, and I don't think any of them are really good, but I'd love to see what you come up with and see if you find any novel solutions.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and that for you being respectful. And I would say the same to you and to everybody. Like, even though we're all on the search for what's right and what's true and all that, like, I still do not think that that everybody got it all figured out. So and that's not to diss anybody that has put so many years into research. All I'm saying is always live with the open mind. I think that's always healthy, and to accept. Because right now, I'm
That's
gonna
what
tell you this.
scientists do.
I'll tell you this, man. Like, I'll tell you this. I think you destroyed me when it comes to this debate. Right? I'll give it to you. Right?
But
And
Marky, look how much age and experience I've had. Like, you can't
no,
expect to You know what I mean? Like you're talking to someone who's spent 20 years as a Christian and went to higher education. You were kind of outgunned from the beginning. But
Yeah.
I'm not sure it's a matter of winning and losing. I think it's a matter of everyone's trying to learn, you know?
Yeah. I understand. Yeah, all I'm saying is, man, like when it comes to this whole God being imaginary, I would say this is a battle for atheists, right? To believe, not to like to believe that there's a creator, to believe that there's something. I'm not saying God into Christianity or Judaism or whatever. I'm just saying in general. I would say that's like a battle. Like, okay, I could either choose this or choose this. Now let me, attack and see what I can figure out myself. In itself, like in that, I would say that that's a example of like people looking for truth. So I would say that's something that keeps on going. It doesn't really stop. It's still like, unless I'm wrong, if you think you figured it all out, that's what I'm saying. I'm just telling everybody here that what I believe in the chat, all of y'all, to make sure that you keep on going, right? Like, just keep it up, because I'm gonna keep doing the same thing. I'm gonna keep doing the same thing, and if I come to the same conclusion you're at, that hey man, you're a G, but also keep that respect too, because it's like you have so many years into this and I don't, so it's like, but that doesn't necessarily mean mine is invaluable, because that's, at least that's what I think. But I really do appreciate it, because I didn't think I was gonna be this like here for this long. I thought I was gonna be kicked out, like, but nah,
No,
bro, I
we
appreciate it.
we don't kick out nice people. If someone comes in acting like a clown, we'll kick them out.
Yeah, bro, that Islam dude was they got me laughing. I can't lie. He was like
So
crashing out.
that's Minar Light. The first time Minar came here, he had a crash out of the ages for an entire hour. He came up and immediately crashed out. So he was so entertaining, though. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to put him on mute and put him in the background. So I let him play in the background while I talked to somebody else, and he just spent the whole time crashing out. And luckily for me, he was live streaming it on his end. So even though he was muted on my end, I went to his channel later and got the video with had all the audio. It's clipped. Just type in Minar reports crash out, and you'll find the craziest 1 hour crash out on the internet ever.
It's definitely good content. I'll give you that.
Yeah. But thanks for coming by, Marky. I hope you have a great time, and maybe we'll talk again in the future.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Have a good one.
Cheers.
He was a nice dude.
Good kid. It's hard to be confronted with a lot of new information at once. I feel like we gave him a lot today, but I hope he can grab onto some of it and think about it and see what the answers are. When I was a young person engaging in a lot of these discussions, like I was going to apologetics and trying to find good answers, and I really wasn't satisfied with the answers. They were bad answers, which is why I'm an atheist now.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
I remember when I was like a freshman, it was like it's very easy to believe in things when you don't have all the information. And once you do, then you start to kind of come up with your own beliefs. And it's the same way with me, and because I grew up in a predominantly anti-vax family, so that's like where I came from. I ended up
That's
getting
funny.
like cervical dysplasia and all that other horrible stuff. So then I
Yeah,
taught
sorry
myself.
about that. We used to make fun of people that were anti-vax. We believed in medical science.
Oh.
I had last night I had a nursing associate's degree student debate me on skin cancer.
Oh no.
Oh
And then they
no.
said that I have no idea what skin cancer is and what melanin is, and that melanin is a form of skin cancer. And and then asked me, how does cancer happen? And then was so upset that I used the word random mutation and said that it is not random, it is scientifically based.
Huh?
Oh gosh, yeah. Cancer generates scientifically.
Oh
Because he
no.
doesn't, he thinks that me saying random means that we do not know how it works.
Oh
And then
boy.
he said that he, as a nursing student, understands it better than me, which makes me not a doctor. So, yeah.
Well, I guess you're gonna have to hang it up there, buddy. Put the stethoscope back in the box and find a new career. Oh shit. All right, well, friends, I'm gonna read what's left of our super chats. While I'm doing that, hey, while they're up here, make sure you drop Scientific Snitch and M's a follow. Good friends of mine, amazing contributors here on the platform, not just on my live stream, but on other live streams. If you're really into science, if you're really into debunking stuff, these are two creators that will definitely get you get the juices going. Deep Blue says bow tie French fry, cow bow brown brown cow brown now cow. How's that one go? I got to rewatch Anchorman and catch that one. Hope you're doing well. Booget says I'm mad. This cost me $2. Well, Booget, I love it. You know, if the $2 is important to you, here's a suggestion. You don't have to send it, but also you sent another one. The only grounding that guy gets is from his mom. Holy fuck. That first Phil broke that came in demanding grounding was wild. I wish I had seen the super chat when it came in. I didn't, because I would have put that up. That's pretty good. And Kristen says, ever see Jabal al-Laws in Saudi Arabia? Search it. Never. No, I have no idea. Actually, now I got to Google Jabal al-Laws. Is it a mountain? Says a significant mountain in northwest Saudi Arabia near Jordan, famous for theories suggesting, it's the fictional Mount Sinai. Yeah, I know about the fictional Mount Sinai. I don't know why you want us to search it.
There's a fictional one, isn't there?
Well, I
Mount
mean,
Sinai?
they're claiming that this is Mount Sinai because it's got like some darkening at the top of it.
No, it's not the one in Sinai.
I don't know if it actually is in Sinai.
There is one, yes.
Yeah, I think there is. I don't know if this is it though.
I think. Isn't Mount Sinai the one about the one with the story about Moses? In Arabic, they call it the Mountain of Moses.
Yeah. Okay, so this mountain is located on the northwest area of the Arabian Peninsula, which is not where Mount Sinai would have been. But it is, at least it's on the right peninsula. But yeah, so we're aware of all the fake findings from the Bible that aren't really real. Booga also says pre-assume, more like prepubescent ass. The Phil bro is not getting a lot of love, and we would expect that here. If no God, then how come logic is magic? True. That's a strong argument. And Mr. Pink says, praise be to Doug, a rock in a hard place, yes, or a hard rock in a hard place. I got questions. Drew, thank you for the super chat, says, how about bless their brains, rather than bless their soul or bless their heart? That's not but we got to get the word bless out of it. You see what I'm saying? Like the word bless just needs to be removed. I kind of like replacing it with adorable. Not the same Marky we just talked to, but 777 Marky says, I wonder if Jesus was really hung. Wink, wink. Well, I don't know if he was, but he did get nailed by 7 Romans. So might have something
would Jesus have a penis?
What's that?
Does Jesus have a penis?
I mean, we would assume so, right? He was
but wouldn't that be unfit for a god?
See, I don't know. That's the thing is there were arguments by non-Christians about that said that, well, Jesus couldn't be God because God couldn't like lower himself to human. Like gods and humans were independent categories. And I think Celsus was the one who made it that I'm thinking of. But Origen's response is like, well, if God's all powerful, he can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, so that would imply that God had erections.
Yeah, true. Maybe even some nocturnal emissions, as the Hebrew Bible puts it. Maybe. I'm saying he had women oiling his feet. You tell me he didn't have any, like, come on. And says atheist version of bless your heart is I love that for you. Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad. Okay. I actually know someone who does that. Zach says your God is imaginary. Prove me wrong. Well, Zach, we've been doing it for the last couple hours, my friend. And Mythical Purple says NRSV versus New Oxford Annotated. Which do you prefer? Well, the New Oxford is NRSV. The New Oxford Annotated Bible is in the NRSV translation. It's a study Bible in that particular translation, and I highly recommend it. Sir Gamelot says, got any of that Canadian baby paste? We only did one baby paste tonight. I'm a little disappointed, but this particular topic doesn't really bring out the baby paste. Book Club says, thank you for your donation. I really appreciate that. And Verulian with us again says, this is why you don't go to dictionaries to learn about science. Well, that is the case. I mean, it does help, but like the thing of it is, you talk about the guy that was his brain was falling out of his head because he couldn't understand the definition of the word energy. You don't go to dictionaries to do science, but in order to understand science, sometimes you need to look up a word to see how it's used within science, which is what I was trying to impress on him. When you look up energy in like an actual like physics textbook, you're going to get a different definition than the regular dictionary. We have like a colloquial method of using the word, and then we have like a real scientific method of using the word. And in science, energy is a quantitative property of stuff. It is not a stuff on its own. Focus, learn, attack, accomplish says, now I get it. You're a guru, and this is how you make money. I don't know what you mean. I'm not a guru. I'm an atheist, and this is now your third super chat trying that your religion isn't true from the comments. You're more than welcome to super chat debate me in the comments and waste your money doing so rather than getting in the guest box. That's on you, my man. Also,
So when
Chris,
are you dropping the course?
you know what? I do need to drop a course. That's what I need. I don't know what I'm going to charge yet. It's got to be astronomically expensive. It's got to be some like $7,000 for the course. But I haven't. You'll learn about the details when you get there. Also, if you quit, no refunds, because obviously that's the way it's got to be. Chris says God is 1.21 gigawatts. Is it gigawatts or gigawatts in the movie? I forget in Back to the Future. I mean, in real life, it's gigawatts, but I always forget in the movie if they say it properly. My brain's getting too old to remember movie quotes. Not that I've seen that many of them. I've only seen a couple of them. Joshua says, a bunch of weirdo Paul worshippers. I know! The amount of Christians that get up here advocating for Paul while ignoring Jesus' words is preposterous. Lynn says baby pace is difficult and I have to clench up to get through it. I'm sorry to hear that, actually. That's one of the reasons why I do it, though. But the holy Christians will grab a meat grinder every time, but we don't have morals. That's the point. That's why the baby pace example is so effective, because it demonstrates that Christians, these believers in gods, will do literally fucking anything and then accuse us of being immoral. Like Minar was totally okay with banging 12-year-olds. Philo says Laura Loomer exists, ergo evil is stronger than God. Using my member to pound 10 penny nails into oak 2x4s for Doug. That's really hard for Doug. That's like quenched steel. That's titanium. That's diamond for Doug. And Bobby says, what do you think is the best argument for God, even if it does fail in the end? I don't know if there is a good one. I think this is maybe the only good argument you could come up with. If we had verifiable evidence that the universe did not exist prior to the Big Bang, like if that was true, like if we found scientific evidence that really demonstrated that prior to the Big Bang there was no universe and then it came into being, I would be inclined to think like, well, I don't know if it's a god, but fucking it sounds like something might have existed outside of the universe. Like I don't know what, but it seems like something might have. But again, there's a lot of answers to that problem other than God. I just think that God at that point would be on the table at least. Cameron says, "Go Pigeons." By the way, big W to Carlos. That's what's up, Cameron. That is what's up. Thank you, my friend. Also, PDX Geek is with us tonight. Thank you so much. Says, try and pierce your hand with an imaginary fork, then a real one, and tell me if there is a difference. This is a really good point for that goofball that thought if you imagine it, it is real. I tried to explain the difference. It clearly went over his head, but I like the way you say it. Like, try to take something imaginary and do something with it and compare it to something that's real and tell us how that works out. Brandon says, I'm an atheist, but there was a time when the planet was covered in water. Look up Snowball Earth. Interesting. I gotta find it. Snowball Earth says a geohistorical hypothesis that proposes that during one or more of Earth's ice house climates, the planet's surface became nearly entirely frozen with no liquid, oceanic, or surface water exposed to the atmosphere. Oh, so it wasn't covered in ice? The most academically mentioned period of such a global ice age is believed to have occurred sometime before 650 million years ago during the Cryogenian period, which included at least two large glacial periods and the Tertian and the Marinoan glacians. Fuck, that's a lot of crazy words. Okay, well, thanks for the learning. That was news to me. And Slow says, premise 1, everything is God. Premise 2, my schnauzer poops. Conclusion, my schnauzer poops God. Conclusion 2, rock hard for Doug and simply wet for Sharon. That is a rock hard conclusion, Slow. And God-eating penguin, we got a name change already. And it's done. Fuck yeah, God-eating penguin for life. I love it. I love it. The God-eating penguin is a powerful debate tool, y'all. Ham and Mullock says, is it possible the Gospel of Matthew knew Paul and considered him heretical? I don't think so, because the Gospel came after Mark, which means it was after 70, and Paul seemed to have died around 65. So, like, one of them came later. I think the Gospel came later. Oh, I see what you're saying now. Is it possible when the Gospel was written, it was written in a way to refute Paul because it says what is okay? You know what? That's a distinct possibility. Because most scholars believe James came out to do that. Yeah, I don't think that's off the table. I think that's definitely something we could conclude is possible. Yeah. Tim says, wow, you look just like the guy on DZ Debate. Oh, not existo. I'm on the vert. Yes. Isn't it funny when you're subscribed to both channels and you forget that you're on one channel, then you see the video for the other channel, like, hey, wait a minute, and then you got to remember there's two of us. Percy says, bro slamming on the keyboard like he's trying to fool his boss. I know. I don't understand why people will get on the internet with loud keyboards. Like, I understand if you're not on the internet, like you're not on a call, but like, I don't know, if, like, especially Minar's keyboard sounded crazy loud, and he's on the internet all the time. He's clearly unemployed living in his mom's basement. I'm like, dude, if you're on the internet, go buy a $15 silent keyboard from Amazon and be done with it. Like, what are we doing over here? Jex says, stupid and loud is no way to go through life, son. Well, listen, Minar is going to do both. And he's going to do it for our own entertainment. The problem explaining the difference between a PDF file and a herb file is that it's hard to do that without sounding like a PDF file. Wait, hold on. Hold on, Odelay. Let me see if I understand this correctly. The problem with explaining the difference between a PDF file and a HEBA file. What's a HEBA file? Hold on. I gotta look this up. I gotta learn all kinds of new words. It's a sexual preference for children. Oh, in early adolescence. Okay, so it's similar, except it's slightly older children. Okay, the problem explaining the difference between a PDF file and a HEBA file is that it's hard to do that without sounding like a. Oh yeah, you're right. That is the case, actually. Yeah. And Minar probably would try to make that argument, but in doing so, he would sound like a PDF file. I actually agree with this. That does make sense. Bobby Ellis says the fun thing is the majority of Islamic scholars agree that abortion is fine before ensoulment, 120 days, give or take. Actually, this is a fair point because I did read that was the case somewhere. I don't know if it's true. I have to look it up again. But I did see one source that said 40 days. So I don't know if there's multiple sources on it, but you're right. There is a text somewhere that talks about this. Antimatter says abhorrent to hold the ideology that consent for children to have SMECs is acceptable, but women to not consent and to have something use their body is wrong. Oh, I mean, yeah. So antimatter, there's a difficult discussion to be had about what do we do if a baby is already past the stage of being sentient and aware and can feeling pain. Do they get rights? I think that's where the difficult conversation starts. And I think it's a case by case basis. That's why I'm like pro-choice, and I don't tell women what to do with their bodies. I'm just telling you where my personal line of comfort is. I'm not saying that I would push that on women. But listen, that certainly is a conversation to be had, and like many things, I'm open enough to say that I could be wrong. Maybe there's a really good case for it, and I don't know any better. Philo says the Quran makes the Bible look sane, although it did give Joseph Smith something simple and stupid to successfully plagiarize. Did Joseph Smith plagiarize from the Quran? I didn't know about that. I thought he plagiarized from that book called something Hebrews. Hold on, what's the name of that book? He definitely plagiarized from a book though, but give me a second to get the name of it. It was View of the Hebrews is called View of the Hebrews. That's what it was plagiarized off of. Burglar says, "Hey Winar, do a backflip, idiot." I would love to witness that, even if it's just for entertainment. God Sinner, interesting name. Thank you for the super chat. Says, "I have several questions I would like to ask you, but I will go with a meme question. Is it okay to believe God is watching for kink reasons?" From Kara or Kara. Listen. That does seem to be the case. What a weird God that if it is real, is certainly like looking down at you, like what the fuck they're doing with the jiggly bits over there. No fucking way. Like, yeah, that's basically the biblical God, just down there as a peeping Tom, or up there as a peeping Tom. Turdburger says, "Dump the Minar turd, 5-minute max." You know what? I would have dumped him sooner, but then M showed up. I was like, you know what? I kind of want to cook him, so we kept him up. And that's why we got to follow up. M's is always the secret ingredient. I agree. If M's is up here, I'm going to watch a Muslim get cooked. Slow TDI? The way his inflection changed, I know. When Minar popped, or when M's popped up, Minar's vocal tones and inflections got really fucking different. Timbal, good to see you, says, "First he said the Arabic text doesn't use that word impossible. Then when it does appear, okay, fine. It does, but it doesn't mean that. LOL, embarrassing." Listen, if I know anything about Minar, it's that he's not going to use any honest arguments. He's going to lie for the Lord, and he's going to hope that you can't catch it because you don't know Arabic, and I don't. So,
I don't think he's lying. I think he's just stupid.
Oh, no. He could be that dumb. I believe it. He's not smart, but he is, at least.
I'm beautiful, I'm gorgeous, I'm big, I can do handstands.
He is that. Saint says, "Sorry, I'm sensitive. Prior special Vix prosecutor But hasn't this PDF sympathizer already been blendered? Nobody is left to convince, right? I think you're right. We did keep them up a little bit long, but I wanted to see Ems roast him, Aaron, thank you for the $10 Canadian chat. Says Ems is a legend. Couldn't agree more. Don't get me wrong. I love the Prophet of Doug, but Ems is every Muslim apologist's worst nightmare. As a team, the two of you can dismantle the Abrahamic religion's perfection. Well, thank you, Aaron. I appreciate that. And I do think we make a rather good team. Rose says, I don't like my food overcooked. We did overcook him a little bit. Apologies. We won't. I don't even know if we'll entertain him next time. Simple Programmer, though, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, thou shalt not mute Ems. Simple. I would never. I didn't mute Ems. I did mute Menard. He had that one coming, but I definitely would never mute Ems. Yoga, hey, thank you so much for the donation. I really appreciate that. Noxy Proxy Rooksy Poo, thank you for the $5 super chat. This is Menard's favorite comic strip, Little Orphan Granny. Wait, what? That's a comic strip? I didn't.
No, it's a joke about like when I asked him if his grandma's an orphan.
Oh. You're making fun of Little Orphan Annie, but the orphan grandma. Yeah, that all checks out. Thank you for the clarification. You're right. That's what it. Yep. Good joke. I was the problem there. Resistance says M's 69 420 Muslims. Oh, you mean the score? The score is 69,420 to 0. M's with the big number, Muslims with the 0. I'd say that's about right. Yeah, that's a good win record. Cognitive Dissonance says Dr. Ems is my hero, and you might be interested to know Ems is a real fucking doctor, by the way. And Scribbles says, I imagine Ems is a tall, dark, handsome demigod. Sorry, Doug, you still rock. I mean, listen, I don't know. I do know that the voice alone would lead you to believe he's a demigod. I mean, Morgan Freeman is jealous of Ems' voice. Yoga, thank you for the additional super chat. Says the only thing left for Menard is to say rock hard for Doug. Ems is the fucking legend. Yes, he is. Ems is an absolute fucking legend. And Mike says, I would love to hear M sing Chocolate Rain. Ems, do you know that song?
I do not.
You're not missing out. It's a meme from, like, at this point, 20 years ago. Yeah, it's one of the first internet memes, like the first video internet memes.
Of course you would know.
I know, right? Because I'm ancient, right? Gentleman Viking, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says my penguin is Clortho, the god-eating octopus. He devoured all possible gods, then he starved to death. No evidence because octopods have no bones. So this is true. You could do a god-eating entity that then is now dead, which is why I don't have to show. I have no evidence of it, right? That certainly remains a possibility. Philo says, I am planning to hear Salman Rushdie speak at the Tucson Festival of Books in March. Security is going to be tighter than a frog's asshole. Wish me luck, folks. Well, listen, good luck. I don't know much about Salman Rushdie, but I hope you have a great time. And I hope you get what you're looking for at the festival. Thank you for supporting the stream. Chris Dover, is this the sibling of Ben Dover? Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, here's a tip for Ems serving up some barbecue. Well, thank you. And Hammond, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, hi, Ems and Justin. Is it true Muhammad or Allah never killed children? Also, do you have a Quranic English Arabic lexicon that you would recommend? Also, Justin, did you see my DMs on the dog verses? Much love.
So, no, it is not true, because the Prophet himself, when his companions unalived children in battle, said, it's okay, they're of them. So, like, just, it doesn't matter. And also, when he was genociding the Jews, he unalived their children who had pubes. I would consider those to be kids. So, and an Arabic lexicon, I don't think there's like a a perfect one, but Lane's lexicon is the only one that comes to mind.
Shit. All right, I'm gonna pick up Elaine's lexicon here from the Amazon sometime. Thank you.
Hey, it should be
Question.
online.
Yeah, I see it on.
Yeah, it should be online.
I see a couple of websites for it. Question was, Justin, did you see my DMs on the dog verses? If it came through Discord, I haven't seen it yet. Apologize. A lot of stuff happening right now I can't really tell you about in my personal life. I just haven't had much time to catch up on my Discord DMs. I'm still way behind on emails. I promise I'm working on it. I just got some stuff happening, so trying to keep up with the hundreds and hundreds of messages I get is a little difficult right now. But Hammond, I love your friend. I'm sure when I get to it, we'll be able to have a discussion about it. Dred says, sad that Christians will ruin good storytelling and passages in the Bible with bland and that's good enough theology. Takes the steam out of them. Maybe, it is a little bit boring when we read passages and they have the same cope every time. Like, you see the problem, I see the problem, they see the problem, and they're going to give you a canned cope, and you're like, okay, here we go again, but, it is what it is. They don't have a whole lot to work with. Kevin, thank you for the super chat, says, I like people like I like my tea in a bag underwater. Holy fuck. That got dark fast, Kevin. I didn't see that coming. Chicken, thank you for the super chat, says, hi Justin, Nora from the TikToks. Thank you for all you do. Rock hard for a Doug. Well, thank you, Nora. I really appreciate that. And hope you're doing well, friend. Space Lord's with us as well. Says the baby goat milk commandment is given 3 times, so it's got to be important. Remember to label those milk bottles. I know. Now there's some debate as to what it means, and there's an Ugaritic text that seems to parallel it, and there's debate as to what even that means, but it definitely is referring to an ancient practice that people were doing for sure. Yoga also says, Marky, I like Jesus, but I listen to Paul. Rock hard for Doug. That's exactly what they say. All Christians say that. All Christians love the words of Paul, and they do not like the words of Jesus. They are not interested in following the law of Moses. And Clever Moniker, thank you so much for the $10 super chat, says, that's it. I'm officially convinced that EMS is actually an anti-Muslim apologetics AI that Justin created, and that's why he always shows up right on time to contradict a Muslim. BFRT, it's uncanny. What's BFRT?
I'm not sure.
I guess I'll Google it. Let's see. BFRT. That's not it. Blood flow restriction training. That can't be the thing. But Clever, maybe he is, maybe he's not. Well, I'll never tell. Thank you. Billow says, as an atheist, I'm still trying to reconcile the whole Jesus was a Jew thingy. What is Christianity again? What? Jesus was a Jew thingy. What is Christianity again? I guess I don't understand the question. Christianity is just the idea that Jesus is the Messiah that the Jewish Bible predicted. Yoga says the IRS is going to ask Marky and Jesus for the 1099 receipts. Wait, what? Jesus is asking for tax receipts? Yoga, my friend, I don't understand what you mean on this particular instance. Apologies. That's my bad. Booget says, call him Yammy. It's time to duel. Be a good... Wait, what? Call him Yammy? Is that a quote? Y'all are really fucking cooking my brain tonight. Okay. Call him Yammy? A Japanese term meaning darkness or shadow? I don't know what that means, Booget. Listen, guys, I'm a fucking dinosaur. I don't know if this is like Dragon Ball Z some stuff. I have no idea what it means. Stein says, but Christian guilt prevents unchristian acts. What religions are ICE agents? Oh. Well, they're authoritarians, To be fair, If I was going to assign a religion to ice agents, I'm going to assume they're almost all Christian, which explains a few things. Penelope, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat, friend. Says Justin, you do know that fish have been taught to drive little cars, right? Search for fish operated vehicle. It was featured in Smithsonian Magazine. Are you fucking kidding me? Hold on. Fish rated.
And there goes your favorite dish.
Right? Researchers at Ben Gurion University in Israel developed a fish-operated vehicle, a robotic wheeled tank that allows goldfish to navigate on land. Well, yeah, I think they can navigate. I mean, that's fine. I'm sure they can learn how to navigate. They can learn how to use their body, but listen, most fish die of predation. They're not living long, healthy, happy lives out there. They're going to die when a bear eats them, a shark eats them, something fucking baleen whale sucks them in. They're not living long, happy lives. Maybe I'll change my mind on it. One-Eyed Atheist says, would you please
eat
recommend...
a shark?
I don't know. Probably not. But I don't really care for sharks all that much. Fuck, they're violent and is all shit. I don't know, man. That's a good one. I don't know. M's out here trying to make me into a vegan. One-Eyed Atheist says, would you please recommend a book to the layperson who wants to learn how the brain works? Thanks in advance. Well, I can't, but I think Scientific might be able to if she's still up.
I'm still up. I don't. Man, I'm like the worst person to ask for textbooks because I get most of my information from just reading studies. I would highly recommend, like, if you know any professors that you could potentially get like an introduction to how to read literature on. That's probably your best bet to start like really getting to know, to like finding knowledge on your own. Because I'm gonna be honest, like textbooks are great, especially if you have a class to guide you through them, but they can be a little bit difficult, especially if you're on your own. So it kind of, a lot of it is just classes, unfortunately. I really wish it wasn't like that, but there's just some things that like you kind of need somebody to help hold your hand through it a little bit.
Yeah, I
And also,
definitely
I
could
don't
agree
think
with
there's
that.
like I don't think there's any way to like comprehensively explain neurology to a layperson.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a thing.
That's kind of like what I mean is like it's a lot of the, especially if you ever have questions about something in a textbook, it kind of makes it impossible to make it a good way to learn it, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. Alien, thank you for the 666 THB. Says, hey, Justin, I haven't had a chance to watch you live for a while as you stream when I work, but I always watch it later. I just want to thank you for introducing me to other creators in the deconstruction community. Sopping gay for Justin and DC for Dalkin, you mean? Well, thank you, Alien. I really appreciate that. And thank you for supporting the channel. And yes, I do. There's so many good creators in the community. I want everyone in the community to be able to grow together because I think we all bring our different strengths and balances to the table. Narcissa, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, friend. Good to see you. It says, I don't think he was nice. Low standards. You know, when you talk to people like I talk to, the bar for being a nice person is pretty low, to be fair. It's not super high. Alex says, I just want to say I love your videos and learned a lot about the Bible and things I had misconceptions about. Rock hard for Doug. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you. Is it Alexia Corbin? I really appreciate that. That's the goal, is all get smarter and better. Booget says, Jesus is always cut, but is he cut? Booget, I feel like you're just sending mystery chats tonight. I have no idea what this means. Do you guys know what this means?
No clue.
Sorry, love you, everybody, but I have no idea what that means. Jesus had no loincloth. Good to see it. Says I was definitely hung. I mean, Jesus was definitely hung. He was definitely hung. Rahavaka says, I don't know what to tell them for bless your heart, but anytime they tell me I'll pray for you, I always say, I too will do nothing. Oh, I've actually never heard that response. I like it. When someone says, I'll pray for you, I'll just say, I'll also do nothing. Oh, fucking amazing. That's good. Okay. Vince, thank you for your donation. I appreciate that. And Doc Plaroma, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. Says, what a test. Sedate one hemisphere and God clocks out. True. Wake it up and belief returns. Yahweh is apparently barbiturate sensitive. I mean, that seems to be the case.
It is a sedative.
Okay. Yep. So, like, it is interesting that, like, even people's experiences of God can be manipulated. Like, people who have seizures are more likely to have mystical experiences, but when they start taking medication, the experiences go away. I think it's good evidence that our brain is inventing this spiritual nonsense. Also, Carissa, good to see you tonight. Thank you so much for sending out 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. That's huge. And swear wolves, vertical and horizontal are fine, but when are we getting diagonal? Well, you could do both at the same time, and maybe that will get you to diagonal. I am working on it, though. It's a special stream. We'll see how long it'll take to get that worked out. Christus, can you please ask Ems to say, he will join us or die, my master?
He will join us or die, my master.
There you go.
That's interesting.
Do you know what this is from?
I feel like I remember, but I don't remember at the same time. I know it's from like a movie or something.
There was one thing that M says a lot that somebody really wanted him to say the other day so they can clip it, and I forgot what it is. It's one of M's favorite slogans, but what the fuck was it? Come later. Michelle, thank you for the super chat. It says M's voice is so silky smooth. I love hearing him as he's so incredibly smart. Rock hard for Doug. I listen, couldn't agree more. M's really is a voice that is completely unforgettable. And Boogit says, look up Yammy. It's time to duel. Okay, hold on. Yammy. Oh, it's like an anime cartoon. Yeah, that's why I didn't get it. Sorry, Boogit. I don't know dick about anime. Nothing. None of it. I've like watched one episode of Samurai Jack, and that's about it. Thank you though for the explanation. I really appreciate that. Hannon says Popeye the Sailor Man said, "I am that I am" in the cartoons. That is the case. I actually did like to I did like to watch Popeye as a kid. That was one show I liked for some reason. Werewolf says, funnily, I became a vegan after learning about shark finning. Sharks are awesome. Oh shit! Actually, shark finning is heartbreaking. I agree. It is hard to know where to draw the line when you're like cutting out, meats. You know. Not the Bible, Jason. Good to see you, and thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I'm just glad I'm not the only super chat to get Googled and look stupid. You never look stupid. It's me for not understanding some of the chats, but I hope you're doing well, my friend, and it's good to see you. Last super chat for now from Chris says, thanks for being a good sport. That was a Darth Vader quote. Yeah, that does make sense. The quote here is from Darth Vader. He will join us or die, my master. Fair enough. Thank you, Chris, for letting me know. Really appreciate that. Now, this is it. We're at the end of the live, but we do need to send you all to somebody else's live stream. Who's live right now that we can go raid? Let me take a look at the YouTubes and the TikToks. Let's see. It looks like Mezzo's live, and that's about it right now. So let's do this. Mezzo's live on TikTok and on YouTube. Let's go raid Mezzo's live stream. For those on TikTok, it's MEZZO. And it's the same on YouTube, Mezzo_WS. He's a good friend of mine. He does deconstruction content. He's fucking hilarious and wicked smart. And I think you absolutely will love him. Go over to Mezzo's place. Tell him that Justin and Ems and Scientific Snitch sent you. And thank you so much for being here, friends. I'll be live again on Monday. I'll be live Sunday with Thinker on AXP. And then obviously on Unapologetic in the morning with Ian and Blitz. So please tune in Sunday for some action. And we'll see you again Monday. I really appreciate all the likes, comments, shares, and super chats, and all the support for the channel. It really means the world to me that so many people support my channel and support my work. I really do appreciate it. And Scientific Snitch and Ems, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you so much for having us.